All of the vermilion birds were enraged beyond words upon hearing Enlin's instructions. They could admit that they had all been won over by Enlin's ability to obtain high-level approvals from all 5 mythological beasts and had fallen to their knees involuntarily as a result. But why did Enlin seem so accustomed to having regal vermilion birds kneel down to him? All rise, my ass. Do you think we want to kneel down to you? All of the vermilion birds were greatly enraged, but they didn't know what to say. They were too ashamed to deride Enlin, but they couldn't bring themselves to praise him. Enlin couldn't be bothered to speak to these vermilion birds, and he turned to Xianxia with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Xianxia. If it wasn't for you taking me to this mythological beast Dao observation area, I wouldn't have been able to harvest so many rewards. Xianxia's body shuddered as he came to senses and stared at Enlin with a fervent expression on his face. Mr. Linen, who are you? Why are you so exceptional? Enlin replied nonchalantly. I was able to fight the Sun Tree War God, Vermilion Bird Princess to a tie. Should I not be exceptional? Xianxia. The black-robed brawny man swallowed Enlin's explanation reluctantly. After, he couldn't do anything if Enlin didn't want to disclose the information. Where to next? I'll have to trouble Mr. Xianxia to lead the way. It would be best if we could go somewhere similar to the mythological beast Dao observation area where there are more rewards to be reaped. I feel like I have quite an affinity with your sun tree. Enlin smacked his lips as if he was thirsting for more. Xianxia's flesh crawled. The mythological beast Dao observation area is already the most prestigious area open to arena champions like you. It is the core area of the 7th level. Mr. Lin, and you have received more inheritances from the mythological beasts than everyone on the entire 7th level combined. Oh! And Lin nodded upon hearing this. This was just an average day in the office and nothing to brag about. Perhaps he had already ascended to a higher realm. Is there any good stuff on the 8th level? And Lin feigned nonchalance as he inquired. The 8th level? Xianxia's expression shifted minutely as he explained. That place is a restricted area even to the Vermilion Bird tribe. Only mythological beasts have the right to enter the 8th level. As for all of us, we don't even know where the passageway to the 8th level lies. The 8th level is already that mysterious? Then what about the guardian of the sun tree on the 9th level? And Lin exclaimed. That's right, it is said that the guardian of the sun tree lies on the 9th level. She is an extremely regal creature whose face has only been witnessed by Dao integration stage mythological beasts. Furthermore, even the mythological beasts must seek her permission before they are permitted to see her. If she declines, then not even a Dao integration stage mythological beast can see her. An expression of curiosity and longing appeared on Xianxia's face at the mention of the guardian of the sun tree. Who wouldn't want to witness this legendary character for themselves? And Lin. He was beginning to feel more and more like this mission was impossible to complete, and he was going to lose 100 IQ points if he failed. Could it be that the system had devised a mission like this as it was trying to make him mentally disabled? And Lin became more and more distressed as he followed this train of thought. He had finally arrived at the 7th level, only to find that there was still no chance for him to go to the higher levels. Xianxia led Enlin around the 7th level. They visited all the sights and scenes, but Xianxia found out that Enlin didn't appear very happy. Rage instantly flared up in his heart. What? You received the blessings of 5 mythological beasts and your face is still as long as a fucking donkey's? Even though he was extremely disgruntled, he still maintained a genuine, cheerful expression. This was all part of his professional training as the designated bird to welcome outsiders. Along the way, many vermilion birds turned their eyes toward Enlin. The news about what had happened at the mythological beast Dao observation area had not spread yet, but many of the vermilion birds knew that that dazzling light of inheritance had most likely been triggered by the human before their eyes. It was exactly because of this that all of them were extremely curious toward Enlin. Even the immortal beast-level vermilion birds couldn't help but lower their proud heads to appraise the human among their ranks with curiosity. Enlin was also a little disgruntled by the fact that he had become a panda. However, he didn't say anything. None of these birds were provoking him, so he couldn't be bothered doing anything. Hey! Are you Lin? A voice suddenly sounded, and Lin turned to find a vermilion bird with pristine, snowy white fur and a pair of black claws looking at him intensely. It had a decent cultivation base and was a return to void stage immortal beast. That's right. I'm Lin, and Lin nodded. My name is Xinga. I really liked watching the vermilion bird princess at the arena, but you killed her. I want to fight you to the death. The white vermilion bird delivered an extremely straightforward challenge, and Lin faltered upon hearing this. Were challengers all this direct nowadays? Senior Xinga, please calm down. Tinga positioned himself in front of Lin as he dissuaded in a panicked voice, and Lin was quite touched by this. Not taking into account other matters, just the fact that Tinga was risking his life to position himself between Lin and a return to void stage immortal beast like this was quite touching to Lin. The combat prowess Lin and displayed at the arena had already transcended beyond the return to void intermediate stage. You're only a return to void intermediate immortal beast. If you engage in a battle with him, you're going to die. Tinga urged with a nervous expression. And Lin, Xinga. And Lin's impression of him instantly soured again. He had finally been touched by a gesture from someone here. But it turned out that that was what he was concerned about? A faint smile appeared on Xinga's face. I'm not going to engage in an actual battle with Lin and this is just going to be a battle of Dao hearts. Tinga's expression shifted drastically. You're referring to the trial of the heart-examining lake? That's right. I want to compete with Lin and to see whose Dao heart is more stable. A proud expression appeared on Xinga's face. It was clearly quite confident in its abilities in this trial. I refuse. And Lin refused without even a second thought. Xinga and Tinga both faltered upon hearing this. Why would you refuse my challenge? Xinga interrogated with wide eyes. Why would I accept your challenge? And Lin countered. Xinga glared at Lin. Of course it's for glory and to prove oneself. Puffed. And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter before Xinga had even finished its sentence. I'm sorry. I already know I'm very badass and so does everyone else. As such, I don't need to prove myself to you. And Lin's eyes were bright as the aura of a king erupted forth from his body. In other words, which piece of trash are you? Why would I be bothered to fight you? You, how could you? Xinga trembled with rage. It had thought that such a proud person would definitely accept its challenge. But who would have thought this would be his response? Lin and the trial of heart-examining lake is a competition of Dao hearts, so it won't threaten your life. You can rest assured if that's what you're concerned about. If I lose, I'll hand over 3 sun immortal fruit from the 7th level of the sun tree. If you lose, you don't have to do anything aside from leaving the sun tree. Xinga was unwilling to give up. Fuck that. Leaving the sun tree would reduce him to a retard. This was unacceptable. He refused in a firmer voice. I refuse. Even Tinga took his side this time. The heart-examining lake is the holiest place on the 7th level and is related to all of the 9 levels of the sun tree. It is not suitable for outsiders to encroach upon such a sacred place. I agree with Mr. Lin An's decision. Senior Xinga, I think you're being too rash here, Tinga said. But our mighty mythological beasts hadn't explicitly stated that outsiders were barred from entering the heart-examining lake. Isn't that right? Xinga was still struggling to get its way. Something in its words caught Lin's attention, and he heaved a light sigh as he made a complete 180 change in attitude. I have been touched by your determination. Xinga, so be it. I'll accept your challenge. Tinga. Xinga's mouth gaped open at a loss for words as it stared at Lin. Were its words really that touching? Why was this human's emotional threshold so weird? Tinga and Xinga were both quite surprised at Lin's sudden change in attitude. However, Xinga was ecstatic that Lin had decided to accept its challenge, and it instantly sealed the deal. Great! I'll lead the way to the heart-examining lake immediately. Lin and Xinga led the way with a hint of excitement in its heart. It held mixed emotions toward Lin. Its most beloved arena idol had perished by Lin's hands. Even though it was a fair and square battle, he was still not happy with the fact that Enlin had appeared here. Baixinga wanted to initiate this Dao Heart contest in order to lay these unresolved emotions to rest, and also to kick Enlin off from this sun tree. Enlin followed Baixinga to the western edge of the 7th level, where an entrance cave had been set up using interwoven branches. Just approaching the cave gave him a sense of coolness. This is Yin-type power? Enlin exclaimed in amazement. He was quite surprised to find a place with such rich Yin-type energy in a place where Yang energy was teeming. That's right. This is the only place we've discovered on the sun tree that is imbued with a rich power of Yin. Yin and Yang give rise to one another, and it is because we have a place like this that the sun tree is so flawless and balanced. Heitinga explained. Baixinga didn't speak, but a hint of reverence appeared in its eyes, and it had even completely retracted its feathers, as if it had entered a sacred place. It wasn't large, but it was still about the size of 30 to 40 Enlins. This was considered to be quite small within the vermilion bird tribe. Even so, it still unleashed a shrinking spell technique to minimize itself to around Enlin's size before stepping into the cave. They didn't have to walk far before an extremely clear lake appeared before them. The lake was quite wide and rippled with Yin-type energy, which was extremely abundant here. It was covered with a faint, white fog, so no one could see what lay on the other end. Enlin unleashed his divine sense to try and survey the lake, only to find that even his powerful divine sense couldn't penetrate through the white fog. "This is the heart-examining lake?" Enlin asked. Baixinga nodded. "That's right. One's Dao heart paves the way forward on this heart-examining lake. How far you go will depend on the firmness of your Dao heart. Once your Dao heart wavers, the lake water will no longer be able to support your body, and you will fall into the lake before being swept back to shore." Enlin recalled back to the Dao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers back in the day. There was a Dao heart trial then as well, and he couldn't even take a second step at the time to receive a score of 0.1 of a point. With this in mind, he was a little scared. Baixinga managed to catch a glimpse of Enlin's fearful expression, and it was greatly elated upon seeing this. "Mr. Linen, are you scared?" "I am. I'm scared you'll lose and try to attack me in a fit of rage." Enlin retorted with a grin as he surveyed his surroundings. "You?" Baixinga's expression darkened with rage. "I hope you can still say the same thing after you fall into the water." After a war of words, the contest finally began. Enlin surveyed his surroundings to find that Yin-type energy was flowing from above as well as from below to converge here, which meant that part of the Yin-type energy here had flowed from the 8th and 9th levels. Was this the connection with the entire sun tree that Heitinga had been referring to? Then, could he trace the flow of Yin-type energy and go in the reverse direction to reach the 8th level? "Linen, let's begin our battle. I'll make you realize just how pitiful your Dao heart is to me." Baixinga organized its feathers before turning to Enlin with a battle intent surging in its expression. Enlin remained indifferent and couldn't even be bothered replying. He stared out silently at the lake water with a profound expression, giving him the appearance of some supreme being. It wasn't that he was intentionally shunning Baixinga, it was just that he didn't even know what his Dao heart was himself. "Humph, flex all you want. I'll see if you can still flex when you fall into the water." Baixinga was quite enraged when Enlin ignored it. Enlin didn't say anything. Instead, he took the first step into the lake. The lake water rippled, and his reflection appeared on the clear surface of the lake. He didn't fall in. Enlin was ecstatic. He could do this. He turned to Baixinga with a smile. "Shall we begin?" Baixinga's expression shifted slightly at the sight of Enlin's confident gaze, and it too raised its proud head. "Come." It followed in Enlin's example and stepped onto the surface of the lake. The lake water rippled, but it supported its body as well. Enlin slowly walked forward. He did not dare to go too fast because he was worried that he might fall into the water. Baixinga also continued forward and insisted on leading from the front like a sulky child. Enlin rolled his eyes exasperatedly. This heart-examining lake wasn't as difficult as what he had expected. It was basically exactly the same as walking on flat ground. Furthermore, There weren't any illusions or anything to impede him. It really was just like walking on flat ground. Thus, the two of them walked for several hundred meters. Tinga stood by the shore, and he had already lost sight of their figures in the white fog. And Lin furrowed his brows slightly. There was something wrong here. They had walked for so long, but there was no impediment or difficulty of any kind. How could a trial of Dao hearts be so simple? He turned involuntarily to look at Bai Xinga. He was given a huge fright by what he saw. Holy fuck! Brother Bai, what are you doing? And Lin let loose a cry of surprise. Bai Xinga was still making its way forward, but its whole body was spasming, as if each and every step it took was extremely taxing. However, it still insisted on walking in front of Lin with all its might. Who's your brother? I have never lost to anyone in my life, and I won't lose to you. Bai Xinga glowered at Lin. Bai Xinga was immediately astonished upon seeing Lin's expression. Why do you not look like you're in pain at all? You want a painful expression? And Lin blinked before sticking his tongue out and rolling his eyes over into the back of his head. You mean like this? PFFF? Bai Xinga threw up a mouthful of blood. What the fuck? It was having the battle of its life walking in front of Lin, but the man behind it didn't look to be suffering at all. He still had the spare time to pull faces. It had to be said that he had completely thrown it off its game. No, you must be feigning all this to create psychological pressure on me. Bai Xinga suddenly came to a realization as a cold sneer appeared on its face. Hee, what a sneaky man. I bet your Dao heart is trembling with pain and about to give out, right? I have seen through your sinister plot, and I will be the final victor. And Lin, was this bird fucking retarded? The two of them walked for another few hundred meters. Bai Xinga's teeth chattered, and its breathing was short and shallow as sweat poured down its face. It turned to look at the man beside it to find that he was still walking along placidly without any signs of pain or exhaustion. This was clearly not a facade. And Lin detected Bai Xinga's gaze and turned toward it with a faint smile. Aya, this is so arduous, and I'm so tired. This heart-examining lake is terrifying. PFFF? Bai Xinga felt as if there were 10,000 mythological beasts stampeding over its heart, and its legs almost gave out from under it. How could this be? How could you be completely fine? Bai Xinga was in despair. This human was definitely a monster. It knew that it was about to collapse, while Lin still appeared completely carefree. It also knew that this was not a feigned act as he was relaxed from the inside to the outside. Could it be? Bai Xinga's pupils contracted, and its voice trembled as it stared at Lin in shock and said, You Dao heart has already reached the spotless realm? And Lin turned to look at the vermilion bird with a mysterious and profound expression. But he was internally quite pleased with it. He was just wondering why he wasn't affected by the heart-examining lake when this thoughtful little vermilion bird provided him with an explanation. Great. The heart-examining lake contains extremely rich yin-type power and can reflect one's Dao heart. If there are impurities in one's Dao heart, the water of the lake will strike those impurities. Those impurities will be like rock formations jutting out of the lake, and they will continue to slowly ground one down until one can no longer take it. Only the legendary spotless Dao heart realm can allow one to be so carefree on the heart-examining lake and walk on it without encountering any impediment. There's no mistaking it. This is definitely a spotless Dao heart realm. Linen, you sure had me fooled. Bai Xinga drew a sharp intake of breath as it turned toward Lin. Even though it was unwilling to reconcile with defeat, it also admired this powerful adversary. To be able to lose to someone with a spotless Dao heart. I have no regrets in this heart-examining lake trial. Perhaps the vermilion bird princess lost to you was also meant to be. It looked at Lin, and the fiery fighting spirit did not wane. Instead, it burned even more brightly. But Lin, I won't give up easily. I will continue onward, and the trial has not. Boom! Pwah! Bai Xinga didn't even get a chance to finish its sentence before it fell into the water, triggering a massive splash. Ah! Baixinga yelled as its body was swept away by the terrifying lake water before finally disappearing into the white fog. And Lin? Well, in any case, thanks for providing such a thorough explanation to me before your fall. And Lin offered genuine words of gratitude in Baixinga's direction. However, the explanation for the spotless Dao heart was a little peculiar. He had never known what Dao he was pursuing, so he naturally didn't know whether his Dao heart was firm or not. To him, his Dao heart was like a blank piece of paper obscured somewhere in the murkiness. Could it be that an oblivious idiot's Dao heart could also be described as spotless? And Lin felt like this was quite interesting, and he was in a pretty good mood as he continued onward. Spotless Dao heart realm. That sounded like a pretty badass realm, and he was obviously quite happy to have attained it. At this moment, on the shore of the heart-examining lake, Heitinga heard the sound of splashing coming closer from afar. He began to focus his attention. It looked like there had been a decisive result. Sure enough, Baixinga's figure began to appear in his field of vision, and its body was swept toward the shore by the Yin-type lake water. Boom! Baixinga's body was slapped mercilessly onto the shore by the lake water. It was in an extremely disheveled state. Senior Baixinga, you lost? Heitinga asked in disbelief. Generally speaking, the more advanced a creature's cultivation base was, the more stable their Dao heart would be. As such, this was quite a surprising result for Heitinga. Baixinga wiggled its body to rid its feathers of the water it had retained before raising its proud head in a graceful manner, as if it had forgotten how disheveled it had looked just a moment ago. That's right, I lost. I didn't think that Lin would have a spotless Dao heart. This was my miscalculation. Spotless Dao heart? Heitinga jumped up and exclaimed in shock. It is said in legends that people with Dao hearts like this are connected directly to the great Dao of heaven and earth and can see the truth amid chaos. They can make breakthroughs extremely easily and are the most supremely talented of all supremely talented prodigies. And Lin is one of them. Defeating the Vermilion Bird Princess and receiving the approvals of the 5 mythological beasts were already enough to strike admiration into Heitinga's heart. Now that it had been revealed that Lin had a spotless Dao heart, Heitinga didn't even know how to face this legendary man anymore. After pausing for a few moments, Heitinga finally recovered from his shock, and he peered into the white fog curiously. Lin has already won, so why isn't he back yet? The contest has already been decided, and he should be making his way back as we speak. Let's wait for a while longer, Baixinga replied lightly. Thus, Baixinga and Heitinga both turned their eyes upon the white fog. 15 minutes passed. Their surroundings became eerily quiet. Senior Baixinga, does it take this long to get back here? Heitinga couldn't help but break the silence. Baixinga. Perhaps he encountered some special circumstances? Baixinga suggested with difficulty. Like what? Could he have drowned at the bottom of the lake? Heitinga's lips twitched. Baixinga. Senior, I have a bad feeling that Lin is not coming back. Could he be still walking onward? He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before Heitinga and Baixinga both drew sharp intakes of breath as chills ran down their spines. Senior, why didn't you tell Lin that there is a restricted area up ahead? Heitinga trembled. I didn't think he would beat me. After all, what kind of normal living being would have what it takes to walk across to the other side? Even though Baixinga was a return to void stage mighty figure, it could not help but tremble uncontrollably. Don't worry. We must be thinking too much. Lin is already on the way back. Baixinga offered words of consolation. He must have encountered something. For example, he could have attained some enlightenment on the surface of the lake, which is why there has been a delay. Mr. Lin is definitely on the way back. Heitinga also offered words of consolation. Baixinga. Let's keep waiting. Heitinga. Yes, that's a good idea. The 2 Vermilion Bird tribe powerful beings peered anxiously into the white mist as they awaited Lin's return. Meanwhile, Lin was still continuing onward on the surface of the heart-examining lake without any pause or difficulty. He wanted to see just what lay at the end of the heart-examining lake. After walking for what felt like an eternity, The sound of someone singing began to become audible amid the white fog. He couldn't understand what was being sung, as it sounded like a peculiar language, but it didn't change the fact that the song was quite mesmerizing. The rhythm was extremely beautiful, and the voice was very pleasant. It evoked images of surging seas of clouds, majestic river tides, scenic mountains, and beautiful flora and fauna dancing in the light. The world that was being sung about had to be quite a beautiful world. And Lin made it out of the heart-examining lake on the other side and saw a figure through the white fog. The heavenly singing came to a grinding halt. And Lin could see through the white mist, and he saw a woman bathing in a small, pristine pond. The two of them both faltered at once as they stared at each other in silence. There was only the sound of water droplets dripping into the little pond. The woman's eyes were bright and glowing, and there was an alluring flush on her cheeks, which was just like her exquisite red lips. Glittering and translucent water droplets slid down from the woman's long black hair, all the way down to her beautifully shaped shoulders. Her petite body had been obscured by a few colored streamers, but there were still some bits peeking through that were extremely alluring. As her chest rose and fell, and Lin felt as if he could just barely make out 2 spots of red. Never would Lin have thought that he would stumble upon a beauty bathing herself here. However, he didn't get a chance to enjoy the view because the scene before his eyes gave him a different type of stimulation. Lin and Vermilion Bird Princess? The two of them yelled out each other's name in unison. Vermilion Bird Princess, it is you. How did you resurrect yourself? And Lin was in shock. The woman's intricate features blushed slightly as she waved a hand at Lin. And Lin felt as if a veil had settled over his eyes, and when he regained full vision, what appeared before him was a beautiful young woman who was already fully clothed. The woman still wore her customary combination of red high heels and a colorful dress, giving off a sense of youthful energy and vitality. Pitter-patter, she made her way toward Lin, and Lin's entire body wound up tightly. He had just stumbled upon a bathing woman, so if the movies were anything to go by, a fight was about to break out. However, a slim finger suddenly tapped onto the tip of Lin's nose at this moment. Linen, why are you here? The woman cocked her head to the side as she stared at Lin with curious eyes. Lin faltered slightly before replying. I walked over here from the heart-examining lake. You crossed the heart-examining lake? The woman was shocked. I have a spotless Tao heart. Crossing through the heart-examining lake was like walking over a flat ground for me. It was a piece of cake, and Lin replied with a smug smile. You're so impressive, the woman exclaimed in amazement again. He could tell that the woman's praise was not an act and that she was truly surprised. And Lin was quite satisfied. This was the first time he had flexed using his Tao heart, and it was quite a good experience. You still haven't answered my question yet, Vermilion Bird Princess? Did you resurrect yourself? And Lin pinched her cheek to find that it was quite soft and smooth. It seemed to be real and substantial. And Lin's hand was slapped aside by the woman. I didn't even die. Resurrection, my ass? The woman harumphed delicately and said, I only escaped by dissipating into specks of light. Do you think you can kill me? Humph. Stop dreaming. And Lin was not angry. Instead, he was quite happy after confirming the Vermilion Bird Princess identity. Geez, you should have told me sooner. What a waste of my grief. The Vermilion Bird Princess eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes lit up with a smile upon hearing this. I didn't think that you would grieve for me. I had finally encountered another soul formation stage cultivator that was on my level. It would be a great pity if you died. I knew it. How could there be an idiot who would rather die than escape? So you faked your death. And Lin sighed with emotion. You don't understand. I really was fighting you with my life on the line. That is my glory, and the glory of the Sun Tree War God. Do you understand? The Vermilion Bird Princess retorted in a crisp voice. Oh, and Lin nodded. Fighting with her life on the line while knowing that she wouldn't die anyway? Yep, no problems with that logic. The Vermilion Bird Princess glowered at him upon seeing his unconvinced expression. She was about to argue some more, but it looked like she thought of something and pursed her lips to swallow her words. In any case, thank you for what you did at the arena. No problem, it was all to be expected of me. And Lin waved a hand in a gentlemanly manner before asking, speaking of which, Vermilion Bird Princess, why are you here in a place like this? With a smile, the Vermilion Bird Princess blinked her large and enchanting eyes. I'll tell you a secret. I'm actually a descendant of the Vermilion Bird tribe, the very powerful kind. This is my little nest. Aside from you, no one knows that I transformed into my human form to play around at the arena. And Lin rolled his eyes. Are you that bored? The Vermilion Bird Princess nodded. That's right. I'm very bored. She then seemed to have thought of something, and she pouted. It's a pity that the Vermilion Bird Princess is dead. Next time I enter the arena, I'll have to transform into another form. Gasp! And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. You still want to go compete? It's so boring to be in the sun tree all the time. So of course I have to go stir up something. The Vermilion Bird Princess smiled with excitement. I'm disclosing to you now that I plan to use 100 different personas to participate in the arena battles, then receive 100 Sun Tree War God titles. And then, I'll have 100 different statues placed all throughout the arena. What do you think of that plan? And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath as his eyes widened in shock. I feel like I've just had the wind knocked out of me. A smug smile appeared on the Vermilion Bird Princess face upon hearing Lin's response. It was as if she had just received a fantastic compliment. Thus, the conversation between the two of them flowed very naturally like that between a pair of old friends. This was probably what it meant to have people of talent appreciating one another. Their fates had been intertwined by their battle together, and both of them had acknowledged one another. So you're saying you're going to enter the arena battles in different forms? Then which one is the real you? Could it be that the Vermilion Bird Princess standing before me right now is a fake one? No, this is the real me. It's one of my two fundamental bodies. Can I see what your other fundamental body looks like? Heh, no. All right. And Lin was a little dejected before asking curiously, but why are you so focused on the arena? Because the arena is the only fun place on the Sun Tree. Can't you go play somewhere outside of the Sun Tree? The world is so vast, and there are a lot of fun things. A hint of sadness appeared on the Vermilion Bird Princess face upon hearing Lin's words. After remaining silent for a moment, the Vermilion Bird Princess replied, I can't leave the Sun Tree for certain reasons. Can't leave the Sun Tree? And Lin repeated to himself. Suddenly, a thought exploded in his mind. It was said that the guardian of the Sun Tree was also unable to leave the Sun Tree due to certain reasons. The guardian of the Sun Tree was very mysterious. The Vermilion Bird Princess was also very mysterious. Even the main judge, the Heavenly Flame Vermilion Bird, didn't know what her second fundamental body looked like, let alone the spectators at the arena. It could be said that the Vermilion Bird Princess identity was a mystery. The biggest mystery of the Sun Tree was probably the guardian of the Sun Tree. Could it be? And Lin swallowed silently as he turned toward the adorable young woman beside him. Could the Vermilion Bird Princess be the guardian of the Sun Tree? The Vermilion Bird Princess was the guardian of the Sun Tree. This was not a baseless assumption. In fact, it could be said that there was a very high probability of this being true. And Lin turned to the young woman beside him. He was itching to make a move. The requirement for obtaining the first stage of the Yang God cultivation method was to use an engulfment spell technique to absorb the essential power of Yang from the Sun Tree via mouth-to-mouth contact with the guardian of the Sun Tree. At the sight of Lin's scorching expression, the Vermilion Bird Princess took a step back with a hint of caution in her eyes. What are you thinking? And Lin coughed lightly before replying, Didn't you say that you were really grateful for what I did at the arena? The Vermilion Bird Princess nodded. So? And Lin made his way toward the young woman before him and appraised her beautiful features. Large eyes, beautiful nose, and delicate ruby lips. She had a type of beauty that was filled with purity, innocence, and vitality. Just verbal gratitude is not very sincere. I want a present, and Lin said with a smile. What present? The vermilion bird princess paused for a few seconds but didn't turn him down in the end. And Lin swallowed before encircling his arms around the vermilion bird princess waist. You? A crisp voice had just escaped her lips before they were sealed shut, and Lin's kiss had completely caught her off guard. Her lips were soft and supple, and perhaps it was because she had just been bathing in the water of true Een just then. But her lips were a little cool and had a sense of sweetness to them. The vermilion bird princess was completely dumbstruck. Her head was full of mush as she stared with her eyes wide open. And Lin knew that he only had one instant of opportunity, and he immediately unleashed his engulfment technique. That's right, his method was quite aggressive, but it was also the most efficient. There wasn't much time left, and if he tried to slowly build a relationship, there was a good chance he would fail. Furthermore, it would weigh on his conscience, and it would also be unfair to the vermilion bird princess. Besides, he didn't know how to court a bird. Forcing a kiss upon her was very sudden and abrupt, but it also had the best success rate. He and the vermilion bird princess were sort of like comrades in arms, so he shouldn't get bashed to death. Time passed by quite quickly, but it also seemed to move very slowly. This kiss was something that was planned by Lin, but to the vermilion bird princess, it was completely unexpected. The vermilion bird princess' soft body began to stiffen, and Lin used his engulfment technique, but he discovered quite a shocking development. He was unable to absorb the essential power of Yang from the sun tree. That's right, there was no reaction at all. Could it be that he was using the wrong pose? And Lin thought for a moment before using his tongue to pry open her lips before making contact with her teeth. The vermilion bird princess' body trembled, and she finally came to her senses as she violently pushed Lin away. And Lin could see that the vermilion bird princess was trembling as she looked at him. A heavy blush had appeared on her delicate features, giving her cheeks the appearance of two ripe apples. Vermilion bird princess, this is the present I want. And Lin felt like there was something wrong, as if he had kissed the wrong person. The air congealed at that moment. Before he knew it, the vermilion bird princess had rushed toward Lin, and she used one leg as a pivot point as her other leg flew toward him, leaving a series of crimson afterimages in the air. So fast. And Lin's pupils contracted. He didn't have time to dodge before the red high heel struck his lower abdomen heavily. Boom! The space between them exploded as an indescribably overwhelming force erupted. And Lin could hear the sound of bones breaking and internal organs rupturing. Pwah! He threw up a mouthful of blood as his body flew back before crashing into the white vine walls. The terrifying force of the collision made the entire sun tree tremor slightly, and Lin fell to the ground, curling up into a ball from acute pain. His powerful body of the war god was instantly broken by the vermilion bird princess. The vermilion bird princess was much more powerful now than when she was at the arena. Pervert. Freak. Shameless prick. The vermilion bird princess was about to explode with rage as she made her way toward Lin. Wait. This is a misunderstanding. I made a mistake. And Lin begged for his life. The vermilion bird princess became even more enraged, and she gritted her teeth upon hearing this. Misunderstanding? Irresponsible. Shameless. Scum. And Lin was just about to speak again when a red high heel appeared before him. And Lin? Boom! This time his chest caved in from the strike. However, that was not the end of it. Attacks continued to fall like a torrential downpour. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. Trying to take advantage of me. Die. 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 Aw. I'll fucking kill you. No. Not there. Aw. My first kiss is gone. Die. 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 Ah. Save me. On the other side of the heart-examining lake, thunderous strikes and blood-curdling cries reverberated. After what felt like an eternity, the vermilion bird princess was tired out from her relentless attacks, and she sat down beside Lin while panting heavily. And Lin's entire body was bruised and battered. If another return to Void Stage mighty figure had taken his place, they would have died about a dozen times. The price of this kiss was too damn high, and Lin was extremely repentant. Most importantly, he seemed to have kissed the wrong person. The Vermilion Bird Princess most likely wasn't the guardian of the Sun Tree. The Vermilion Bird Princess glowered at Lin hatefully. Why did you suddenly kiss me? Misunderstanding. This was all a misunderstanding. And Lin shook his head from side to side. You have to let me explain. Then do it, the Vermilion Bird Princess urged. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. How was he supposed to explain? That he had kissed the wrong person? The Vermilion Bird Princess' face was still red as she clenched her fists. She suddenly came to a realization upon seeing Lin's expression. You like me? And Lin's expression shifted drastically. No. Please don't misunderstand. I can swear on my integrity. The Vermilion Bird Princess' expression darkened. Which means that you forced a kiss upon me even though you don't love me. Do you want to play with my emotions? Hee. It's a misunderstanding. Please let me Poi. And Lin didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before a flurry of fists and a red high heel hurtled toward him. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. Amid a series of blood-curdling cries, and Lin had the living daylights bashed out of him again. There was no intense battle as he was powerless to retaliate against the Vermilion Bird Princess. She had even used her fucking power of the divine Tao. After a torrential downpour, and Lin lay sprawled out on the ground. He wore a suicidal expression, and his body was riddled with wounds. It hurt. It really did hurt. The Vermilion Bird Princess really was trying to kill him. The Vermilion Bird Princess stepped onto Lin's body as she said in a frosty voice, If you see me as a friend, then tell me why you kissed me. Why did he kiss her? There was no way to explain. If he really did explain, wouldn't his plan be exposed? If he told her that he was trying to kiss the guardian of the Sun Tree, he would probably get bashed to death by the Vermilion Bird Princess. And Lin turned toward the Vermilion Bird Princess with an indignant expression. This was not an act. He really was feeling quite aggrieved. This was a type of aggravation where he felt wronged, but he couldn't confess why. Upon seeing Lin's expression, the Vermilion Bird Princess pouted before removing her foot from Lin's chest and sitting down beside him with an angry expression. You have something that you can't say? And Lin almost shed tears of gratitude upon hearing this. That's right. If I didn't, I would have told you why already. I have no intention of playing with your emotions. But you really did kiss me. The Vermilion Bird Princess was still very angry. And Lin. This chick appeared to be quite shy, but she was quite straightforward and brave sometimes as well. The two of them fell into silence. And Lin pulled out his blood soul jade coffin and lay down inside it as he swallowed spirit pills. The redness receded from the Vermilion Bird Princess' cheeks, and she turned to Lin with her big eyes. Shameless Lin, I think you should give me a reasonable explanation. After all, I incurred psychological trauma from that. With a resigned expression, Lin turned to the Vermilion Bird Princess. You've hit me and verbally abused me, are those not enough? What the hell is this psychological trauma? The Vermilion Bird Princess chuckled coldly. Think about it. Would you be fine if you were kissed by a pig? Lin. Hey, was there a need to be that hurtful? A faint blush reappeared on the Vermilion Bird Princess' face as she pursed her lips. Of course, it wasn't as bad as that, but that's the general gist of it. Hence, you have to tell me your motive for kissing me. That's right, everything had to happen because of a motive. Even if you tell me you like me and couldn't help yourself, I would accept that. Her voice began to taper off toward the end of that sentence, and Lin was instantly nervous upon hearing this. He was quite serious when it came to relationships as well, so he definitely wasn't going to say that he liked the Vermilion Bird Princess. Otherwise, he really would be a scummy man who played with the emotions of others. That's not the case. He shook his head before turning to the woman before him, who looked slightly exhausted and dejected. Screw it, I was wrong in this matter, so I'll tell you the truth. You can hit me or abuse me all you want after you hear the truth. I'll take it. But you have to promise not to tell any other living being about this. The Vermilion Bird Princess nodded without any hesitation. All right, swear a vow. And Lin was still not at ease. The vermilion bird princess immediately stuck her middle finger and index finger to the sky and swore a Tao heart vow. It wasn't important whether she could tell other people. She only wanted to know the truth. And Lin took a deep breath before coming clean. I have a cultivation method that requires me to kiss the guardian of the sun tree in order to successfully cultivate in it. If I don't kiss the guardian of the sun tree in 10 days, I'm going to become mentally handicapped. I kissed you just then because I thought you were the guardian of the sun tree. I'm sorry, Vermilion Bird Princess. He extended a genuine apology. The Vermilion Bird Princess' eyelashes trembled, and she seemed a little dejected. So that's what happened. You mistook me for the wrong person? That's a bizarre answer, but I guess it makes sense. She then seemed to realize something before turning to Enlin in shock. You want to kiss the guardian of the sun tree? The Vermilion Bird Princess looked at Enlin as if he were already mentally handicapped. Enlin was expecting this type of reaction from her, and he nodded in a calm and collected manner. That's right. I have to do that in order to not become mentally handicapped. Vermilion Bird Princess. That is the craziest thing I've ever heard. She looked at Enlin, and her expression eased significantly. However, it's a show of your sincerity that you decided to tell me this. At the very least, you don't regard me as an enemy. I don't want to lie to you. And Lin smiled. Friends should be more open with one another. He was actually taking a gamble here. Friends. The Vermilion Bird Princess expression shifted slightly. That's right. I think we became friends through fighting. And Lin nodded. Even though he was the only one getting bashed. Her bright eyes flashed, and an involuntary smile appeared on her face, as if she had just thought of something fun. She curbed her smile and aimed a serious expression at Enlin. You really want to kiss the guardian of the sun tree? It seems like it's impossible. Enlin was feeling quite dejected. With a mysterious expression, the Vermilion Bird Princess said, As such, you and I are already friends, and friends should help each other out. I know of a secret passageway nearby that can lead you to the 9th level and allow you to meet the guardian of the sun tree. And Lin was ecstatic to hear this. That's great. You're my lucky star, Vermilion Bird Princess. Sure. We'll set off after you recover from your injuries. The Vermilion Bird Princess replied with a dainty smile. However, I won't reveal myself, and you better not sell me out. You'll have to deal with any trouble you encounter on the 9th level by yourself. I won't be able to help you with anything. And Lin nodded. I understand. No problem. The Vermilion Bird Princess storage ring flashed, and a white, glowing fruit appeared in her hand, which she then tossed to Enlin. Have one. It's for the replenishment of energy and blood. This? Enlin could sense that this was a 7th grade immortal fruit. You're giving this to me? Well, I did pummel you after all. This is a sun fruit from the 7th level. As an apology, it'll be my present to you. The Vermilion Bird Princess waved a hand nonchalantly, and Lin didn't try and refuse the fruit. Instead, he lay back down into his coffin and began chomping on it. The sun fruit tasted a lot like an apple, in that it was both sour and sweet at once. The power of yang within the fruit coursed through his body in warm streams, making him feel extremely comfortable and at ease. Not only had the power of the flames within his body improved slightly, but even his injuries were also being healed at an extremely quick rate. That was delicious, and Lin couldn't help but praise. There's more where that came from. Maybe I'll give you 1 or 2 more when I'm in a good mood, the Vermilion Bird Princess said with a smug smile. You're a great friend, Vermilion Bird Princess. And Lin nodded with a smile. Not long after that, and Lin's injuries were completely healed. The Vermilion Bird Princess led the way while walking in her usual light and dainty footsteps as Enlin trailed along behind her. The two of them passed by the Vermilion Bird Princess' small bathing pond. They then walked along a little stream before arriving at a gate with ripples running across it. Even with Enlin's powerful divine sense, he was unable to see what lay on the other side of the gate. The Vermilion Bird Princess led Enlin through the gate. After a rush of dizziness, they arrived at a black continent. There were many places with colorful holy energy swirling around, casting a series of beautiful lights in the night. There were also all types of areas with powerful energy fluctuations. Those seemed to be special mystic realms. The Vermilion Bird Princess continued onward before dragging Lin to a white circle of light and installing a pair of white wings onto his back. Shameless N, with these blessed wings, you will be exempt from the Sun Tree's flying restrictions. They will carry you to the 9th level. Good luck. The Vermilion Bird Princess waved goodbye with a smile. Thank you very much, Vermilion Bird Princess. And Lin was extremely touched. This woman was the key for him to escape his fate of mental retardation. He would remember all she had done for him. The white wings began to flap as Lin slowly flew into the sky. As Lin disappeared from her view, the Vermilion Bird Princess finally pulled out a photographic crystal and licked her ruby lips. Shameless N, you didn't know that I would install a photographic crystal in those wings, did you? A good show is about to begin. I'm full of anticipation. At the shore of the heart-examining lake, Heitinga and Baixinga stared blankly into the white fog. They felt like Lin was still making his way back, or at least they had no choice but to believe that, Senior Baixinga, it has already been 2 hours, Heitinga said expressionlessly. Baixinga knew that there were very slim chances of Lin coming back, and an expression of despair appeared on its face. I was wrong. I shouldn't have initiated this Dao heart contest with him. Senior, why are you apologizing to me? You should be apologizing to someone else. Heitinga heaved a long sigh. Mr. Lin has most likely made it to the other side of the lake and been bashed to death. As opposed to being found out and interrogated, we should just admit to our crimes, and we might receive a lighter punishment. Baixinga felt like this made sense. Let's go then. Heitinga stared into the white fog with an expression of disappointment before bowing slightly. Farewell, Mr. Lin. And Lin had a pair of wings and was currently on his way up to the 9th level. He was just considering how he could swindle a kiss. Tui. Not swindle. How to obtain a kiss. The guardian of the Sun Tree wasn't at the Dao integration stage yet. So even if he forced a kiss upon her, she probably wouldn't be able to kill him. However, it would be best if there was a more conservative way to do things. He would just have to make something up along the way. Soon, Lin passed through the white mist, upon which the dazzling light of the sun shone down upon his body, basking him in a golden glow. He looked up curiously, only to discover a very small continent. This continent was only about 10% the size of the 7th level continent, and the massive trunk had tapered off to a point here. Regardless of whether it was the tree trunk or the branches and leaves, all of it had become transparent. Lin landed on the 9th level continent, which was interwoven with transparent branches and vines, so he could still see the mass of clouds and mist down below. If it weren't for the fact that the footing here was extremely stable, he would feel like he was walking among the clouds. He looked around with confusion on his face, but he didn't discover anything noteworthy. This was the center of the continent, and there was a strange tree growing nearby. The tree was transparent, but the fruits on it were a semi-transparent rainbow color. That's strange. Where is the guardian of the Sun Tree? Lin was confused as he walked toward that strange tree. What was more surprising to him was that after reaching about 100 feet away from the tree, the omnipresent white mist suddenly disappeared from view. It was as if it had never existed. He stood at the tip of the Sun Tree and was greeted by infinitely broad horizons. The ground below was a vast expanse of green, which stretched all the way into the bright blue horizon line. He could even see some undulating mountain ranges in the extremely far distance. If his eyesight was good enough, he could probably see the entire southern heavenly wing nation from his vantage point. He looked down below him, and his mouth gaped open slightly. His gaze pierced through the transparent 9th level continent, upon which he was greeted by the sight of the black, circular continent. There was an even larger white circle framing the black, circular continent, which comprised of the 7th and 8th levels. Below the 7th level was the purple rings of the 6th level, followed by blue, red, yellow, orange, green. Each and every layer was another vibrant circle. As the continents grew smaller in sizes as one went up, from Lin's perspective, it looked like a series of different colored circles framing one another, all of which glowed with an enticing light under the sun. This was like a gigantic rainbow lollipop. It's so beautiful, and Lin was shocked by what he was seeing. An extremely enticing voice sounded from behind him. Right? I think it's quite beautiful here too. And Lin's body shuddered as excitement welled up in his heart. If there was any other voice here, then it had to belong to the guardian of the sun tree. He turned with an expression that he thought to be quite handsome. With a friendly smile, he greeted, "Hello there, beautiful guardian of the sun tea. The fuck?" And Lin's smile slowly congealed on his face as he stared at what had appeared before him. He felt as if 10,000 mythological beasts were stampeding all over his heart, and he temporarily lost the ability to think. What had appeared before him was a golden ball of flames, which exuded an extremely scorching aura. Just the temperatures emanating from the ball of flames was enough to twist and crack the space around it. If you ignored the white eyes and the small pink lips on it, it was a miniature sun. No, even with the mouth and the eyes, it was still a sun that was about half as tall as a grown man. Its flame power was so pure, to the extent that there was not even a single hint of impurity within it. Only the flames of the sun could be this pure, and Lin's skin crawled. Had the enticing female voice he had just heard really come from this sun? Who are you?" he asked with difficulty. "And who are you?" the sun asked in a clear, crisp voice. "And Lin, tell me who you are first." The small sun, "Why should I have to go first? I promise I'll tell you who I am after you tell me." And Lin promised. The little sun nodded. "I am the guardian of the sun tree, Ili." And Lin's eyes widened, and the final line of defense shattered in his heart as tears welled up in his eyes. Even though he had already guessed this, when the notion was confirmed, he still couldn't help but shed tears. "I have to kiss a sun. Ha ha ha." A peal of enticing laughter erupted on the black continent. The vermilion bird princess looked at Lin's tearful expression through her photographic crystal, and she doubled over in laughter. "Your turn now. Who are you?" Ili asked curiously, and Lin recovered from the brink of collapse before taking a deep breath. "Hello there, guardian of the sun tree. I am the new mythological beast of the sun tree, Great Sparrow Man, and I came here as I wanted to witness your beauty. Pardon my intrusion. PFFF?" The vermilion bird princess almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this, and she stared at the crystal with an expression of rage and resentment. "Shameless in. You really are shameless. Only mythological beasts had the right to enter the 9th level, so Lin made up a lie." Ili was a little surprised. "We have a new Dao integration stage mythological beast now? That's fantastic. Why have I not heard of this?" And Lin lied like a seasoned veteran as he said, "I only recently successfully progressed to the Dao integration stage, so the news of this hasn't spread yet." "Oh?" Ili nodded her golden head ambiguously. Her round, fiery body revolved in a circle around Lin, as if she was surveying him, and her scorching aura caused the space around her to warp and crack. If he were a normal return to void stage mighty figure, he would most likely have melted. Thankfully, Lin had skin as thick as a fortress. Even so, he still found the heat to be quite difficult to bear. "How did you get up here? Even a mythological beast of the sun tree has to request for my approval before coming up here." Ili was still a little confused. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face as he made his way toward the little sun and extended a finger to caress her cheek. "I grew a pair of wings to fly into the sky in search of the light in my heart. But I met you instead. Perhaps this was all meant to be." Ili's body trembled, and her flames became even more vibrant. And Lin smiled as he withdrew his finger, and his face convulsed minutely. Even his body of the war god was no match for Ili's scorching flames. His index finger had already been charred black. He looked at the little sun as 10,000 alpacas stampeded over his heart. And Lin developed a phobia of kissing at that moment. If he kissed this little sun, he could very well die. That's right. And Lin had only caressed Li's face lightly, and his finger was already charred black. If he really did force a kiss upon her, his face was going to be barbecued. This was no joke. He really would die. And Lin was on the verge of breaking down again, but he still maintained the smile on his face. Perhaps because no one had ever done something like that to her. Li was a little embarrassed by Lin's words and actions. A blush appeared on her face, and the surrounding temperatures were elevated further. And Lin. He was so screwed. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Li, I'm feeling a little hot. It might be a bit difficult for us to communicate like this. Can you transform into a form like mine or lower the temperatures? Li shook her head. How would I be able to do something like that? My true form is the golden crow, and I haven't reached the Tao integration stage yet, so my control over my own body is very lackluster. As such, I'm unable to shapeshift. As for lowering my temperature, that's even more impossible. If I did that, it would be like saying goodbye to my cultivation base. And Lin received another heavy blow upon hearing this. That was his last hope. Fuck. System. Fuck your whole family. And Lin roared frantically in his heart. This motherfucking system was making him kiss the sun. Be burned to death or die from stupidity. Choose one. Choose my ass. And Lin's expression suddenly became twisted. Never would he have thought that he would finally come to the 9th level after many hardships and encounter the guardian of the sun tree, only to have things developed like this. The all-knowing crow had told him that the guardian was female, for which he had been ecstatic. Thank God it wasn't a man. In the end, yes, she was indeed female, but she was a female fucking sun. And Lin felt like he was about to go crazy. Li was given a fright by Lin's twisted expression and flew toward him in concern. Are you all right, Great Sparrow Man? The two of them were well within reach of one another. A terrifying heat wave swept past, and Lin's hair caught on fire. And Lin, oh, sorry. Li immediately flew back in apology. And Lin doused the flames on his hair with a water-type spell technique. His graceful long hair had become curled. This was a free hair-curling session. Thankfully, his divine body extended to his hair as well. Otherwise, just that split second alone would be enough to reduce him to a baldy. That's okay. This is not your fault. It's my hair that is at fault for not being strong enough. And Lin smiled nonchalantly. Li, why did these words sound so heart-wrenching? Oh, right. Li suddenly thought of something as she flew toward the transparent tree at the center of the continent. And Lin stared after Li in confusion, not knowing what she was planning to do. Li sprouted 2 feelers and plucked 2 semi-transparent rainbow fruits from the tree before handing it over to Lin. Here you go. This is the sun fruit from the 9th level, the 9-flame true yang fruit. All new sun tree mythological beasts are entitled to 9-flame true yang fruits. And Lin looked at the 2 first-grade immortal fruits before him and fell into silence. He was on the brink of either dying from stupidity or incineration, so he didn't even care for these 2 high-rank immortal fruits. The vermilion bird princess jumped up upon seeing this. Holy fuck! I forgot about that. Damn it! Shamelessin. The 9-flame true yang fruit was the most valuable fruit on the sun tree, and it contained the purest flame power of the sun. It grew once every 9,999 years and was close to the divine fruit level. Even Tao integration stage mythological beasts yearned greatly for them. And Lin couldn't even be bothered to take a second look at them and swatted the fruits away. This is not what I want. Li stared at Lin in surprise. This was the first time that she had seen a super mighty figure that was not interested in the 9-flame true yang fruit. Back in the day, the 9-colored divine vermilion bird had ground her down for several hundred years before she finally reluctantly conceded and gave the 9-colored divine vermilion bird an extra fruit. However, the man in front of her couldn't even be bothered to take a second look at the fruits. What a breath of fresh air. Then what do you want? Li couldn't help but ask. And Lin looked at Li with a hint of suicidal determination. I want a kiss. A kiss. Li blinked blankly. Kiss who? Kiss you? And Lin replied firmly. Li fell completely silent. She stared at Enlin blankly with her mouth gaped open. Boom! Enlin activated his origin energy of the netherworld, and his power instantly soared to new heights. He also brought out his holy vermilion flame as well as his 6 divine flames to enshroud his body. Enlin had used everything he could possibly use to keep Yi Li's ultra-high temperatures at bay. He and Yi Li were like 2 different little suns. Before Yi Li even had a chance to react, she was pressed to the ground by 2 strong hands, and a soft sensation settled over her lips. Thus, the 2 of them kissed, and at that moment, time seemed to have stopped for them. The Vermilion Bird Princess jumped up again upon seeing this. Holy fuck! He really went through with it. And Lin immediately activated his engulfment technique as he felt his body slowly melting away. He had no time to hesitate. Sometimes, success was only a single instant away. And Lin's hair and clothes had both combusted, and the terrifying heat waves flowing through his lips threatened to kill him, but all feelings left him in the next second. However, he still didn't give up. He was like a moth charging into a flame. And Lin and Yi Li's flames clashed as boundless heat erupted in all directions. The most dazzling flame at the center of it all was even more dazzling than the sun. The purest flame power entered through his mouth, and Enlin felt his body upgrading in the scorching heat. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You have succeeded in your mission to absorb the essential power of Yang from the Sun Tree, now imparting the Yang God cultivation method. It was also at this moment that Yi Li came to her senses and let loose a surprised yelp as the golden flames around her body elevated in temperatures and completely detonated. Boom! Flames instantly exploded, incinerating everything in its way, and the entire 9th level tremored violently as a result. And Lin's half-naked body was blasted into the sky. His lips were charred and swollen, and his body looked like a pitch-black rag that had been tossed carelessly into the air before plummeting back to the ground below in a parabolic curve. Right at the most crucial juncture, Yi Li arrived and caught Enlin while exhibiting a flushed expression. Terrifyingly high temperatures swept past again, threatening to melt his body. Enlin, as his consciousness faded, all that lingered in his mind was that unforgettable kiss. 5 stars for level of stimulation. In the end, he fainted from the sweltering heat. Before he fainted, he was screaming just one thing in his heart. I beg of you, please don't hug me anymore. I really don't want to burn to death. Yi Li finally realized what she was doing. If she kept Princess carrying Enlin like this, he was going to die. She immediately tossed Enlin into the distance. Thump! His charred black body tumbled to the ground, where it lay unmoving. Ah! Are you all right, Great Sparrow Man? Yi Li was given a huge fright, and she flew toward Enlin before using a spell technique to detect his condition. She finally heaved a long sigh of relief upon detecting Enlin's heartbeat. Yi Li immediately unleashed a healing spell technique on Enlin. Geez, what was that Great Sparrow Man thinking? Kissing me like that all of a sudden, that was way too abrupt. And he kissed me so firmly and decisively. A blush appeared on Yi Li's face, and her heart rate accelerated upon recalling the kiss. That was so embarrassing. Boom! Yi Li exploded again, and Enlin's charred body was hoisted high into the air. Ah! I'm sorry, Great Sparrow Man. Yi Li immediately caught Enlin to stop his momentum. Thus, Enlin was slowly being melted by extreme temperatures again. On the Black Continent, the Vermilion Bird Princess lips twitched as she stared at the inhumane treatment Enlin's charred corpse was receiving. She silently covered her eyes. This was simply too horrendous for her to even look at. Don't hate me. I didn't think you would actually kiss the sun. The Vermilion Bird Princess heaved a faint sigh as she looked at Enlin's miserable state. However, the fact that he went through with the kiss despite the fact that the guardian of the sun tree was a sun proves that everything he told me was true. He didn't lie to me. With this in mind, the Vermilion Bird Princess lips pursed in a slight smile as her eyes flashed. In the murky darkness, a long time seemed to have passed by, and Lin opened his eyes with difficulty, and he felt like his entire body had been crippled by searing pain. He was greeted by a vast expanse of gold, aside from which he could see nothing else. Oh, this was because Ely's body was too bright and occupied his entire field of vision, almost blinding him for the second time. Ah, you're finally awake, great sparrow man. A joyful smile appeared on Ely's face when she saw Enlin opening his eyes, and her body brightened a fraction. Enlin immediately pleaded at the sight of the brightening Ely. I beg of you, please, please, please don't get excited anymore. Ely. Enlin felt like he had been blasted into a quadriplegic. Aside from being able to speak with great difficulty, his entire musculoskeletal structure, as well as his meridians, had been severely damaged by the scorching heat of the explosion. Ely continued to unleash healing spell techniques on him, but it looked like he would require about half a month to recover to full health at this rate. That's right, the price he paid for taking Ely's first kiss was much heavier than even the Vermilion Bird Princess' first kiss. He was already traumatized by the act of forcing kisses upon others. Why did you kiss me, great sparrow man? Ely's voice grew fainter as she spoke, as if she was embarrassed. She turned to look at the half-naked Enlin before averting her gaze shyly. Enlin didn't really mind being seen like this by her. This was like streaking under the sun. Would you be embarrassed from being seen by the sun? What a joke. This was like being seen by the shower tap when you took a shower. If you felt embarrassed about that, you were probably a freak. Of course, this sun had a life and it was a female sun, so things really were a little different. However, Enlin didn't really care about the details. As for the female sun's question, Enlin didn't really want to answer it either. This was because he had not yet thought of a good excuse. Ely's blush deepened at Enlin's silence. Enlin shuddered from fear upon seeing this. He recalled back to the horror of Ely's self-detonation and was extremely worried that this sun was making something up in her own mind. Please calm down and don't think too much, Enlin immediately urged. Ely nodded before materializing a pair of hands again and handing the 9-flame true yang fruits to Enlin. This is for you. Enlin's head throbbed at the sight of the fruits. No, I can't take this immortal fruit. Didn't I tell you that your kiss was enough? He was just a fake mythological beast who was here to kiss the little sun. His skin wasn't thick enough that he would take these 2 valuable fruits. Ely didn't think that Enlin would turn down the fruits again, and she was starting to get a little worked up. Then why did you kiss me? Why would you do such a thing even though it resulted in such dire consequences? She was excited, but not because of rage. Instead, it was due to some sort of other indescribable emotion. No living beings have ever wanted to get close to me, regardless of whether it was animals or powerful mythological beasts. None of them wanted to engage in intimate contact with me because I'm simply too scorching hot. But you... Ely became more and more worked up as she spoke, and her flames steadily rose in temperature. Enlin's heart leaped into his throat again. Didn't they agree to leave this topic until he was recovered? Why was she bringing this up again? However, even though Ely had injured him, those weren't her true intentions. On the contrary, she was trying her best to heal him following the severe injuries he had sustained. This was extremely touching to him. If Ely had given him an enraged pummeling during his period of unconsciousness, the sun tree really was going to be his final resting place. The guardian of the sun tree was unexpectedly warm and gentle. Should he cheer Ely up a bit? Enlin made a decision and cleared his throat before speaking. When a moth looks for light, even when it is in the form of lethal flames, it will fly toward the enchanting beauty of the flames with no regard for its own safety. I love the light as well, and when I saw the brilliance of your beautiful light, I had to express my love for your light through a kiss. In other words, he liked the flames Ely unleashed, as opposed to her physical self. This was a compliment to Ely, but it also presented an explanation for his kiss, so it should suffice. He was then greeted by the sight of Ely's body growing brighter and brighter. Calm down. Calm down. And Lin practically roared in a frantic voice. Boom! The 9th level tremored again. Exploding light lit up the sun tree, and a charred black body flew into the sky. Ah! I'm so sorry, great sparrow man. Ely knew that she had lost control again and caught the falling Enlin with a guilty expression. And Lin was in despair as he felt his body melting from the scorching embrace, and he fainted again. This was almost a self-preservation mechanism to prevent him from experiencing further trauma. Ely finally came to her senses and immediately tossed Lin's body far away. Thump! And Lin fell to the ground like a dead dog. Vermilion Bird Princess silently placed her hands over her eyes. Sigh. Why did Shameless and insist on tempting fate like this? What if he actually gets blasted to death? She looked at the image of the man who was about to die and paused for a long while. In the end, she gritted her teeth and came to a certain decision. In the murkiness, the lines between illusion and reality were blurred. And Lin felt as if his entire body had been trapped in a furnace as boundless scorching flames incinerated his body. The extreme, searing pain caused a cry of anguish to escape from his lips. A bucket of ice water suddenly fell up him, cooling him from head to toe. What was it like for a piece of metal to be taken out of the furnace before being tempered with cold water? And Lin's entire body sizzled, and he spasmed as he fainted from the pain. Within the darkness, and Lin's consciousness slowly returned to him, and he could feel a gentle sense of coldness enveloping his body. The terrifying scorching pain seemed to have disappeared, and it was as if he had fallen into a gentle embrace. It was so comfortable that he didn't want to get up. However, and Lin still fought to open his eyes, upon which he was greeted by a ball of light that was a lot gentler on the eye than the blinding ball of fire. In comparison, this light was countless times softer and more delicate. This is... And Lin's eyes opened fully as he sat up in the water. He looked around at his surroundings in amazement. This was an extremely familiar place. Wasn't this cave past the heart-examining lake, in which he had encountered the Vermilion Bird Princess for the second time? And the place he was lying in was the Vermilion Bird Princess bathing pond. You're finally awake, Shameless, an enticing voice sounded. And Lin turned toward the white fog, where an adorable young woman emerged while staring at Lin's body. And Lin only realized then that he was still half naked. He immediately pulled out a set of clothes from his storage ring and got changed in the blink of an eye, flaring up at the same time. Hey, you're the shameless one here. You're the first person to look so blatantly at my body. The Vermilion Bird Princess lips twitched as she retorted. Ely is the first one. She then continued. Also, you saw Ely in her completely nude form. How are you not shameless? You have to take responsibility for her. Gasp. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath as his eyes widened. I only fucking looked at a nude ball of fire, and you want me to take responsibility? Responsibility, my ass. He then seemed to realize something as shock surged through his heart. And wasn't I on the 9th level? How did you get me here? The Vermilion Bird Princess harumphed lightly. You were half dead from being blasted by Ely, and she couldn't think of a way to save you. She knew that there's a little pond on the 7th level with extremely rich E-type energy, which was proficient at healing burn wounds, so she brought you here. And Lin nodded ambiguously upon hearing this. That also explained his dream, in which he was being held captive in a furnace. Everything made sense. Just because he wasn't hurting now didn't mean he wouldn't remember the pain. Memories of the pain he had suffered would remain in his mind for the rest of his life. Thank you, Vermilion Bird Princess. In any case, and Lin decided to express his gratitude first. The Vermilion Bird Princess waved a hand dismissively. You've been lying in my pool for 6 days already, and your injuries are pretty much fully recovered. The event with the Guardian of the Sun Tree has also blown over. And Lin was silent for several seconds before asking, Vermilion Bird Princess, aren't you curious about what happened between me and the Guardian of the Sun Tree? One had to realize that the Vermilion Bird Princess appeared to be extremely interested to see how things would pan out prior to the event. But now that everything was said and done, the Vermilion Bird Princess didn't appear to be curious at all. There was something wrong here. Eehee. A foolish grin appeared on the Vermilion Bird Princess' face. I was too busy looking after your injuries and didn't get a chance to ask. Her big, bright eyes widened in curiosity. So what happened? Did you kiss the Guardian of the Sun Tree? How did it feel? I don't have the right to see the Guardian of the Sun Tree, and I was quite shocked when she teleported you here and dumped you into this pond. Did she beat you up? The vermilion bird princess cocked her head to the side with an innocent and naive expression. Upon hearing the vermilion bird princess' last sentence, and Lin felt as if a sword had been stabbed into his heart. He shuddered as he recalled the horror of being blasted by Li's flames. Li hadn't beaten him up, but the reality was even more terrifying. He forced a smile onto his face. I managed to kiss her. Felt Oklahoma. I was accidentally caught in a few explosions. He explained in a few clipped sentences before getting up to leave. He had already completed his mission, so there was no reason for him to stay here anymore. I'm off then, Vermilion Bird Princess. You can contact me if you ever come to the Kingdom of the 9 States. And Lin waved goodbye. You're going now? Are you not going to stay and have some fun at the Sun Tree? The Vermilion Bird Princess took a couple of steps forward before looking up at Lin. I can't. I have many things I need to take care of. And Lin shook his head with a smile. Oh, right, let's exchange voice transmission talismans. Sure. The Vermilion Bird Princess agreed readily. The two of them injected their presences into each other's voice transmission talisman. And Lin didn't delay any longer as he officially bade farewell to the gorgeous young woman before him. Goodbye, Vermilion Bird Princess. The Vermilion Bird Princess harumphed lightly before averting her gaze. Shameless in, do you know how dangerous it is to force kisses on girls now? I hope you've learned your lesson. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Did she have to mention that again? Goodbye, Lin. An enticing voice sounded. Goodbye, Vermilion Bird Princess. And Lin set foot onto the heart-examining lake again. He turned to look one last time at the woman behind him as he bade a second farewell in his heart. Goodbye, 9-colored divine vermilion bird. His suspicions had been aroused during their battle in the arena, as well as the abnormal inheritance the 9-colored divine vermilion bird statue had given him. These suspicions were finally confirmed after he was pummeled without being able to offer any resistance during their second encounter, as well as her ability to send him to the 9th level. The Vermilion Bird Princess looked on as Lin disappeared into the white fog, and she too bade a second farewell in her heart. Goodbye, Lin. She had guessed who Lin was following that battle in the arena. However, both of them had a tacit understanding with one another and decided not to blow each other's cover. And Lin crossed the lake again. He went through the white fog and emerged on the other side. Hey Tinga and Bai Xinga are already gone. He looked around at his surroundings. Unbeknown to him, the two of them had been waiting for Lin with scorching distress and anxiety in their hearts, thinking that he had encroached upon the 9-colored divine vermilion bird's territory and had been killed as a result. They had left long ago to turn themselves in. Sai, I remember Bai Xinga owes me 3 sun immortal fruits from the 7th level. Who am I going to ask for the sun immortal fruits now that Bai Xinga is gone? And Lin heaved a light sigh before walking toward the opening of the cave. The sun immortal fruits were actually quite useful for fire-type cultivators like Xiaolan, so he was actually a little wistful to have missed out on it. He made his way out of the cave and discovered a massive parrot standing at the entrance. The parrot asked in fluent Tai Chu language, "Are you Mr. Lin Great Sparrow Man N? Lin Great Sparrow Man N? What the fuck?" And Lin's face convulsed, and he nodded with resignation. That's me. What do you need me for? A genuine smile appeared on the huge parrot's face as it spoke in a gentle voice. My master has instructed me to give these 2 storage rings to you. And Lin accepted the storage rings before refining them and rummaging through the contents. In the first storage ring, there were 3 white fruits, all of which were glowing with dazzling light. These were the 7th level Sun Tree Immortal fruits, which were 5th grade immortal fruits by the name of Eternal Sun fruits. They could increase the purity of the consumer's flame powers, enhance one's life energy, and quickly restore blood and energy. Bai Xinga isn't so bad after all. I thought that he had just run off after losing the bet. And Lin chuckled before turning to the second storage ring. He immediately faltered upon seeing the contents of this storage ring. There was only one item in the storage ring, which was a semi-transparent rainbow fruit, the sun fruit of the 9th level on the sun tree, the 9-flame True Yang fruit. This was a first-grade immortal fruit. There was also an accompanying note. Great Sparrowman, I know you're not a new Dao integration stage mythological beast, but that doesn't matter. I've still decided to give this immortal fruit to you. I will forgive you because of your courage, and the reasons you cannot reveal. I hope I can meet the real you next time. Elian Lin. And Lin felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He had received the approval of even the sun. This was probably unprecedented in history. Sigh. He heaved a light sigh before putting away the 2 storage rings into his own. He then continued on his way. Perhaps he would be able to do something for the 2 of them to repay them for they had done for him. However, his top priority now was to go back and earn more money. As a man, he should place his career above everything else. A man only had the right to talk when he had money and power. Only then could he continue onward to forge a happy life. And Lin returned the same way that he had come, and he encountered many vermilion birds on the way. However, to his surprise, none of them raised their proud heads when they walked past him. Instead, they were all looking at him with curiosity and reverence. What had happened? And Lin was completely perplexed, but he couldn't be bothered asking, and he traveled back down to the 6th level in a transparent bubble. He had reaped many rewards on this trip to the southern Heavenly Wing Nation. Not only had he successfully completed his mission, but he had also earned some money, a few fruits, and the core inheritances of 5 mythological beasts. He had obtained the Yang God Cultivation method as well as the accompanying flame merging technique, which could allow him to create a vast combination of flames. Now, he was only missing a Yin God Cultivation method as well as the metal-type divine weapon origin energy cultivation method. However, this was not something that he could obtain just by worrying about it. He would have to bide his time and wait for opportunities to arise. After arriving at the 6th level, and Lin used the special beast pet presence connection to locate Xianxia. Xianxia was extremely excited. Master, your name is known by everyone under the heavens now. Many people are extremely reverent toward you after hearing about your performance at the arena. There were even people who suggested that a statue of you should be erected to stand alongside the war gods. But that was turned down. And Lin didn't really care about all that. It doesn't really matter to me. Let the name of Lin and be forever immortalized in legends. All of his victories and glory have nothing to do with me. Master is so profound. Xianxia was shocked. He felt like there was something slightly amiss. Master was a serial flexor, so shouldn't he be revealing the truth about his identity to everyone for one final flex? Master, did you meet the guardian of the sun tree? Was she beautiful? Did your heart skip a beat? Did you kiss her? Xianxia asked with round, curious eyes. And Lin shuddered upon hearing this. This was not an experience he wanted to remember. Did his heart skip a beat? His heart almost stopped beating altogether. How could he be attracted to the sun? I did kiss her. The guardian of the sun tree is beautiful enough to blind you. She is devastatingly beautiful, like the most flawless celestial maiden. You'll get to see her again someday anyway. Perhaps you can kiss her too. And Lin replied with an eerie fake smile. Xianxia instantly recoiled in fear at the sight of Lin's expression. I'll leave such a beautiful woman for Master. Oh, right. Where's our gold-tier tour guide, Yellow Cow? And Lin asked. He's way too busy promoting himself at the moment. As a tour guide that had once had Fist God Lin and as a client, he was telling everyone about how Lin and had been extremely satisfied with his service, and his popularity has risen significantly. He's steadily becoming the most popular tour guide on the entire Sun Tree, Xianxia explained. And Lin rolled his eyes. This is surely an opportunistic cow. This is a commonplace phenomenon. When one person rises to prominence, everyone else around them is also elevated by association. Xianxia snuggled into Lin's chest before pointing a wing at the sky in the distance. Master, when are we going to be able to stamp the heavens under our feet? When the heavens appear beneath our feet, and Lin replied. Thus, the two of them walked along and attracted countless eyeballs. And Lin's appearance was no longer a secret. and many proud birds were turning to look at this legendary arena warrior with reverence in their eyes. They explored all 6 levels of the Sun Tree, thereby concluding their Sun Tree journey. "Master, do we go back now?" Xianxia asked. "There's no rush. Let's wander around at some of the more chaotic places in the southern Heavenly Wing Nation first," and Lin replied. Half a month later, a legend began to circulate in the southern Heavenly Wing Nation. There was an extremely powerful being who liked to pose as a noob before hunting birds that tried to rob him. There had already been several hundred birds that had perished by his hands, and all of them met extremely gruesome ends, with most of them having their bodies completely blown into oblivion. Many birds were extremely fearful of this mysterious powerful being. Many of the robber birds had refrained from committing any more robberies in fear that they would fall victim to this powerful being next. Thus, the state of disarray that the public security of the southern Heavenly Wing Nation had been in was significantly improved by this peculiar powerful being, for which many birds were extremely grateful. After about half a month of reverse robbery and murder, business gradually slowed down as word of their exploits spread. In the end, they reluctantly left as their profits continued to dwindle. During this half a month, they had earned over 10 million spirit stones as well as all types of spirit fruits, spirit tools, materials, and the bodies of bird tribe powerful beings that were good for tool refinement and pill refinement. In other words, they had made a massive haul. "We can finally return home in triumph." An elated smile appeared on Lin's face. "Master, I'm on the verge of throwing up from eating all those spirit fruits in the past half a month. Too much of one thing is not good. I want to eat immortal fruits instead," Xianxia said as he nibbled on a spirit fruit. And Lin snapped as he rolled his eyes at Xianxia. "Be happy with what you have." During these past few days, he had given many spirit fruits to Xianxia for consumption, and Xianxia had finally stabilized his cultivation base at the return to void initial stage. If this were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be willing to give so many spirit fruits to their beast pet. However, Filthy Rich and didn't care. "I'm coming back, Xiaolin." And Lin looked toward the direction of the heavenly court with anticipation in his heart. And Lin and Xianxia returned to the heavenly court, the environment in which they were most familiar with. As per the saying, absence made the heart grow fonder. After a period of time apart, all Lin wanted to do was to get to see Su Xiaolan as soon as possible. "I'm back, Xiaolan." That night, Lin arrived back and knocked on Xiaolan's dorm room door. The door opened, and an exquisitely beautiful woman with a pair of bright eyes appeared before him. "And Lin, you're finally back." An elated smile appeared on her face. "Did you miss me?" And Lin walked into the dorm room and gave Su Xiaolan a massive hug with an equally massive grin on his face. And Lin sniffed her familiar scent and held onto her warm, soft body, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. "Stop! Little Tian is still there." Su Xiaolan blushed when she discovered Xianxia staring at them with a pair of unblinking, wide eyes. "Xiaolan, you can treat me as an inanimate ball or even just empty air," Xianxia said in an indifferent voice. "In reality, we are from different species, so I don't actually feel anything when I look at you interacting in this way with one another." Su Xiaolan still seemed a little reserved with Xianxia around, so Lin immediately kicked him out the door. "Master, what you are doing is the epitome of heartlessness and betrayal. You hugged me every day and called me little Tian, but now you kicked me aside like a rubber ball." Little Tian vented his negative emotions outside the door, and Lin couldn't be bothered to listen to Xianxia, and he turned his eyes on the beautiful woman before him. Su Xiaolan was also staring at him with a hint of scorching emotion swimming in her eyes. Their lips met, and it felt like a mesmerizing jolt of electricity ran through both of their bodies. It was as if they were tasting the most delicious alcoholic beverage in the world, and both of them were intoxicated with one another. And Lin was almost moved to the point of tears. "This is a normal fucking kiss. That memory of kissing a hot brand-like object can piss off from my mind." After making out for a short while, they sat down at the table and began conversing with one another. And Lin first told her about his experiences at the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation. Of course, he glossed over the parts about the Vermilion Bird Princess and Ely. Firstly, it was too embarrassing a story to tell, and secondly, Xiaolin might punish him by making him kneel on the lava jackfruit if he were to tell that story. Su Xiaolin's eyes lit up when she heard about the reverse murder and robbery spree Lin had gone on in the southern Heavenly Wing Nation. She also felt like it was extremely plausible to act weak and vulnerable to attract robbers before hunting them down. The public security at the southern Heavenly Wing Nation is much better now, but we should be able to go for another spree in a few years, Su Xiaolin suggested. And Lin nodded to express his agreement. Are there other areas of our continent that have a similar culture of crime like the one in the southern Heavenly Wing Nation? Su Xiaolin considered the question for a moment before replying. I won't list off any of the small powers as they would just be a waste of our time. As for first-rate powers, crime is pretty rampant in the Void Spirit tribe and the West Sea as well. And Lin's head throbbed upon hearing this. The members of the Void Spirit tribe are a bunch of nutjobs. People get attacked and killed for no reason, and there are a bunch of mentally unstable mighty figures there, so it's way too dangerous. As for the West Sea, that's too far away. The two of them considered this notion for a while before postponing this plan for now. Xiaolin, tell me about your exploits as the replacement of Chef God. And Lin looked at Su Xiaolin with anticipation in his eyes. A smug smile appeared on Su Xiaolin's face at the mention of her Chef God escapade. Guess how many spirit stones I earned in the past 30 days? And Lin thought to himself for a moment. The price of the dishes had already fallen to an average of over 200,000 spirit stones per dish before he left. Popularity was constantly on the wane as well, simply because it wasn't as new and exciting anymore, so even at an optimistic estimate, the prices would perhaps average about 200,000 spirit stones per dish now. Su Xiaolin's cooking skills were about the same as his, and even without having beaten Chef God Hu Jiahao, she had his backing. So there was a chance that the prices had stabilized at 200,000 spirit stones per dish. And Lin didn't dare to make too high of a guess and pile too much pressure on Xiaolin. So he gave a conservative estimate. 4,000,000 spirit stones? 4,000,000 spirit stones a month should have been achievable. No. Su Xiaolin shook her head and extended 2 fingers, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. Only 2,000,000 spirit stones? If that was the case, then he might as well have sold stuffed buns ignored by Dubai. That would result in an income of 100,000 spirit stones per day, which would equate to a monthly income of 3,000,000 spirit stones. Su Xiaolin burst into laughter as she pouted at Lin. Am I really that incapable in your mind? I meant twice the price you had guessed. Twice. And Lin's eyes widened in shock. 8,000,000 spirit stones? Su Xiaolin nodded triumphantly, and Lin took a deep breath. That's even more than what I earned. How did you do it? From Lin's prior estimates, even if he were to personally cook, there would only be earnings of around 6,000,000 spirit stones per month. Su Xiaolin was a chef who hadn't even established herself yet. So how did she earn a staggering 8,000,000 spirit stones in a month? Su Xiaolin felt even more triumphant upon seeing Lin's incredulous expression. When I first took over from you, it really wasn't that great. The auction had started at 100,000 spirit stones, and the final bid was only 130,000 spirit stones. However, after an Immortal tasted my dish, they were extremely shocked by how delicious it was and stated that it was not inferior to your cooking. The next day, the Immortal that won the auction dish even went as far as to compliment that my dish was even better than yours, and was most definitely worth the price. And Lin's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. Pill refinement and cooking went hand in hand with one another. Su Xiaolin's pill refinement skills were not inferior to Lin's, and she was more diligent and paid more attention to detail in her cooking. So there really was a chance that her cooking could taste better than his, but it definitely wouldn't be a significant difference. After that, the prices of my cooking steadily rose, as did my reputation. I then decided to use the endorsements I received from the Immortals to promote myself, saying that my cooking skills are superior to yours and that you had even admitted this yourself. This news created a massive stir in the heavenly court, and my popularity spiked even further, attracting the attention of many tycoon Immortals, so my auction prices elevated to become even higher than yours. And Lin's lips twitched again upon hearing. She had used him as a fucking stepping stone. Su Xiaolin continued. And then, The incumbent chef god of the heavenly court finally sprang into action. He had lost to you and was placed second in the heavenly court, but now that I had proclaimed that I was superior to you, he would be ranked number 3. He found this to be unacceptable, so he issued me a challenge. And Lin, so you accepted the challenge and beat him? And Lin was completely shocked at the development this story had taken. Su Xiaolan nodded happily. That's right. I beat him and my popularity soared again, as did the prices of the auction dishes. Even though the prices tapered off a bit in the last few days, I still managed to earn 8 million spirit stones this month. Xiaolan, you are absolutely amazing. And Lin didn't even know how to express his emotions anymore, so he gave Su Xiaolan another huge hug. This was a huge surprise. She had completed her money-making mission well beyond expectations. I feel like you also need to thank Chef God Hu Jiahao. If it weren't for him perpetually challenging us, then losing to exemplify how badass we were, we wouldn't be able to earn so much. Su Xiaolan made an unintentionally savage remark. And Lin, the pitiable yet adorable chef god Hu Jiahao, was the true stepping stone here. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had both stepped over him to the top. All right, I'll make sure to express my gratitude to the chef god next time. And Lin nodded with a serious expression. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't he die from rage then? Su Xiaolan burst into laughter again. The two of them felt like the incumbent chef god was both hilarious and deserving of sympathy. Thus, they continued to converse happily with one another and completely forgot the time. And Lin placed the 8 million spirit stones Xiaolan had earned into his storage ring. At this point in time, he had over 60 million spirit stones in his storage ring. All of this was thanks to Tina, Xiaolan, the Heavenly Court Immortals, the Tribulation Transcenders, and his deceased friends from the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation. His rate of money-making was probably going to slow down from here, but earning 100 million in a year was certainly not an empty dream. And Lin was quite happy and gave Xiaolan 2 5th-grade Immortal fruits, Eternal Sun fruits, as a reward for her efforts. In reality, this was only an excuse for him to give her a present. He couldn't just bestow presents upon Xiaolan as she wouldn't accept them. These fruits for enhancing flame power could be consumed by either of them, so Xiaolan was initially quite reluctant to accept them. As such, and Lin needed an excuse to make Xiaolan accept them. Oh, right. Classmate Shenyuan Chang has already successfully progressed to the soul formation stage and is back at school now, Su Xiaolan suddenly said. Wow, Big Brother Chang is so awesome. He's able to break through whenever he sets his mind to it, all just by entering seclusion. With approval on his face, and Lin raised a thumb. So now that both classmates Su Chenyun and Big Brother Chang are at the soul formation stage, we have 4 soul formation stage cultivators in our class alone. That must set some sort of record for the most powerful class in school history. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes. It's all because you forced them to improve. Don't make it sound like you had no part in this. And Lin chuckled. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips, but she did not deny this. If Lin was a freak of nature, then Su Xiaolan wasn't all that far behind, except her progression was more well documented, and everyone could see every step of her progression. At the beginning of their first year, Su Xiaolan was only a 9th stage Dao body cultivator, while Shenyuan Chang and Su Chenyun were both dazzling spirit nurturing stage cultivators. Now that they were all into their 4th year, Su Xiaolan was at the soul formation intermediate stage, while Shenyuan Chang and Su Chenyun had only just reached the soul formation stage. This was a super thrilling come-from-behind story. Hence, in the United University of Cultivation, and Lin's story was one of a legendary freak that could not be replicated, while Su Xiaolan's story was one of a hardworking but nonetheless supremely talented prodigy who was an inspiration to everyone. Even in the history of the university, these two were 2 extremely dazzling stars. Shenyuan Chang and Su Chenyun were also considered to be prodigies, so how could they not be upset by this? They both had their own pride too, so they tried to catch up with all their mights. During the process, they were also constantly getting stronger at a quick rate. This was probably what was known as a positive cycle. And Lin and Su Xiaolan thought to themselves for a while before deciding to hold another frying pan hot pot party to celebrate Big Brother Cheng's breakthrough. That night, in Lin's dorm room, many of their friends gathered together. And Lin finally saw Big Brother Chung again after a long time. Big Brother Chung looked like a completely different, more vibrant person, and he was also extremely warm and enthusiastic toward everyone. Big Brother Chung, you look like you're in extremely high spirits. And Lin couldn't help but praise. I am indeed in rather high spirits. I have finally broken through to the soul formation stage and completed the target I set for myself at the beginning of the first year. I can graduate in peace now. Xianyuan Chung sighed with emotion as a bewitching smile appeared on his ridiculously handsome face. Tang Shimin had tears streaming down his face upon hearing this. He could only graduate in peace after progressing to the soul formation stage? Did that mean that Tang Shimin shouldn't even graduate? The Immortal Spirit Tower trials were almost here, and if he didn't progress to the half-step soul formation stage, he might not even be able to make it into the University Famous Persons Register. Tang Shimin could feel the pressure mounting. Classmate and Lin, when I went to Big Sister Chang'a's place to transcend my tribulation, she told me to deliver a message to you that she should be able to complete the divine pill by the end of the year, Su Qinyun said. And Lin snapped his fingers. Tell her to refine away. I've got the money. He was a man with money and confidence now. Tang Shimin was shocked upon hearing this. And Lin, what do you need a divine pill for? I'm thinking about making a breakthrough to the return to void stage recently, and I need the help of a divine pill to do so. And Lin did not hide anything from his friends. Gasp. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. We're still figuring out how to progress to the soul formation stage, and you're already preparing to break through to the return to void stage? Tang Shimin's eyes widened in shock. Even his hands were trembling as he held on to his chopsticks. No one is going to wait for us on the path of pursuing Tao. We're going to have to try our best as well. With encouragement in his eyes, Xianyuan Chang patted Tang Shimin's shoulder. Tang Shimin was the senior student, and he felt quite depressed to be receiving encouragement from a junior student. Oh, right, for the mission to the mortal world this year, our class has 3 spots. We're currently investigating the passageway between the Dark Wing Tribe and the mortal world. So this mission is quite dangerous and only cultivators at or above the spirit nurturing stage can apply. Who wants to go? As the class captain, Xianyuan Chang had the right to choose people to go on the mission. All of the most powerful students in the class were gathered here, so asking this group was no different from asking the entire class. Su Qinyun stuck her little tongue out and said in a mellow voice, I have to fortify my cultivation base, so I won't go. And Lin was quite interested in the Dark Wing Tribe, and he turned to Su Xiaolan. It was as if Su Xiaolan could read his mind. A faint smile appeared on her face as she said, You go and leave the cooking to me. I earn more money than you when cooking anyway. And Lin's chest constricted upon hearing this. Even though it was true, did she have to be so straightforward? He raised his hand with a smile. Big Brother Chung, I'll go. Alright, so classmate and Lin is going. We still have 2 spots left. Does anyone else want to go? Xianyuan Chung asked with a smile. Miao Tian, Luo Zipping, and the others all shook their heads to turn down the mission. They weren't that interested in the Dark Wing Tribe, and aside from the rewards provided by the school, there weren't any other opportunities that this mission could provide, so they didn't really want to take the risk. Xianyuan Chang heaved a light sigh upon seeing this. I'll go if none of you want to. Can I come? Woof! Dabai raised a paw with excitement. He wasn't interested in the Dark Wing Tribe, but he was interested in the beauties of the mortal world. Of course you can, as in Lin's beast pet, that is. Xianyuan Chang replied with a smile. Giant and Lin, I want to go too. I haven't ever been to the mortal world. Tina landed on Lin's shoulder and tugged on his hair excitedly with her tiny little hands. She had heard Lin mention that that was Lin's place of origin, so of course she had to visit it as a member of his beast pet team. She really wanted to see just what kind of place could give rise to such an exceptional person like Lin. Xianyuan Cheng's heart was eased significantly by the inclusion of these 2 powerful reinforcements. He was feeling a lot more reassured, and even his mood lifted slightly. Who else wants to come? There is a final spot left. No one else was interested, but Xianyuan Chang didn't really mind. All right, then classmate Lin and I will set off in 2 days' time. 2 days passed by in a flash, and Lin, Dabai, Tina, and Xianxia set forth for the mortal world. At the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court, two divine generals were selecting a destination point for Enlin and the others. Giant Enlin, I've been working really hard on my Mandarin for the past 2 days. Is my pronunciation up to standard? Tina asked in extremely fluent Mandarin with exceptional pronunciation. With shock and admiration on his face, Enlin caressed Tina's tiny head. You're so awesome, little Na. You can be a radio host with your pronunciation. Tina smiled sweetly as she rubbed her head against Enlin's palm elatedly. Xianxia stood rooted to the spot in shock after hearing their exchange. I've studied Mandarin for several years, but a fairy has better language skills than me after just a 2-day crash course? Don't take it to heart, big brother Cheng. Aptitude really isn't fair. And Lin delivered another blow to his heart. Back in the day, he had witnessed how Tina had mastered the Tai Chu language in a few days, so he was already familiar with Tina's terrifying learning abilities. Xianxia was speechless. Like master, like beast pet. Even all of Enlin's beast pets were beasts. Even the most simple and plain Dabai was already at the half-step soul formation stage. What was most infuriating was Dabai was constantly bemoaning himself as a useless dog. What the fuck? How is anyone supposed to cultivate with this group around? Beep beep beep. A beeping tone sounded. Student Enlin, we've set your destination teleportation point. It is going to be in the capital city of Hua Nation, and we are now going to commence teleportation, a divine general said. Upon hearing this, Enlin nodded and walked into the space teleportation gate first. Boom! After a burst of dizziness, 2 people, a dog, and a fairy appeared in the air over the capital city. Wow! Is this Earth? Tina looked around at the skyscrapers and the busy roads that were filled with cars and people as her emerald eyes lit up with excitement. That's right, this is the capital city of the Earth's Hua Nation. My father is also cultivating here. A reminiscent expression appeared on Enlin's face as he spoke. It's livelier and more bustling than the divine mirror world, Tina evaluated. It's all right. It is a beautiful world. Enlin smiled. The divine mirror world was into its second industrial revolution and was in the process of integrating cultivation with heat energy and magnetic energy. Even though it was only just taking its first steps and had not reached Earth's level, it was quite clear that the divine mirror world was going to flourish even more so than Earth in the near future. Classmate Enlin, I'll set up the spatial fluctuation detection machine. You go meet up with your father. Xianxia made an extremely thoughtful gesture. Enlin didn't refuse, and he nodded in gratitude. Thanks, big brother Cheng. This was quite a free mission, in which the members were given free rein, and aside from the final deadline of a month, they didn't have any other deadline to meet. During that month, they had to investigate the passageway between the Dark Wing tribe and Earth to find the flaw in this world. Earth was Nuwa's territory, and with her protection, there should have been no chance for outsiders to invade it. However, the Dark Wing tribe was somehow able to descend upon Earth and had taken the evil-slaying sword. This had even alerted Nuwa herself. After that, Nuwa sent people to investigate this matter for a full 3 years. There was even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure that had been deployed, but they were still unable to figure out what had happened. Recently, the temperatures on Earth were rising in a peculiar manner, and the vital energy here had also increased significantly in terms of its richness. This had resulted in all types of living beings evolving at a quicker rate, which caused unrest among the ferocious beasts. It was because of this that the Heavenly Court had deployed people to help Nuwa's people in maintaining the stability of the Earth. And Lin and the others had received the highest level mission, which was to investigate for the hidden flaws on Earth. This type of mission was almost impossible to complete, as exemplified by the fact that even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure was unable to complete it. As such, there wasn't much urgency as they didn't know what to do anyway. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, and Lin rode on Dabai before traveling toward the North Mist Mountain, which was the official cultivation holy land of the capital city. Giant and Lin, this Earth was created by Nuwa, so couldn't she just come here and use her power over this world to instantly figure out what was wrong with it? Tina was also a god of creation, and she was feeling quite perplexed about this. And Lin heaved a resigned sigh. That's where our problem lies. Even though Nuwa has created this small world, she decided to hand over control to the great Tao of heaven and earth in order to allow Earth to progress naturally without any interference from her. Not only that, but in order to prevent higher beings from influencing this world, she would suppress her actions to the greatest extent possible even when she visited Earth herself, in fear of triggering changes in the laws of the world. Tina pursed her lips. So we're just working for Nuwa? Air? And Lin faltered for a moment before replying. Nuwa must have considered a lot for her to create this world and relinquish her control over it. However, one thing that does not change is that everything she does is to benefit our human race. Hence, when we help her, we're actually helping ourselves. Tina finally felt a lot better after having it explained to her this way. She was already considering herself a part of the human race, and she became much more joyful at the prospect that her actions would benefit the development of the human race. North Mist Mountain. Within a massive spell formation, this was a scenic set of mountain ranges. At the summit of the mountain, there were many cultivators who had gathered around a Dao Plaza so that they could witness a thrilling battle. At the center of the Dao Plaza, sword intents clashed and vital energy surged. And Ming Chuan was battling Yi Dong in an intense battle in order to decide who would be the champion of the Hua Nation North Mist Mountain Cultivation Rookie Tournament. The North Mist Mountain was the center of the official Hua Nation cultivation forces. Their Rookie Cup basically attracted all of the top young cultivators of the Hua Nation, and as such, the final battle of this championship was widely anticipated. Just the number of spectators alone reached several hundred in number, and there were even a few spirit-nurturing stage powerful beings who were acting as judges. Looking at it from this perspective, this was quite a large tournament. Go, Unclein! A petite young woman with short, brown hair yelled words of encouragement. This was the tiny lowly with exceptional talent, Tian Lingling. Tian Lingling had reached the spirit-nurturing stage half a year ago, and she was still the most dazzling existence among the younger generation. The battle was still raging, and Ming Chuan was at the 8th stage Dao Body, while Yi Dong was a 10th stage Dao Body cultivator. But neither of them was able to gain the upper hand. This wasn't to say that Ming Chuan was supremely talented or that Yi Dong was a trashy noob. After all, both of them had outstanding aptitudes and cultivated at the North Mist Mountain, so they used the same cultivation methods. The main reason for this was because Ming Chuan was too fucking rich. Yi Dong finally managed to land a sword strike on Ming Chuan's body, only for a powerful rebounding force to knock him back a few steps instead. This was Ming Chuan's high-rank protective spirit tool, the Golden Rebounding Armor. Not only did it possess insane defensive properties, but it could also rebound his opponent's attacks to a certain extent. And Ming Chuan slapped his chest and chuckled as he stood completely unscathed. Yi Dong. At this moment, a frosty sword projection suddenly hurtled toward him. Yi Dong let loose a loud roar as he used his long sword to parry the attack, upon which a terrifying clash ensued. He stumbled back in retreat and looked at the magic tool in his hand, only to find that it was on the brink of snapping in half. And Ming Chuan hoisted his sword in front of him before chuckling. Mr. Yi Dong, hurry up and surrender, or your little magic tool is going to be broken by me. The Blue Frost Sword was an intermediate-rank spirit tool that was not only extremely sharp, but it also imbued each of his strikes with the power of frost and ice. Surrender? What a joke! Yi Dong was unwilling to accept this. He was clearly the more powerful cultivator, so how could he lose to a tycoon cultivator? Do you think you're top shit just because you have a good son? Take this. Wrath of the Frosty Winter. Yi Dong roared as he hurtled toward Ming Chuan, and his sword flashed through the air with the terrifying power of wind and snow. This sword strike was extremely fast and powerful, and the space around his sword congealed slightly. Even a spirit-nurturing initial stage cultivator would be forced to evade this attack. Sure enough, all of the spectating cultivators let loose cries of surprise upon seeing this strike. Right at this moment, Ming Chuan extended his left hand, upon which was a silver glove appeared as he caught the blade of Yi Dong's sword in his hand. A smile appeared on his face. Sorry, I really am top shit just because I have a good son. This was the high-rank spirit tool, Stormglove, which could use the power of the wind to seal an enemy's attack. An expression of despair appeared on Yidong's face as he witnessed his most powerful attack being caught so easily by a glove. Even tears were beginning to well up in his eyes. This isn't fair. This is not your power. And Ming Chuan smiled faintly, but the long sword in his hand fell without hesitation. Foolish child. Being rich is a manifestation of my power. And Ming Chuan's sword fell, and Yidong was completely unable to evade. Splat. Blood sprayed through the air from a massive wound, and he fell to the ground with tears of indignation flowing from his eyes. I hereby announce that the champion of the 36th North Mist Mountain Cultivation Rookie Tournament is, and Ming Chuan. The main judge announced this result. Cheers erupted across the entire Dao Plaza, and the atmosphere was lifted significantly by this announcement. And Ming Chuan possessed a set of top-tier spirit tools, which made even the spirit-nurturing stage powerful beings envious. He only had to stand there, and the dazzling light emanating from his spirit tools was enough to blind everyone. This was the dazzling light of a tycoon. Yidong looked at his own pitiful equipment, and tears of grief flowed from his eyes. And Ming Chuan had won this championship because of his son. In a few years of cultivation, his son had sent countless valuable pills and spirit tools to him, thereby allowing his cultivation base to soar at a scarcely believable rate and elevating him from a cultivating noob to one of the top dogs here. He was the epitome of just how terrifying a tycoon cultivator could be. Just as everyone was celebrating the birth of a new champion, an inky black crack suddenly appeared on the Dao Plaza. What is that? Some of the cultivators trembled in fear as they looked up at the inky black crack in the sky. Get back, everyone. This is a spatial power. A return to void stage mighty figure is about to make an appearance. A knowledgeable and experienced spirit-nurturing stage cultivator let loose a cry of surprise. Return to void stage? That rank above soul formation stage mighty figures. My God! Why would such a powerful mighty figure appear here? Run! All of the cultivators present were shocked beyond belief, and some of them were even fleeing the scene. On Earth, soul formation stage cultivators were already at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Return to void stage mighty figures only existed in legends. There would occasionally be a return to void stage mighty figure, who was sent by the heavenly court, but those instances were extremely rare. A powerful aura descended as a mighty figure on a huge white dog emerged, appearing extremely gallant and imposing. Little Lin. And Ming Chuan let loose a yell of excitement upon seeing who it was. All of the fleeing cultivators faltered, and all of the other panicking cultivators also stared blankly at the scene before them. Mr. and Lin, and Ming Chuan's master, Chuizha, also let loose a cry of surprise at the sight of the man before him. Long time no see, Dad. And Lin disembarked from Dubai before making his way toward Ming Chuan and giving him a big hug. At this moment, all of the cultivators present came to their senses. The man before them was Ming Chuan's son, the freakish prodigy from the heavenly court. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? And Lin used spatial power. Wasn't he at the spirit nurturing stage last time I saw him? It has only been a short time since then, but why can I no longer identify his cultivation base? Could he already be at the return to void stage? Are you watching a sci-fi film? It has only been 2 years. How is he going to progress from the spirit-nurturing stage to the return to void stage in such a short period of time? Have you been mentally impaired by your fear? Look, there is a gorgeous tiny human sitting on his shoulder. Gaps. What life form is that? All of the cultivators crowded around Lin and his 2 beast pets with curiosity and reverence. Uncle Lin, you're much more badass than before, as expected of Big Brother and's father. Woof! A sly, yet polite smile appeared on Dubai's face, and Ming Chuan chortled gleefully upon receiving this compliment. He then also noticed the tiny human on Lin's shoulder, and his laughter was instantly stuck in his throat. This tiny human was absolutely flawless. Little Lin, this is... And Ming Chuan looked at Tina. Hi there, Uncle Lin. My name is Tina, and I'm Giant and Lin's beast pet. And Lin didn't even get a chance to reply before Tina replied in his stead, with a sweet smile. And Lin nodded. Little Na is a very mighty figure. Don't underestimate her just because she's small. She is a return to void stage mighty figure. Great! And Ming Chuan nodded in elation at the sight of the obedient, adorable fairy. Little Na, my son will definitely lead you toward greater things in life. Each of the cultivators drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. So Enlin hadn't broken through to return to void stage, but he had a return to void stage beast pet instead. This was even more fucking terrifying. We know your son is exceptional. But what the hell is this? Yidong, who was nursing his injuries off the side, finally heaved a resigned sigh upon seeing this. You really can do whatever you want if your son is badass enough. Fake Taoist priest. Long time no see. A crisp voice sounded nearby, and Lin had only just turned when a young woman in a purple dress crashed into his chest. Oi! Fake lowly, you haven't grown any taller, but you sure can tackle. And Lin was almost toppled over by Tian Lingling's unexpected tackle. He patted her back with a perplexed expression as he asked, "Why are you so enthusiastic toward me? Do you have some sort of ulterior motive?" The young woman locked him in a warm embrace before looking up at him with a sly smile. Fake Taoist priest, I successfully progressed to the spirit nurturing stage, but I don't have a suitable spirit tool to use yet. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face, and he turned her down in a euphemistic manner. Piss off. Tian Lingling faltered slightly before looking up at him with an aggrieved expression. You don't love me anymore. Tian Lingling, has your moral principle been eaten by Dubai? And Lin's expression darkened. He had given this fake lowly a spirit tool last time, and now she was asking for another one? Did she think he was a human piggy bank? And Ming Chuan immediately came forward to mediate the conflict. All right, we're all part of the same family here. Let's talk and drink tea like civilized people. Part of the same family? And Lin's eyes widened. Part of the same family? Tian Lingling glared at Ming Chuan in rage and embarrassment. And Ming Chuan coughed lightly before changing the topic. Why didn't the beautiful celestial maiden Xiaolin come to Earth with you? A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. She's cooking to earn money for me. And Ming Chuan was shocked. How could you make Su Xiaolan do something like that? How are you going to get a girlfriend like this? Don't you know you have to be thoughtful and warm her heart? If you keep this up, you're never going to be able to pursue Su Xiaolan. And Lin chuckled. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Xiaolan and I are already Dao partners to be, so she should be your daughter-in-law, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Boom! And Ming Chuan felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning upon hearing this. And Ming Chuan, was this reality? And Ming Chuan wanted to viciously pinch himself to find out. Is Celestial Maiden Su Xiaolin blind? Why did she choose someone like you? And Ming Chuan felt incredulous. He had thought that a flawless Celestial Maiden like Su Xiaolin would take at least 100 years to pursue. But Enlin managed to capture her heart in less than 2 years? Unbelievable. And Lin's expression darkened. Oi, are you my real father? How could you talk about your own son like that? Come. Tell me how you managed to pursue Xiaolin. And Ming Chuan dragged Enlin toward the tea pavilion with excitement on his face. Inside the tea pavilion, Enlin gave Ming Chuan a rough recount of his experiences in the past 2 years. Tian Lingling also listened off to the side. She was very interested in the Taichu continent and dreamed of going there someday to cultivate. Enlin's stories were simply extraordinary, and both Ming Chuan and Tian Lingling were completely absorbed. For hours later, the story was complete. And Ming Chuan took a sip of the Flying Fox Immortal tea that Enlin brought back inside with emotion. Cultivating on Earth is only the tip of a massive iceberg. The Taichu continent is the true iceberg lurking below the water. Tian Lingling grabbed onto Enlin's hand excitedly. Fake Taoist priest, I really want to go to the Kingdom of the 9 States. Is there some way you can get me there? Enlin replied with a smile. In the past, I wouldn't have been able to, but the current me has the confidence to get both of you to the Kingdom of the 9 States to cultivate. In the past, he was just a cultivator with no money or power. But now, he was the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, which was comparable to one of the 9 Imperials. Hence, he had the leverage with which he could use to negotiate terms with the Heavenly Court. That's great. You're awesome. Fake Taoist priest. Tian Lingling whooped with excitement. She then wrapped her slender arms around Lin's arm again like an obedient little sister. Then, great sect leader, can I join your 4-9 Immortal sect? And Lin chuckled in response. Of course you can. However, I'm not going to open the back door for you. My 4-9 Immortal sect is one of the top sects of the Kingdom of the 9 States, so I have to set an example and do things according to the rules. If you want to join the sect, you'll have to pass through a series of trials. Tian Lingling pouted, but she silently nodded without any objection. Haha, little Lin, I'll also join your sect. It sounds really impressive. And Mingchuan's expression was etched with pride and gratification. And Lin nodded elatedly. Sure, Dad. You're exempted from the trials, and I can make you into an elder straight away. Tian Lingling's eyes widened and her mouth gaped open in shock as she turned to Lin. Who was it that just said they were going to lead by example and not open any back doors? How could he go back on his word so quickly? My little Lin has grown up. And Mingchuan happily accepted the back door his son was opening for him. Alright, so taking advantage of a good son wasn't anything to be proud of. Then why didn't you give birth to such a badass son as well? Giving birth to a good son was a matter of skill. And Mingchuan felt like he was very badass for having Lin as a son. Tian Lingling looked at the father and son duo, who were wearing identical sinister smiles, and she was completely speechless. Like father like son, they really were related by blood after all. And Lin hadn't seen Mingchuan for a long time, and he immediately pulled out 2 immortal fruits for Mingchuan. These were the 6th grade immortal fruits, dark ice fruits, which could drastically increase the consumer's ice-type power, as well as giving them a probability of attaining enlightenment in the true intent of ice. Tian Lingling's eyes were about to bulge out of her head at the sight of the 2 immortal fruits. Immortal fruits were legendary treasures on Earth, but Lin had just casually whipped out 2 of them to give to Mingchuan. This was simply unimaginable to her. And Lin then gave Tian Lingling 2 spirit fruits as well, and she screeched with excitement like a 40-kilogram toddler. Fake Taoist priest, I love you. Tian Lingling lunged at Lin in another joyful lowly tackle. And Lin slapped her aside expressionlessly. He was not into lowless. Tian Lingling had helped Lin's dad out a lot during the days in which he was not on Earth, so he was obviously not going to leave her out of the presence. Next, I'm going to investigate why the Dark Wing tribe was able to come to Earth. Oh, right, what do you guys think about global warming as well as the increase of vital energy all over the world? And Lin thought about it and decided to ask the cultivators living on Earth about the situation. And Mingchuan replied, Isn't global warming due to excessive greenhouse gases? Tian Lingling replied, Isn't the increase of vital energy due to the spiritual energy renaissance? And Lin, alright, he felt like he shouldn't have asked. What the hell is a spiritual energy renaissance? He asked. Tian Lingling heaved a light sigh. This is a term coined by the mortals on Earth. As the vital energy grows more abundantly, some people who were previously unable to cultivate are now able to do so. As such, they've begun to claim that this world is progressing to a new cultivation era, the era of spiritual energy renaissance. And Lin massaged his brows. These mortals sure know how to invent stupid terms. Tina interjected here. Giant and Lin, I have some speculation. What is it? And Lin asked curiously. Global warming is a sign that energy is increasing in this world. An increased abundance of spiritual energy suggests that Earth is building up to something. You've said before that the most powerful cultivators on this Earth are cultivators at the soul formation pinnacle stage. The level of the world's native inhabitants tie indirectly to the level of the world itself. Hence, I'm thinking, would the world be able to level up if a living being progressed to the return to void stage here? Tina analyzed, and Lin's eyes lit up. You're saying that all of these phenomena can be seen as a precursor to the world progressing to a higher level? Tina nodded with a smile. I think it's a possibility. Wait, Tian Lingling raised a hand with a perplexed expression on her face. What is this leveling up of the world you're talking about? Why am I unable to understand anything you're saying? Do you have any evidence? And Ming Chuan also turned his eyes toward Enlin. Tina explained, the evidence is that these are the exact same signs my world exhibited prior to leveling up. And Lin nodded. Tina is the god of creation of the divine mirror world, so she's an expert in this field. God of creation. Tian Lingling was dumbstruck. Little Lin, your beast pet is a god of creation? And Ming Chuan was also in complete shock and incredulity. What have you been up to these past 2 years? You've taken a god of creation as a beast pet? That's way too scary. He didn't really know about the true concept of what a god of creation was or what a god of creation was capable of. But this was the creator of a world. A god of creation had to be some mighty figure outside of his realm of imagination. Tina covered her face with an adorable hint of embarrassment. It wasn't much, and it was all thanks to Giant and Lin that I was able to encounter this opportunity. Before I grow up, all of my stuff is Giant and Lin's stuff, and he's safekeeping it for me. Tian Lingling and Ming Chuan. The two of them looked at Enlin with mysterious expressions. You monster! Just what have you done to this adorable little fairy? And Lin was all smiles as he caressed Tina's flowing golden hair. You're such a good girl, little Na. Tina's speculation was actually quite possible. If this really was phenomena triggered by the leveling of the world, then the next question would be, were there going to be any other incidents that would occur prior to that? He thought for a moment before pulling out his phone and bringing up WeChat. There was strength in numbers, and he had another weapon that he could use. In the All Cultivators of the World Unite Together to Protect Earth group chat. Fake Taoist priest Little Lin. Greetings, seniors. I'm back. And Lin was met with awkward silence after sending out his message. No one replied to him. Perhaps the cultivators in the group chat were all busy. The group was unusually silent. And Lin pondered for a moment and was just about to tag the owner of the group. However, a member of the group suddenly replied. Domineering Saber Lord. Heh, I don't recognize you, kid. Are you a new member? Fake Taoist priest Little Lin. Big bro. Please look after this newbie. Pitiful emoticon. And Lin thought for a moment before deciding to act pitiable. Taoist Booming Thunder. New members are so insincere now. It's taken you so long to message the group. Hurry up and send us voice messages and selfies. Make sure to wear female clothes in the selfies. And Lin grimaced. Why is this group becoming weirder and weirder? Domineering Saber Lord. Booming Thunder. Stop being a dumb cunt. You're scaring the newbie. Little Lin, don't worry. I'll take care of you. If you need any help, just shoot me a message. Fake Taoist priest Little Lin. Thank you, Senior Domineering Saber. Domineering Saber Lord was extremely satisfied with acquiring another underling. As an experienced senior, acquiring more underlings naturally increased his sense of accomplishment. At this moment, a truly influential member of the group chat suddenly appeared. The Savior. Domineering Saber Lord was delighted upon seeing the Savior join the chat. Wow! Leader Savior. You finally have free time to chat. The Savior sent a GIF to express his disbelief. Holy fuck! Am I seeing things? Who is this that I see? Poison Lord is online. Taoist Booming Thunder was dumbfounded. Poison Lord? Am I blind? Why can't I see Poison Lord? Fake Taoist priest Little Lin. Just call me Sword Immortal and Lin. The Savior was extremely excited by Enlin's reappearance. Sword Immortal and Lin, you've finally returned. It's been ages. Tian Lingling also joined the chat. Due to her brilliant natural talents, this girl had a bright future ahead of her. She had already worked her way up to a managerial position. Tian Lingling immediately tagged all the members of the group chat. Come on. Let's all welcome the return of Fake Taoist Priest. Fake Taoist Priest Little Lin. There's no need to give me such a grand welcome, Taoist Woodnox. Holy fuck! Crack shot Clairvoyant. Welcome back. Almighty Sword Immortal and Lin. Dreamy Voice Fairy. Welcome back. O mighty sword Immortal and Lin, atomic bomb fairy, welcome back. O mighty sword Immortal and Lin, green river sword Immortal, welcome back. O mighty sword Immortal and Lin. One after another, the most powerful members of the group chat all sent messages of welcome. This magnificent sight scared domineering saber lord and Taoist booming thunder silly. Moreover, the person that they were welcoming was fake Taoist priest Littlin. Fake Taoist priest Littlin. Thanks for your messages of welcome. Grinning emoticon. Domineering saber lord and Taoist booming thunder both drew in a sharp breath. So, they really were welcoming fake Taoist priest Littlin. Holy shit. Terror gripped at domineering saber lord and Taoist booming thunder's hearts. They had actually flexed in front of a supreme being. They had even treated him as a newbie and asked him to send cross-dressing selfies. They were done for. Domineering saber lord immediately sent a voice message. Sniff. I prostrate in worship to mighty sword Immortal and Lin. I beg you, O mighty one, please forgive my disrespect. Domineering saber lord acted as a newbie as he apologized profusely. Could be said that his will to live was very strong. When the other cultivators scrolled up and saw Lin's initial messages, they also didn't know whether to cry or laugh. They couldn't help but look forward to Taoist Booming Thunder's reply. To their surprise, however, Taoist Booming Thunder remained completely silent. He didn't send any message at all. This was quite an intriguing development. Taoist Booming Thunder was this badass? He even refused to go along with Saber Lord's apology? Meanwhile, some other cultivators reckoned that he was still paralyzed with fear. Right at this moment, a message popped up. A picture appeared before the cultivator's eyes. A muscular brute dressed in a blue-made uniform entered their sights. His head was slightly lowered, and there was a shy and apologetic look in his eyes. Taoist Booming Thunder, Sword Immortal and Lin, I present to you my cross-dressing picture. I beg you to please forgive me. And Lin, members of the chat. The group suddenly fell silent. Immediately afterward, it descended into chaos. Tian Lingling. Wow, that's so epic. Domineering Saber Lord. Terrifying. Booming Thunder is still so lacking in integrity. Taoist Wooden Ox. Barf. Dreamy Voice Fairy. Barf. Atomic Bomb Fairy. Barf. The Savior. Barf. Golden Jade. His will to live is otherworldly. Enlightened Lazarite. What have I done wrong? Why have I been made to look at this? My eyes burn. Fake Taoist Priest Littlin. Booming Thunder. I had initially planned to let you off the hook. Now, however, I've changed my mind. Taoist Booming Thunder immediately tried to remedy the situation. Please don't. Senior and Lin, if you don't like it, I'll immediately recall the message. Right after sending this, Taoist Booming Thunder recalled a message. The other cultivators in the group were still engaged in a heated conversation. Some of them even remarked that Lin's cross-dressing picture was far more pleasing to the eye than Taoist Booming Thunder's cross-dressing picture. Upon seeing this, Lin immediately changed the topic. Seniors, sorry to interrupt. I'm actually here to ask you guys about something. One had to admit, his words carried a lot of weight in the group. When the cultivators saw Lin's message, they all signified for him to continue. The terrible conversation taking place finally came to a halt. And Lin breathed a sigh of relief and started asking his question. Fake Taoist Priest Littlin. Seniors, might I ask? What do you guys think about Earth's rising temperature and increasing vital energy? Golden Jade. Taoist and these phenomena have been mysteries to us as well. The Savior. I don't know what the causes of these phenomena are. However, I do know that unusual fluctuations have been detected at some spatial nodes in Luoyang. Dreamy Voice Fairy. Now that you mention it, I've also detected violent fluctuations of vital energy at Ingzhou Island's Futian. Red Fox Celestial Maiden. There have also been unusual fluctuations in our sect's Qingqiu mystic realm. Messages popped up one after another. Numerous cultivators disclosed the locations of where they had detected unusual fluctuations of vital energy. and Lin took out a gigantic world map. Fake Taoist priest Little Lin, if you guys don't mind, can you please send me the locations of where you've detected unusual fluctuations? Just like that, he received a list of numerous locations where unusual fluctuations had been detected. Next to him, Tian Lingling used a red pen and cooperatively marked these locations out on the world map. Right at this moment, a breathtakingly handsome male descended from the clouds and gracefully landed next to Lin. Even though she wasn't obsessed with appearances, Tian Lingling was still momentarily dazed by the male's appearance. So handsome. I haven't seen him for 2 years, and he's become even more handsome. I want to throw myself at him. Tian Lingling forcefully suppressed her urge. She glanced at Lin and was eventually able to focus on his appearance as she forced herself to calm down. Big brother Chang, you've finally returned. And Lin was delighted upon seeing who it was that had come. Shenyuan Chang smiled warmly. I merely set up a dozen or so spatial fluctuation detectors. This doesn't require much time. What are you up to right now? And Lin pointed to the red dots on the world map. I'm marking out the spatial nodes where unusual fluctuations have been detected. Shenyuan Chang looked toward the world map. In the beginning, he was still quite calm. After studying the map for a while, a surprised look appeared in his eyes. There's something fishy about these spatial nodes. What's wrong? And Lin was slightly confused as he looked toward Shenyuan Chang. Just then, he had also studied the map for a while. However, he was still at a complete loss. Shenyuan Chang didn't speak. He jabbed a finger toward the map and used a white light to slowly join the red dots into a complex pattern. And Lin looked on in astonishment. This is a spell formation? Shenyuan Chang nodded. The distribution of these red dots seems random. However, they actually contain the pattern of a yin-yang circulation. It almost appears like a gigantic, naturally formed spell formation. White threads of light intertwined, and they eventually drew out an extremely complex spell formation. It seems like the spell formation isn't complete, although Lin was no expert with spell formations. His divine inspection technique allowed him to discover numerous critical faults. If one channeled energy within the spell formation, they would definitely cause the spell formation to crumble. Shenyuan Chang nodded. Perhaps some spatial nodes of this spell formation haven't appeared yet. Or perhaps we haven't discovered them yet. Anyhow, this situation makes finding the vital juncture of the spell formation very difficult for me. It's here! Before Shenyuan Chang had even finished speaking, Lin had already pointed his finger toward some location. There was a white glow pulsating in his eyes. The region that Lin pointed at was Mongolia, a country just above Inner Mongolia. Shenyuan Chang, student Lin, you clearly do understand spell formations. Shenyuan Chang humphed unhappily, and Lin felt a little stifled. He had found the vital juncture by using his divine inspection technique. He genuinely didn't understand spell formations. The two of them didn't waste any more time and decided to head to Mongolia straight away. Tina tore open a spatial fissure and spatial hopped with Dabai, Lin and Shenyuan Chang. As for Mingchuan and Tian Lingling, Lin decided not to bring them along. After all, the dangers of this journey were unknown. Above a vast stretch of rolling grassland, crack, a pitch-black fissure materialized in the air. Lin, Shenyuan Chang, Tina, and Dabai appeared in the sky above the grasslands. Why is the vital energy here so thin? Theoretically speaking, shouldn't the vital energy be richer near the vital juncture of spell formations? Woof! Dabai looked around the grassland quizzically. Shenyuan Chang was equally as baffled. Lin took a deep breath and released his powerful divine sense. Instantly, he could sense all the vital energy within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. It seems like we're at the right place. The vital energy here has become thin because all the vital energy has gathered at some other location. Lin's eyes lit up, and he turned his gaze toward a certain direction. On some lush green grassland, herds of cows and sheep were roaming on this land, and each of these animals reached a whopping 10 meters in height. Like gigantic beasts, they moved around the grassland slowly. A graceful and shapely female was lying on the back of a gigantic white sheep. Her body was slightly turned, and she gazed at the hovering white clouds in the sky with distant eyes. Rumble. Violent rumbles sounded from nearby. A purple-robed male was currently practicing his fist techniques. Even though he was trying his best to suppress his powers, his punches still caused the air around him to rumble violently. On some other patch of grassland, an aloof and majestic female sat meditating. She suddenly opened her emerald eyes and looked toward some location in the sky. Some insect wants to breach our spell formation. Upon hearing this, the male stopped throwing punches. Which foolish cultivator is it this time? He laughed heartily and said, "Naive fellow, I bet they'll be crushed by our spell formation within a minute." Boom! Just as he finished speaking, the spell formation crumbled apart. Purple-robed male. Whoosh! At this moment, an emerald-colored sword projection cut through the skies and slashed toward the location where the spell formation had been breached. The sword projection was so quick that it appeared like a fleeting flash of emerald lightning. The meditating female had made her move. Moreover, she had used her full strength right from the beginning. An individual who could shatter her spell formation was definitely incredibly powerful. In addition, that individual was most likely an enemy. With that being the case, what reason was there for her to hold back? It was only natural for her to go all out and seek to catch the enemy off guard. Boom! As if crashing into something, her mighty sword projection ground to a halt and exploded in a burst of emerald energy. The female's pupils constricted, and her expression became extremely grave. Spatial power? The enemy is a supreme being of the return to void stage. A dog-riding figure shot out from behind the explosion of energy. And Lin, it's actually you. The emerald-eyed female couldn't help but yelp in surprise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Initially, the female who was lying on the sheep's back had been extremely indifferent toward the spell formation being breached. Her reaction was as if it was no big deal. After seeing that familiar figure, however, she stood up excitedly. She waved her arms and exclaimed, "Senior and Lin, you're finally back." And Lin grinned upon seeing the familiar faces. White Spirit Snake, Battle Goddess Bai Qiong. Battle God Ziyang. Long time no see. The people before him were none other than the friends that he had made in Xianxia continent. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong stopped speaking. Instead, she pursed her lips proudly. Battle God Ziyang had yet to come to his senses. White Spirit Snake became the most hospitable of the three. She trod through the void toward Lin and arrived before him in no time. Her pretty face was flushed red, and the look in her eyes was especially passionate. "How do you know about this place? Did you come to look for me?" And Lin was momentarily dazed. He didn't expect for White Spirit Snake to dream up such a situation. He immediately stated his true intention. "No, I came here to investigate the reasons behind the changes on Earth." "Oh." White Spirit Snake kicked the air under her feet. She was slightly disappointed by Lin's reply. "It's been 2 years since we last saw each other." "White Spirit Snake, you're even more beautiful now." And Lin complimented. "Really?" A cheerful smile spread across White Spirit Snake's face. White Spirit Snake had looked like a teenage girl when Lin first met her. Presumably, she had been well nourished during the time that they had been apart. Her development was outstanding, and she had already become a beautiful little celestial maiden. Her pure white dress hugged her slender figure, and her pretty little face appeared like a smooth jade under the warm beams of sunshine. Her neck was pale and slender, and her ample bosom rose and fell in a rhythmic pattern. Simply speaking, her beauty was already on an otherworldly level. For some reason, Tian Lingling appeared in Lin's mind as he gazed at White Spirit Snake. A feeling of sympathy welled up in his heart. At that time, both of them were petite and adorable Lolas. Now, however, one had already become a beautiful celestial maiden, while the other was still a little lowly. This was the harsh nature of reality. White Spirit Snake's development was absolutely perfect, and Lin involuntarily turned his gaze toward the humongous dairy cows below. Could it be that her development was as a result of drinking milk from those gigantic dairy cows? He wanted to ask, yet he was too shy to ask. Cow's milk was drinkable, and it was also very nutritious. However, Lin had always been curious about the person who had first discovered that cow's milk was drinkable. What on earth had they done to the dairy cow? That's right. White Spirit Snake, what are you guys doing here? If my speculation is correct, then this place is the core of some spell formation, right? There was a hesitant look on White Spirit Snake's face, and she avoided eye contact with Lin. Master White, you can't disclose this matter to him, Battle Goddess by Cheong urged. That's right. This is our Snake Spirit Clan's own matter. We can't disclose it to outsiders. Battle God Ziyang also spoke to remind her. And Lin rolled his eyes at Battle God Ziyang. You actually said, our Snake Spirit Clan? You, a great battle god, have already been reduced to such a level? White Spirit Snake, do you view me as an outsider? And Lin had an upset look as he glanced at the beautiful female before him. Heh, Master White isn't a child anymore. Battle God Ziyang sneered. Your persuasions will no longer work on her. It's not like that, Senior Lin. White Spirit Snake immediately denied Lin's accusation. She took a deep breath and gazed at Lin seriously. I'll tell you everything that I know. Battle Goddess by Cheong. Battle God Ziyang. White Spirit Snake's response was completely beyond Battle Goddess by Cheong and Battle God Ziyang's expectations, and Lin also didn't expect for White Spirit Snake to be so forthcoming. Was the female too trusting of him? Even if she admired him, this amount of trust was still a bit excessive, no? He didn't mull over this for long. Naturally, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. White Spirit Snake, you're so understanding. Now tell me, why are you guys here? Also, what information do you have regarding these unusual phenomena? And Lin smiled warmly as he asked these questions. Battle Goddess by Cheong stared daggers at Lin. However, she stayed silent and didn't attempt to shut down his questions. As for Battle God Ziyang, he was even more agreeable. He remained silent and stood to the side respectfully. Right now, White Spirit Snake was clearly the leader of the three. Where should I start? White Spirit Snake pondered. No worries, you can start from the beginning and tell me everything. I have heaps of time. The more detailed your explanation, the better. There was a look of anticipation on Lin's face. Battle Goddess by Cheong. White Spirit Snake nodded upon hearing this. Then I'll start from that event 3 years ago, when the Dark Wing tribe attempted to invade this realm. At that time, the Dark Wing tribe utilized some outside power and opened a passageway between the Taichu continent and the Wa realm. Not only that, they even sent the Dark Knight Monarch down into the Wa realm in an attempt to seize the evil-slaying sword. Although Senior Lin defeated them and even destroyed their passageway, that kind of realm-linking passageway is reopenable no matter how many times it's destroyed. The Wa realm still faces the risk of being invaded. The most important question is, what method did the Dark Wing tribe use to create this passageway? And what kind of relationship between the Taichu continent and Wa realm were they taking advantage of? Currently, the only passageway that exists between the Taichu continent and the Wa realm is the Southern Heavenly Gate. We must identify and fix the flaw that the Dark Wing tribe takes advantage of when they open the passageway between these two realms. And Lin nodded in agreement. If foreign beings could infiltrate into Tina's divine mirror world without her knowing, Tina would also feel extremely uneasy. Afterward, Her Majesty Nuwa sent the Snake Spirit Clan down into the Wa realm to investigate. However, their investigations revealed absolutely nothing. In this past month, numerous unusual phenomena have appeared on the Wa realm. The temperature has risen, and the density of vital energy has also increased significantly. Her Majesty speculates that there's a high possibility that the entire realm is going to undergo some change. The bulk of the change will occur after an indigenous cultivator of the soul formation stage successfully undergoes their tribulation. By analyzing the spatial nodes of vital energy fluctuations, Big Sister Black deduced the location of the vital juncture of this realm's naturally formed spell formation. The place that we're standing on now is the secondary vital juncture of the spell formation. White Spirit Snake slowly explained what she knew. Hang on, this place is the secondary vital juncture of the spell formation? Vital junctures can be split into primary and secondary. And Lin was astonished. Secondary vital juncture refers to the superficial vital juncture. When this spell formation is fully formed, its true vital juncture will lie below the surface of Earth. White Spirit Snake smiled and pointed toward the ground. Big Sister Black is underground right now. She's guarding the true vital juncture of this spell formation. The Big Sister Black that you speak of is Black Spirit Snake, am I correct? And Lin was a bit nervous as he asked this. That's right. She's Big Sister Black Spirit Snake. I only just found out that I'm an attendant to Her Majesty Nuwa. 10,000 years ago, I suffered some fatal injury. After falling into a deep slumber and receiving nourishment in the 5 elements divine lotus for 10,000 years, I was finally revived. White Spirit Snake smiled daintily and didn't hesitate at all when replying. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong massaged her brows in frustration. Why was Master White telling Lin everything? As expected, it's her. Panic gripped at Lin's heart. He had already held suspicions regarding White Spirit Snake's identity since quite a while ago. Thus, he wasn't all that surprised to learn that she was a supreme being who had been revived. What he was most afraid of was the fact that Black Spirit Snake was also here. That snake was extremely hostile toward him. What would he do if she suddenly came to pummel him? So, what's the point of guarding this vital juncture? If significant changes really did occur to the spell formation, then the vital juncture of the spell formation would often be the core of change. However, Nuwa didn't inform the Heavenly Court of this matter beforehand. Presumably, this place held some hidden secrets? This matter is a top secret of my tribe. A look of hesitation flashed across White Spirit Snake's beautiful face. Are you treating me as an outsider again? And Lin frowned in disappointment and hurt. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong instantly drew her sword upon seeing White Spirit Snake's look of hesitation. She glowered at Lin and hissed, "Are you not an outsider?" "Exactly. Master White, ignore him. This is our tribe's secret." Battle God Ziyang was afraid of White Spirit Snake, but he was even more afraid of Black Spirit Snake's reaction if she found out about this. Thus, he was in full agreement with Bai Qiong's viewpoint. "Don't say that. Senior Lin isn't an outsider." White Spirit Snake hurriedly spoke to make her own views clear. She took a deep breath as she gazed at Lin. The Wa realm needs to absorb energy from amid the chaos when leveling up this time. We used a chaotic spatial pestle to determine where the realm would absorb energy when leveling up. Our results indicate that it's from the primary vital juncture of the spell formation. Not only is this vital juncture the transmission port for chaotic energy, but it's also the greatest flaw of the spell formation. And Lin's expression became serious. So you're saying that the Dark Wing tribe found the location of the Wa realm by taking advantage of this chaotic energy transmission port? White Spirit Snake nodded. This explanation is the most probable. That's why Big Sister Black is guarding the transmission port. Then what's the reason for you guarding this secondary vital juncture? And Lin asked curiously. White Spirit Snake pursed her lips slightly. Because there's a big probability that this secondary vital juncture contains a passageway that leads toward the Snake Spirit Clan's territory in the ancient Tai Chu realm. What? And Lin was momentarily baffled. A thoughtful look appeared on Tina's face. Is it because this realm is also constructed from the realm essence crystals and realm core fragments from the ancient Tai Chu realm? White Spirit Snake turned toward the little fairy in surprise. You also understand such matters. A senior briefly mentioned this to me before. Tina's face flushed a slight shade of red. Of course, I won't tell you that I've also created a world, she added in her mind. Even though her divine mirror world could sense the ancient Tai Chu realm when leveling up, it had never absorbed external energy before. She didn't know where its energy came from, and the boundary between the energy existing and not existing was extremely blurry. Perhaps existing was the same as not existing, and not existing was the same as existing? Only such an explanation could account for the miracle of birthing something from nothing. Then I'll also stay and accompany you guys. Everybody is responsible for the rise and fall of a realm. This matter already pertains to the safety of my native land. In order to maintain the peace on earth, it's only right for me to lend a hand, Enlin said with an air of righteousness. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong and Battle God Ziyang were both rendered speechless. Perhaps Enlin was the only person brazen enough to stick his nose into the Snake Spirit Clan's matters. Moreover, he had come up with such a righteous and indisputable excuse. White Spirit Snake smiled happily as she nodded. Senior Enlin is the best. Afterward, Enlin, Shenyuanchang, Dabai, and Tina all chose to remain at the grassland. As for the primary vital juncture that Black Spirit Snake was guarding, Enlin didn't have the balls to go there. Right now, all they had to do was to wait patiently for the realm to undergo changes. Student Enlin, if there really is a passageway that leads to the ancient Tai Chu realm, should we enter it? Shenyuanchang was extremely curious about the ancient Tai Chu realm as he had never been there before. The territory of the Snake Spirit Clan is located in the ancient Tai Chu realm's Void Star section. It's an extremely dangerous location, so it's best if we don't go. More importantly, we would have no method of leaving if we were to enter. If the passageway suddenly disappears, then we'll all be fucked. And Lin had no desire to be trapped in the ancient Tai Chu realm. He had chosen to stay here merely because he wanted to prevent weird creatures of the ancient Tai Chu realm from infiltrating Earth. As for patching up the flaws of this realm, White Spirit Snake and Black Spirit Snake had already completed the necessary preparations. There was absolutely no need for him to worry. As they wandered about, Enlin and Shenyuanchang saw the young female gazing up at the sky as she lay lazily on a sheep's back. Smooth skin, billowing hair, exquisite appearance. All of this was harmonious with the beautiful grassland. White Spirit Snake is developing so quickly. Enlin sighed. Shenyuanchang nodded in agreement. Yeah, she was still a naive girl not so long ago. Now, however, she can already shoulder such great responsibilities. Her body is growing so quickly, Enlin murmured. A slender waist, an ample bosom, graceful movements, and pure and lively expressions. Absolute perfection. Shenyuanchang. What the fuck? Can we still converse properly? Is quick development referring to that type of development? Dabai, who was trailing behind them, also sighed with emotion. Back then, I was also someone that she looked up to. Now, however, her cultivation base is already miles ahead of me. Woof! This isn't your fault, Enlin consoled. She was extremely powerful to begin with anyway. She was merely acting like a noob before. Dabai. Enlin's divine sense was very powerful, and he deduced the three individuals' cultivation bases very quickly. Battle God Ziyang had given up on the battle chi system and recultivated from scratch. As he had a solid foundation, he had already reached the soul formation initial stage. As for Battle Goddess Bai Qiong, she was the individual who had first discovered how to convert battle chi into vital energy. As such, her foundation was even more solid, and she had already reached the soul formation pinnacle stage. Meanwhile, the weak noob White Spirit Snake had already reached the return to void intermediate stage. Unexpectedly, she had become the most powerful of the three. Fortunately, this was a process of her recovering her powers and not a process of her ranking up. Otherwise, the fake cultivator in Enlin would start to feel some pressure. The sun slowly set into the horizon. It looked as if the sky were ablaze, and beautiful shades of red and yellow mingled above the grassland. The scenery was like a mesmerizing painting. Apart from the moos and bass of cows and sheep, the surrounding grassland was peaceful and tranquil. Come on over, it's time to eat, Enlin shouted. I'll treat you guys to some beef today. Although he was far away from home, he couldn't slack off on his cooking skills. Battle God Ziyang couldn't help but flare up. Enlin, how can you be so shameless? You're slaughtering our cows to make beef. Yet you have the gall to say that you're treating us. Enlin chuckled scornfully. I'm the Heavenly Court's #1 chef god. Each one of my dishes is worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. How much is your cow worth? It's your great honor to have me cook one of your cows. You? Battle God Ziyang's blood boiled with anger. Tsh. After smelling the fragrant aroma of the beef, Battle Goddess Bai Qiong turned her proud head to the side. She completely ignored Enlin's cooking. Meanwhile, White Spirit Snake dashed toward Enlin excitedly and started cheering like a little girl. I'm so happy. I finally have the chance to taste Senior Enlin's cooking. Master Bai, at our rank, it's completely unnecessary for us to ingest food. Bai Qiong frowned slightly and couldn't help but remind her. But Senior Enlin personally prepared this meal. It's such a rare opportunity. There was a delighted smile on White Spirit Snake's face as she picked up her chopsticks and fished a piece of beef out from the pot. Ah, it's delicious. Enlin smiled triumphantly. As expected, you have the best taste, little Bai. Ah, what magic potion did you feed Master Bai? Battle Goddess Bai Qiong sighed. Enlin humphed coldly in his mind. If he brought his frying pan with him, then that would really show them. He trusted that they would all lose themselves in the pleasure of eating and moan in euphoria. As for why White Spirit Snake was so attracted to him, he didn't know either. Not only were the cows on this patch of grassland large, but their flesh was also juicy and tender. Combined with Enlin's amazing cooking skills, this meal was sumptuous and refreshing. Even Battle God Ziyang couldn't help but join in on the feast. After enjoying the delicious meal, they continued to wait for the realm to undergo changes. Some of them meditated, and some of them gazed up at the sea of stars stupidly. Enlin lay comfortably on Bai's soft and warm back. He pulled out his magically modified phone and entered WeChat. He wanted to see if anything interesting was going on in the Cultivator group chat. To his surprise, the group chat was especially lively tonight. His notifications frequently topped 999+. What's going on? Enlin's interest was instantly piqued. Atomic Bomb Fairy. Sigh. I wonder if Senior Yumu can overcome it. This kind of revolutionary breakthrough is truly terrifying. Yumu? Isn't he the Shangqing Immortal sect leader? If I remember correctly, he's a powerful being of the soul formation stage, right? Enlin was confused about why the cultivators were suddenly mentioning him. Taoist Wooden Ox. Sigh, that's hard to say. After all, even Taoist Xuyun died during the heavenly tribulations. The golden void lightning isn't easy to overcome. This is especially the case since it's the first time that individuals of this realm are attempting to break through to the return to void stage. Although Senior Yumu isn't weak, the difficulty still remains high. Calm Celestial Maiden. I believe in Senior Yumu, the Savior. Same. Enlightened Divine Talisman. Master will definitely overcome the heavenly tribulation. Enlin's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but gasp. So it turned out that a cultivator was about to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it was the return to void stage lightning tribulation. That's right, everything made sense now. The elevation of life could lead to the elevation of a realm's level. The key to this realm leveling up lay with cultivators of this world being able to successfully overcome the heavenly tribulations. For some reason, a thought popped into Enlin's mind. At this moment, a fragrant scent blew over. Enlin turned around and saw Battle Goddess Bai Qiong's aloof face. You want to head over? Battle Goddess Bai Qiong glanced at the mobile screen as she spoke. If I can help them, then why not? Enlin grinned. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong shook her head. Have you thought about the consequences? Do you know what would happen if the first person to successfully overcome the tribulation received external help? Sometimes, abiding by the heavenly principles is the right thing to do. Enlin fell silent. He wouldn't be like those people in the novels who purposefully did what others told them not to do. He wouldn't challenge the heavens just for the sake of it. After mulling over it for a while, he finally sighed and abandoned the thought in his mind. Hang on. Enlin suddenly sensed that something was off. He looked toward the female beside him in confusion. How did you know what I wanted to do? Ahem. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong coughed softly, and a mesmerizing smile spread over her face. Your title, Lord of Transcendence, has already spread throughout the entire continent. Why would I not know what you want to do? Enlin, this explanation seems reasonable? He pushed this matter out of his mind and turned his gaze back to the cultivator group chat. While his attention was elsewhere, the notifications had already hit 999 plus again. Not only this, there was even a new window above the chat. They had started a fucking live stream. A fatty in a Taoist robe held a selfie stick and pointed his phone toward himself. He stood atop a mountain peak, and he kept shouting into the screen. Come, come, come. My friends. Today is a bright and beautiful day. My master is about to face the heavenly tribulation, and master's acquaintances have all arrived already. Look over there, guys. Isn't he handsome? In a moment, we'll be live streaming the entire tribulation process. If you enjoy it, then please smash the like button. In the top left corner, you can also choose to send tips over. You can tip us Tao talismans or other presents. Dreamy Voice Fairy. Thank you for the Tao talisman. Tycoon Tian Lingling tipped 1 spirit stone. Thank you so much. This present is far too valuable. Thank you, Tycoon. Thank you. The fatty thanked the tippers non-stop, and there was a look of fervent excitement on his face. The cultivators in the chat continued to send their well wishes. And Lin, have I entered the wrong chat? What's with this live stream-esque atmosphere? No, this is a true fucking live stream. And Lin was stunned. Atomic Bomb Fairy. Enlightened Divine Talisman. How's Taoist Yumu doing right now? The fatty in the live stream cracked a wide grin. My master is in tip-top shape, of course. Crack shot clairvoyant. When is the heavenly tribulation going to begin? In around an hour, the fatty on the screen replied. The cultivators in the chat continued to interact with Enlightened Divine Talisman. And Lin tapped open a tab on the livestream screen. There was a tip menu there, and the highest tip category was Spirit Stones. So far, only Tian Lingling had tipped 1 Spirit Stone. Although this didn't seem like much, the fatty was over the moon with joy. And Lin pondered for a moment before choosing the 100 Spirit Stones option. Ding dong. System notification. Fake Taoist priest Little and has tipped 100 Spirit Stones. An azure dragon suddenly appeared on the screen, and Spirit Stones started raining down. Not only that, but everyone in the group chat was also automatically tagged. Cultivators started to enter the chat one after another, and they were all stunned by what they saw. Golden Jade. Holy fuck! Sword Immortal and Lin has come. Tycoonin. All hail Tycoonin. Dreamy Voice Fairy. Good lord! So much money. Domineering Saber Lord. All bow down to the Supreme Leader. Calm Celestial Maiden. Humph! How wasteful. Tian Lingling. Haha. The true tycoon has appeared. It's time for poor little me to stop posing as a wealthy person. Welcome to the chat. Tycoonin. Taoist Wooden Ox. So generous. Only Tycoon and can tip 100 Spirit Stones as if it were nothing. Accept my worship. Countless messages popped up in the group chat, and it was as if his screen was refreshing at a rapid rate. Enlightened Divine Talisman was dazed for a few seconds. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief before shrieking, Thank you for tipping 100 Spirit Stones. Tycoon, this is a wonderful surprise. I bloody love you. Senior. I've heard about all your marvelous exploits. Enlightened Divine Talisman danced around like a 200-pound man-child. His eyes were squished into a squint, and his plain-colored Taoist robe was jiggled around by his fat. He looked extremely thrilled, and Lin smiled and sent a request over. Fake Taoist priest Littlin. Can I observe Taoist Yumu from a closer distance? Enlightened Divine Talisman was momentarily dazed upon hearing this. Then he nodded his head firmly. Of course. Master hasn't started to undergo his heavenly tribulation yet. Observe all you want. How could he refuse a tycoon's request? Even if Enlin wanted his body, he would still grudgingly accept his request. Besides, this request was so simple anyway. Just like that, Enlightened Divine Talisman ran toward Taoist Yumu. As the sect leader of the Xianxia Immortal sect, Yumu's strength was profound, and he was also extremely mighty. No cultivator dared to go near him before his heavenly tribulation. They only dared to observe from a suitable distance. Of course, his disciple, enlightened divine talisman, was an exception. Master, Master, the cultivators of the Protect Earth group chat want to observe you from a closer distance. Enlightened divine talisman chuckled as he ran toward Yumu. Yumu glanced at enlightened divine talisman angrily. Piss off. Read the mood of the situation, will you? But Tycoon and tipped us 100 spirit stones. Enlightened divine talisman shrunk back slightly, and he spoke in an upset tone. Boom! Yumu shuddered violently as if he had been struck by divine lightning. There was a bright gleam in his eyes, and he roared, "Hurry up! Turn the camera toward me." Enlightened divine talisman. Group chat. Just like that, Yumu's rugged face appeared on the screens of their phones. He even made peace signs with his hands in a show of respect. Hey! Greetings to everyone in the group chat. Thank you all for your well wishes. Also, thank you for your tip of 100 spirit stones, Mr. and Lin. Alright, I won't say anything else for now. I believe that I'll definitely transcend the tribulation successfully. The cultivators in the group chat kept smashing the like button and sending through their well wishes. And Lin couldn't help but grimace upon seeing this normal yet abnormal atmosphere. Tianlingling. Senior Yumu, you'll definitely succeed. I Tianlingling have said this and Dilingling also agrees with me. Our words will definitely ring true. Spirit child sure. That's right. Both heaven and earth are undergoing huge changes, and a new age is upon us. Senior Yumu will definitely be the first among us to transcend the soul formation stage and break through to the return to void stage. Crack shot clairvoyant. Senior Yumu, I've just had a look at your fortunes. Your sign was one of great luck and imminent fortune. And Lin, fake Taoist priest Little Lin, Senior Yumu, I've also had a look at your fortunes. You'll definitely overcome all the obstacles and become the strongest cultivator on earth. What fortune telling. All he had to do was to just bullshit some praise. If Yumu really was struck to death by the golden void lightning, no one would be able to blame Lin anyway. Yumu was all smiles as he read through the well wishes. Thank you all for your support and encouragement. I'm heading off to prepare now. Don't forget to smash the like button when you see my handsome self defend against the lightning tribulation. And Lin. Yumu was almost about to face the terrifying lightning tribulation, yet he still didn't forget about tips and likes. Was undergoing tribulations that exciting? The cultivators in the chat all echoed their agreement. The atmosphere was especially lively. Battle Goddess by Cheong couldn't help but turn her gaze toward Lin's phone. She secretly started to watch the live stream. She knew how to use mobile phones, yet she was contemptuous about using human technology. Thus, she didn't join any cultivator chat or whatnot. Right now, however, she couldn't contain her curiosity. An hour quickly flew by. Dark clouds gathered above the mountaintop, and golden lightning flashed through the sky. Look! Master is about to undergo his tribulation. Enlightened divine talisman yelled in excitement. You guys can help by smashing the like button and sending tips over. Amid the mystical unknown, your well wishes will transform into a power that aids Master in defending against the tribulation. He stood 1,000 meters away from Yumu, and he used his phone to capture the surrounding environment. The cultivators in the chat responded by smashing the like button and sending over tips. Golden Jade, for every 10 strikes of lightning tribulation that Yumu survives, I'll tip 1 million yuan. The Savior, for every 10 strikes of lightning tribulation that Yumu survives, I'll tip a luxury sports car. Tianlingling, for every 10 strikes of lightning tribulation that Yumu survives, I'll tip 1 spirit stone. One after another, the cultivators all expressed their support. A brilliant smile bloomed on enlightened divine talisman's face as he read through the cultivators' promises. And Lin? Sure enough, there's something wrong with this group chat. Perhaps this tribulation was a relatively important one. White Spirit Snake, by Cheong, Battle God Ziyang, Dabai, and Shenyuanchang all gathered around to witness this historic moment in Earth's cultivation history. Little Bai, Aren't you a member of this group chat as well? Why aren't you watching on your own phone? And Lin was slightly confused. Senior and Lin's phone is better. I like watching it on Senior and Lin's phone. And Lin. Just like that. The group of extremely powerful and influential cultivators huddled around Lin's phone and stared intently at the live stream. This scene was comical yet natural. Finally, the first bolt of golden void lightning arced through the sky and crashed toward Taoist Yumu's head. Boom! A deafening rumble reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Even though they were watching it through a screen, the cultivators were still given a fright by the terrifying bolt of lightning. A golden light filled the entire space. Crack! The phone screen flashed with a golden glow. Then the gold turned to black. What's going on? Battle Goddess by Cheong exclaimed in astonishment. Why is it pitch black? Is it a dark element divine lightning? And Lin. Silly girl. The live stream has lost connection. Lost its connection? Battle Goddess by Cheong's dainty mouth was slightly agape. She finally came to her senses after being momentarily dazed. A rare blush appeared on her aloof face, and she shifted her gaze in embarrassment. Then what should we do? She asked in a not-so-mighty tone. Let's wait for a moment first, and Lin replied unhurriedly. Enlightened Divine Talisman is most likely a professional. We have to trust that he'll be able to resolve this problem with his professional abilities. The cultivator group chat had already descended into absolute chaos. The much-anticipated lightning tribulation had finally begun. Yet the connection suddenly cut out. How could they tolerate this? Countless cultivators tagged Enlightened Divine Talisman in their messages, and some of them even started to call him. 2 minutes later, the pitch-black streaming window suddenly lit up again. A chubby face appeared on the cultivator's phone screens. I'm so sorry about that, everyone. Just then, the powerful electromagnetic force of the lightning affected the connection and caused it to cut out. Anyhow, it's all been resolved now. Thanks to Taoist booming thunder. The electromagnetic interference of the lightning strikes have been blocked out. The camera swiveled around, and a burly man appeared on the cultivator's screens. The burly man cracked a grin, and there was even lightning crackling around his hands. Rest assured, fellow cultivators. I'll definitely deal with any complications that arise. Tan Lingling. Who wants to look at you? Hurry up and turn the camera back to Senior Yumu. Atomic Bomb Fairy. Piss off. I want to watch Yumu. Stop blocking the camera. The Savior. How can you guys be so rude? We should thank Taoist Booming Thunder for his help first. Then tell him to piss off. Taoist Booming Thunder. And Lin also felt like vomiting when he saw Taoist Booming Thunder's face. This was because the image of him cross-dressing suddenly floated into his mind. It was truly horrifying. Fellow cultivators. Master has already survived 60 lightning strikes. Impressive, isn't he? Please congratulate him with your tips. Help my master transcend this tribulation. Enlightened Divine Talisman spoke with great passion. Tips rained down in the group chat, and Lin felt like he was watching the most stunning and peculiar live stream ever. This was the live stream of a heavenly tribulation. Afraid yet? Tips were all millions of yuan in value, and there were even those who tipped luxury racing cars and yachts. The wealthy cultivators were all extremely generous in their tips as they watched this historic event unfold. The roar of lightning was deafening, and golden light flashed throughout the entire space. The scene was breathtaking and magnificent. Taoist Yumu drew upon all his strength as countless yellow Tao talismans danced around his body. They were agile and quick, and they released great amounts of power as they withstood the lightning tribulation. Fellow cultivators, this is my master's supreme technique, Spirit Hornet's Ghost Talismans. Do you guys find it impressive? If so, then don't forget to tip. Enlightened Divine Talisman found another suitable opportunity to ask for tips. Battle Goddess by Cheong turned toward and Lin expressionlessly. This fatso is so annoying. Can you mute him? And Lin sighed helplessly. I wish I could. If you want, I guess you could mute this entire live stream. Trash technology. Battle Goddess by Cheong humphed. Trash? And Lin retorted, This technology is miles ahead of your Xianxia continent. Okay? Little Qing meant that it's trash compared to Purple Star technology. White Spirit Snake explained with a sweet smile. What's the point of comparing it to the Xianxia continent anyway? And Lin? Fine. I admit that it's nothing compared to that high-tech civilization. He knew that the Nuwa tribe also possessed large amounts of Purple Star technology. Indeed, there was no point in making any comparisons. Bolts of golden void lightning crackled down one after another. Before they knew it, almost 80 bolts of golden void lightning had already descended. In order to rank up to the return to void stage, one had to face 81 bolts of golden void lightning as they observed the Tao realm. This was no easy task. Indeed, the probability of surviving was only 1 in 10. It was already very impressive that Yumu was able to last for so long. Boom! The 80th bolt of golden void lightning crashed down. The golden glow of the lightning was blindingly brilliant, and the night sky was lit up as bright as day. The lightning's overwhelming power ripped through Yumu's Tao talismans and crashed into his head, instantly scorching it black. Everyone who witnessed it yelped in alarm. Enlightened divine talisman's hands shook, and he almost threw his phone away. Master Yumu! I'm fine! Yumu suddenly roared. The cultivators all heaved a sigh of relief. Enlightened divine talisman was almost moved to tears upon hearing this. He turned toward his phone and yelled, "See that? Master is fine. He survived the 80th lightning tribulation. There's only 1 bolt of lightning left. Fellow cultivators, show my master your appreciation." Whoosh! The live stream chat was instantly flooded with tip notifications. The cultivators tipped frenziedly as they cheered Yumu on. And Lin gazed at enlightened divine talisman speechlessly. This broadcaster was far too fucking dedicated. Even now, he still didn't forget his duties as a broadcaster. Why become a cultivator? Your future will be limitless if you become an anchorman. As the formidable might of the last lightning tribulation started to gather in the sky, heaven and earth also started to tremble. The cultivators all watched on with bated breath. Enlightened divine talisman also stopped speaking. His hand clenched into a fist as he stared at his master intently. Crackle! Boom! A blinding bolt of golden void lightning streaked down from the sky. Yumu drew upon the last of his power, and countless Tao talismans surged up toward the devastating bolt of lightning. Like an unstoppable celestial sword, the golden void lightning tore through the Tao talismans and smashed into Yumu's body. The lightning immediately exploded and obliterated everything within a radius of several hundred meters. The shock waves that it produced swept out thousands of meters. The dazzling explosion of the lightning was as if a mini-sun had appeared on the ground. In this instant, only the explosion of lightning could be heard. Did Master succeed? Enlightened divine talisman murmured to himself as he stared intently at the explosion site. Ha 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 ha! From now on, I'm a supreme being of the return to void stage. A proud and carefree laugh reverberated through the skies. The cultivators were momentarily dazed. Then, they also erupted into delighted whoops and cheers. Ha ha! I knew that Master would succeed. Fellow cultivators, what are you all waiting for? Let's get hyped. Enlightened divine talisman ran toward Yumu excitedly after shooting a glance at the live stream. Tips rained down in the cultivator group chat, and messages of congratulations flooded the chat. Everyone was celebrating at this moment. They all knew that some kind of limit had been overcome. A new age had dawned upon Earth's cultivation world. Brilliant! And Lin also clenched his fists upon witnessing Yumu's success. At this moment, a scorched male appeared on the livestream screen. He was none other than Yumu. Yumu smiled broadly, revealing his dazzling white teeth. Fellow cultivators, thank you all for your support and encouragement. Yumu have successfully broken through to the return to void stage. Was it impressive? If you guys found it impressive, then flood me with tips. Hick! Yumu's eyes rolled into his head as he spoke passionately, and his body slowly fell backward. Master! The color drained from enlightened divine talisman's face, and he immediately cradled the fallen Yumu. After sensing his aura, He breathed a sigh of relief. He looked toward his phone camera and grinned. Master's aura is stable. He only fainted due to exhaustion. Don't worry. Master will recover if you guys flood him with tips. The number of tips surged once again. And Lin? Battle goddess by Qiong. Like master, like disciple. Shenyuan Chang couldn't help but diss as he watched the live stream. A great master produces a brilliant disciple. Woof! Dabai spoke in excitement, and it appeared as if he had some kind of urge. You mean to say, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow? White Spirit Snake grumbled. She had no interest in this thing called live streaming. Okay. A return to Void Stage Cultivator has already appeared on Earth. Battle Goddess by Qiong reminded. We also need to pay more attention now. The naturally formed spell formation fluctuation might occur at any moment. Yu Mu's successful ranking up was a grand occasion for the entire cultivation world. Now that an individual had broken through to the return to Void Stage, there would undoubtedly be a second and then a third. Being the second, third, and so on to rank up was much easier than being the first to rank up. The Cultivator group chat was also brimming with excitement. The notifications frequently topped 999 plus. And Lin silently tipped 1,000 spirit stones again. This was his congratulatory present for Taoist Yu Mu breaking through to the return to Void Stage. The Cultivator group chat instantly erupted at the sight of his tip, and the cultivators were all in awe at Lin's generosity. The title Tycoon left a deep and lasting impression in their minds. And Lin pulled his attention away from the group chat and cast his gaze back toward the vast stretch of grassland before him. In the tranquil night, the flow of vital energy gradually quickened. Vital energy flowed over from all the surrounding areas, causing the concentration of vital energy on this patch of grassland to become especially dense. Change is finally coming. Battle Goddess by Qiong's sword rang with a crisp tone, and her entire body was like a sheathed sword. Her might was contained, yet she still appeared extremely intimidating. The area of irregular vital energy fluctuation grew larger and larger. After a short while, the area of irregular vital energy fluctuation exceeded the range of Lin's divine sense. And Lin knew that this kind of irregular fluctuation would most likely envelop the entirety of Earth. This was the leveling up of a realm. 2 hours later, the sound of glass shattering sounded in the void. And Lin looked toward the source of the sound and saw a dim yellow glow penetrating through a fissure in the void. This was a power that didn't belong to this world. White Spirit Snake squinted her clear, bright eyes. There was a look of attachment on her face. This is my tribe's divine light. This place is indeed connected to my tribe's ancient land. Battle Goddess by Qiong felt slightly nervous, and she tried her best to suppress the cultivation base within her body. The Tao of heaven and earth started booming, and a colorful circular region started expanding outward on the earth. Eventually, it transformed into a multicolored pillar of light and shot into the sky. Then, it exploded like a firework and released countless streaks of light. These streaks were like the branches of a tree, and they shot toward various locations on Earth. Earth's atmosphere surged, and the density of vital energy started to change. Then, drastic changes also took place in the mountains and lakes as well as in the northern and southern poles. Hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic explosions, all kinds of natural disasters befell Earth. Rain of vital energy, the bestowal of fortune from the divine lights, the birth of rare and exotic treasures. At the same time, all kinds of heavenly bestowals also showered down. This was a moment of both calamity and fortune. However, Lin didn't have the time to worry about these matters. Right now, he could feel a terrifying power emanating from the core of the spell formation's vital juncture. This power caused him to feel an irrepressible fear. The fissure in the void also grew larger and larger. It transformed from a small 10 feet long fissure into a gigantic fissure that stretched thousands of feet in length and dozens of feet in width. It was like a gigantic scar in the night sky, and a dim yellow glow continually seeped out from within it. This glow contained a rotten aura, and the power that it released also became more and more terrifying. Little by, are you sure that this connects to the ancient land of the Snake Spirit Clan? This aura, is most likely from one of your ancestors. They're friends, not foes, right? And Lin gulped nervously. White Spirit Snake also wore a dark expression. This place is indeed connected to my tribe's ancient land. However, I also can't say for sure what's going to come out. For the sake of safety, it's best if we prevent it from coming out. She took out a golden crystal and embedded it into a circular artifact. And Lin's eyes widened in surprise. That crystal was a Golden Realm Essence crystal. A single Golden Realm Essence crystal was worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. A look of disappointment spread across White Spirit Snake's face as she gazed at the widening spatial fracture. If the opportunity presents itself, I really want to visit the ancient land. Now, however, it's more important that we patch up the flaw in the Void Fist. As she said this, she formed a seal with her hands. The circular artifact released a golden light and whizzed toward the fissure in the void. As the circular artifact reached the flaw, a gigantic spell formation unfurled and started to absorb the tremendous power of heaven and earth. This power was pushed toward the fissure, and it caused the fissure to continually decrease in size. Golden Realm Essence crystals can even be used like this? And Lin was astonished. He had initially thought that the Golden Realm Essence crystals could only be ingested or used to create small worlds. He had never imagined that they could also be used to activate magic treasures and absorb the power of heaven and earth. The patching up process was going very smoothly. The terrifying fissure was suppressed by the power of the circular artifact, and it continually shrunk in size. Eventually, it shrunk to a mere 10 feet in length. It looks like this vital juncture is fairly easy to mend, and Lin remarked. He had initially thought that they would still need to fight against some powerful being or come face to face with some great difficulty. To his surprise, however, he was about to experience this entire process as a mere bystander. When mending realm flaws, the closer one is to success, the more difficult the process of mending becomes. Master Bai isn't feeling relaxed at all. Battle Goddess Bai Chong frowned as she explained this to Lin. As she spoke, White Spirit Snake's body started trembling violently. What's wrong? And Lin was extremely alarmed upon seeing this. White Spirit Snake gritted her teeth and drew on all her power to control the circular artifact, which was resting within the fissure. In fact, even her true form had started to appear. Her legs had gradually transformed into a slender white snake tail. Within the void, the circular artifact also trembled violently. It was as though it was being manipulated by some power. Crack! The dim yellow fissure suddenly started to expand slowly again. This time, their expressions all became grave. A pair of inky black hands suddenly appeared on the edges of the fissure and started tearing outward. This is such a splendid place. What? Am I not welcome here? Like a bone-chilling breeze, a husky voice traveled out from the fissure. There was even a hint of displeasure in the voice. A head stuck out from the fissure. The being's hair was curly and red, and its body was covered in jet-black snake scales. A dangerous glint flashed in its emerald eyes, and its tongue kept spitting out and making hissing noises. What answered it was an immensely powerful mountain-quaking fist. Boom! The snake monster's head was blasted back, and it almost lost its grip on the spatial fissure. Who dares to attack me? The snake monster hissed in rage. Your papa! And Lin howled and threw another mountain-quaking fist toward the snake monster's head. Boom! Terrifying bursts of energy surged through the void. The snake monster let out a high-pitched hiss, and a red-colored sound wave hammered into Lin's chest, throwing him back thousands of meters. And Lin was deeply astonished. This snake monster was extremely powerful, and it had at least reached the return to void intermediate stage already. Perhaps it was ranked even higher. Because it was still struggling against the circular artifact, the snake monster didn't utilize much of its strength when facing off against him. Even so, a simple hiss was able to send him reeling backward. My underlings, the door to a new world is opening up for you. The snake monster snarled angrily. Charge! The biceps on its arms bulged, and it tugged at the spatial fissure aggressively. The spatial fissure instantly grew numerous times larger. Countless snake monsters squirmed out from the fissure and started hissing excitedly. Some of the snake monsters had wings on their backs, and some of them flew on gusts of clouds and mists. There were also some that dashed onto the ground and became streaks of black as they slithered along quickly. The sheer number of snake monsters was astonishing. Fellow cultivator White Spirit Snake, what's with these snake monsters? Xianxia asked in alarm. White Spirit Snake's pretty face had already become pale with exertion. I don't know, she answered through gritted teeth. They have the auras of the Snake Spirit clan, yet they're immensely violent and depraved. Perhaps they're snake monsters that have been mutated due to the deterioration of that continent. So they're enemies then? Xianxia drew his sword as he asked this. White Spirit Snake. Correct. Ha ha ha. There are cultivators in our way. Kill them all. There is even a living being from the Snake Spirit clan. I'm so excited. Hiss hiss. Humans. Delicious human flesh. Hiss, you go eat your human and spirit snake. I want dog meat and you better not try and take it from me. Dabai shuddered upon hearing this. A dense pack of snake monsters poured forth from the crack, like an endless stream of locusts, making the onlookers' skins crawl. The white spirit snake was still caught in an impasse with the red-haired snake monster, and the former was slowly falling to a disadvantage as the crack was slowly being widened. Countless snake monsters lunged excitedly for white spirit snake. Boom! Purple flames of terrifying temperatures surged within a radius of several hundred meters, melting away all of the oncoming snake monsters. Battle God Ziyang controlled the purple flames to protect White Spirit Snake. Battle God Ziyang, look after White Spirit Snake. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong drew her long sword, and an earth-shattering sword projection swept forth toward the red-haired snake monster within the crack. Bai Qiong knew that the red-haired snake monster was the key. As long as they could send it back into the ancient Taichu realm, this event would be completely resolved. Hiss hiss. You don't have what it takes to stop me. Come out. Snake Spirit Holy Trinity. The red-haired snake monster roared as three figures suddenly jumped out from within the crack. One of the rock pythons charged directly for Bai Qiong as a yellow earth armor encapsulated its body before clashing with the terrifying sword projection she had unleashed. Overwhelming power swept forth, vanquishing Battle Goddess Bai Qiong's sword projection and sending her flying into the air. Ha ha ha. Is this a powerful being from the Snake Spirit clan? She's nothing much. A ferocious expression appeared on the rock python's face as its body expanded to over 10,000 feet in length while its aura soared once again. Bai Qiong's eyes were not on the rock python. Instead, she had her eyes trained firmly on White Spirit Snake. Master White, be careful. The other two members of the Snake Spirit Holy Trinity had chosen White Spirit Snake as their target. They weren't idiots. Bai Qiong could figure out that the red-haired snake monster was the vital character in the enemy camp, so they could also imagine what position White Spirit Snake held in their camp. As long as they killed White Spirit Snake, there would be no one who could close this passageway. What a juicy beauty! I'm taking her. A six-winged snake on top of a red cloud flew onward as it stared at White Spirit Snake with a scorching light in its eyes. Mine! She's mine! The other nine-headed snake was not willing to back down, and it also pounced toward the woman in the white dress. The flames unleashed by Battle God Ziyang didn't even feel like a sting to them. Battle God Ziyang's knees were weak from fear. These were two returned to void stage monsters. How was he supposed to fight? Even Battle Goddess Bai Qiong was unable to keep them at bay. So how was he supposed to fight them off? He would probably be insta-killed if he tried. Master White, let's ignore this crack for now and run. Battle God Ziyang immediately grabbed onto White Spirit Snake's arm to make a run for it. White Spirit Snake didn't move. Instead, she replied with an expression brimming with confidence. Do not fear. Senior and Lin will protect us. What gives you the confidence to say that? Battle God Ziyang was on the verge of tears. Just when the two returned to void stage snake monsters were about to converge on White Spirit Snake and Battle God Ziyang, and Lin appeared in front of White Spirit Snake. See? I told you Senior and Lin would come to protect me. A smug smile appeared on White Spirit Snake's fine and delicate features. Battle God Ziyang's expression faltered slightly before he said, even if he's here, He won't have what it takes to protect you. He knew that Enlin was a soul formation final stage cultivator, but his enemies were returned to void stage snake monsters. How was he going to breach this insurmountable gap in cultivation bases? Foolish human. Piss off. Let's kill this human first. The two returned to void stage snake monsters attacked at once. Right at this instant, boundless flames suddenly descended. The holy vermilion flame along with the 6 divine flames appeared at the same time to incinerate heaven and earth, and they instantly engulfed the 2 snake monsters. Oh! The 2 snake monsters let loose blood-curdling cries as they fled into the distance. They knew that they were definitely going to be burned to death if they continued to remain within the range of those flames. As for the other snake monsters, they hadn't even come into contact with those flames before they were melted away by the indescribably terrifying temperatures. Battle God Xianxia's mouth gaped open as he stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before him. So powerful. Words of genuine praise escaped his lips. Of course. He's Senior and Lin. White Spirit Snake stared at the white-robed figure standing proudly amid the sea of flames and praised with a justified expression. The red-haired snake monster's expression became extremely grave when it witnessed Enlin's overwhelming power. Initiate Plan B. The crack was still widening, and more snake monsters began to flood forth. Even though over 1,000 snake monsters had already been slain, there were still close to 10,000 snake monsters present. They all heeded the red-haired snake monster's command as ferocious expressions appeared on their faces before they pounced toward Xianxia, Dabai, and Tina. If they couldn't beat the powerful ones, they would just have to hold the weak ones as hostages in order to use against the powerful enemies. Dabai knew that he couldn't just sit around any longer, and he unleashed his domain against the oncoming army of frenzied snake monsters. A storm of what appeared to be mercury blades instantly erupted forth, covering a radius of several hundred meters. The snake monsters charging at the forefront of the pack were the first to enter the range of the domain, and all of them were shredded into mincemeat amid a series of blood-curdling cries. Soon, there were over 100 snake monsters that perished to Dabai's domain. Howl! An inky black python lunged into Dabai's domain, and the silvery white blades of wind sliced onto its body, triggering a series of sharp screeching. However, the blades of wind were unable to break through its scales. Ha ha ha! A mere half-step soul formation stage dog dares to get cocky? Watch as I eat you. The black python hurtled toward Dabai with a sinister smile. Dabai glanced at the python before turning his gaze elsewhere. The black python was greatly enraged by this and was just about to kill Dabai with a single bite when a tearing pain erupted from within its consciousness. Ah! The python fell to the ground as its body writhed in extreme agony. Even though the physical element of the silver blades of wind had been kept at bay by its powerful scales, there was a spiritual element to the attacks, which worked directly on its consciousness. That's right, Dabai's silver wind domain was a dual-attack domain that acted on both physical and spiritual levels. The black python, which was at the soul formation intermediate stage, struggled on the ground for a while longer, before finally perishing with an extremely painful expression etched onto its face. Upon seeing this, the weaker snake monsters continued to charge toward Dabai with no regard for their lives. But the powerful soul formation stage snake monsters began to back off. That handsome human male over there appears to be easier to bully. We should go there. Yeah, he looks like an agreeable man. Let's hold him hostage. Thus, all of the powerful snake monsters switched targets to Xianxia. All of a sudden, there were over a dozen soul formation stage snake monsters pouncing toward Xianxia, and he was starting to feel a little strained from the added pressure. He gritted his teeth and let loose a forlorn sigh. So be it. I'll use my domain. Countless snake monsters poured forth like a relentless wave. Xianxia held his sword before him as a menacing light flashed through his eyes. Everything in this world seemed to move more slowly. He made his way forward as the projection of a yin-yang image continued to expand before encompassing an area within a radius of over a kilometer from him. Myriad Spirit Tai Chi Yang Explosion. Golden balls of light suddenly appeared in midair before distributing themselves all over the place. What the hell is that? The snake monster's expression shifted drastically upon seeing the oncoming balls of light. "Do not fear. Capture that man and all our problems will be resolved." Some of the snake monsters were already pouncing toward Shen Yuancheng with poison mists flowing from their mouths. However, right at this moment, the golden balls of light suddenly began to glow brighter and brighter before exploding. Boom, boom, boom. The golden explosion of energy was like a golden flower of annihilation blossoming between heaven and earth as it engulfed everything around him. The earth tremored violently as countless snake monsters wailed in anguish. All of them were either reduced to dust by the scorching energy or torn into pieces by the powerful shockwaves. A relentless barrage of explosions erupted between heaven and earth, and Shen Yuancheng was like a human bomber, bringing explosions everywhere he went. Golden balls continued to materialize in the air before exploding. Even the powerful soul formation stage snake monsters were severely injured or killed by the ensuing blasts. The area within a radius of over a kilometer around Shen Yuancheng became a realm of explosive death. "Run! That human cultivator's domain is so scary. Mommy, what is this power? It's way too violent." All the snake monsters began to flee. There was no power as direct as Shen Yuancheng's. He was simply blasting everyone to death. There was nothing that could strike more fear into the enemy's hearts. Terrifying. Way too terrifying. This was the first time Lin had seen Shen Yuancheng unleashed his perfected domain, and he too was quite stunned. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Big Brother Cheng had gone down the wrong path. "You want to run? It's not that simple." Shen Yuancheng made a hand seal at all of the fleeing snake monsters, and the yin-yang tai chi projection under his feet tremored as the space within a radius of over a kilometer around him suddenly became as viscous as glue. Myriad spirit tai chi yin bind. All the snake monsters were shocked to suddenly find that advancing had become an extremely arduous and energy-consuming task. What plunged them into even more despair was that golden balls of light were popping up around them before getting brighter and brighter. Boom, boom, boom. Oh! The sounds of explosions and anguished wails erupted in undulating waves. In the end, there were no longer any monsters alive within a radius of over a kilometer. The red-haired snake monster was shocked. "What the fuck? Are all soul formation stage humans of this world freaks?" It turned its eyes upon the other battles taking place. A white light suddenly appeared before it, upon which a flawless little fairy emerged. The red-haired snake monster's pupils contracted, and just when it was about to make a move, the fairy had already stabbed her heart lotus ice sword toward its heart. Divine technique, obscured divine strike. Tina's sword pierced through space, and the top-tier divine technique she had attained from her divine mirror world was unleashed as the sword flashed toward the snake monster's chest. Everything in this world was frozen solid as heaven and earth fell silent, with only the ringing of her sword soaring into clouds. The red-haired snake monster only had a chance to materialize a defensive barrier before it was instantly pierced through by the peerlessly sharp long sword. Splat! Blood splattered through the air as the red-haired snake monster's heart was punctured by the blue immortal sword. Not only that, but the vast sword intent erupting from the immortal sword instantly knocked the snake monster back, thereby rendering it unable to continue to support the crack. "Damn it!" The red-haired snake monster roared with rage. "Blood Monster Emperor!" The other three returned to void stage snake monsters turned pale with fright upon seeing this, and they all flew toward the red-haired snake monster to try and help it. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong immediately stationed herself in front of one of the snake monster mighty figures, and Lin immediately pulled out Gundam 3 and Gundam 4 to keep the other two returned to void stage snake monsters at bay. White Spirit Snake immediately activated the power of her circular disc to draw upon the power of the formation as she sealed the passageway between the two worlds. Dabai let loose a ferocious howl and took the initiative to launch a counterattack against the snake monsters nearby. This was the perfect moment to strike as all the snake monsters were in panic and disarray. The crack grew smaller and smaller. In the end, the snake monsters from the ancient Taichu realm were no longer able to force themselves into this world from the crack. The snake monsters on the grassland had been forced back by Shen Yuancheng, Dabai, and Lin, with almost no power to resist. Not only that, but even the six-winged snake, which was one of the snake spirit Holy Trinity, had been sliced into over 1,000 pieces by Yao Ji using its superparticle sword, and it was as dead could be. Yao Ji was the equivalent of a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage, so slaying this six-winged snake monster, which was only at the Return to Void initial stage, was not a problem for it. Furthermore, she was made to be a killing machine, so she could always slay her enemies with maximum efficiency. Hiss! You dared to kill the winged spirit snake? I'll kill you! The rock python knocked Bai Qiong flying with its tail before flying toward Yao Ji with an overbearing force radiating from its mountainous body. Yao Ji was not fearful in the slightest, and a pink light erupted from its body, allowing it to appear over a kilometer away in the blink of an eye, easily evading the rock python's tail whip attack. What? A mechanical puppet is capable of spatial skipping. The rock python was dumbstruck for a moment. In the next second, Yao Ji appeared before it again. It lashed out with its pink particle sword, slashing over 100 sword projections in the blink of an eye. A terrifying sword intent erupted between heaven and earth, dazzling and lethal. The entire night sky was lit up with pink streaks of light tearing through space itself. The rock python wailed in anguish as it stumbled back in retreat. Its body was riddled with countless wounds from which black blood gushed forth. If it weren't for that fact that it had thick skin, it would have already gone down the same path as the six-winged snake monster. Just as it was desperately hurtling back in retreat, heaven and earth suddenly dimmed, and all of its senses were completely deprived. The rock python was dumbstruck again. When the light finally returned to the world, it caught sight of a man with black energy radiating from his body grinning at him from nearby. You? It was just about to say something when it felt an indescribable tearing pain on its neck. A huge wound appeared around its neck, upon which its massive head was separated from its body. The rock python's eyes widened. Never would it have thought that a mighty member of the snake spirit Holy Trinity such as itself would die so easily. Blat, inky black blood poured forth like a river. And Lin took the rock python's spatial storage device before accepting the six-winged snake's spatial storage device from Yao Ji. This was quite a decent haul already, but there was still one left. The nine-headed snake had shit itself at the sight of the other two fallen members of the snake spirit Holy Trinity, and it immediately turned to charge toward the crack. Mommy, this world is too scary. I want to go home. The nine-headed snake escaped extremely quickly, and its body was constantly shrinking as it flew toward the crack. As long as the crack was still there, it would be able to escape into it. The crack also gradually shrank. The blood monster emperor was forced back by Tina's sword intent whenever it tried to get close to the spatial crack. In the end, it no longer even had hands to rip open a spatial rift of its own. The nine-headed snake also continued to shrink as it fought to reach the minimizing crack. I'm close. I can go home. Tears welled up in the nine-headed snake's eyes as it approached the crack. It was then greeted by the sight of a white finger extending from within the crack. At the sight of that finger, an overwhelming sense of horror settled over the nine-headed snake's body. Tina's expression also shifted drastically as she unleashed a dazzling blue sword projection toward it. A wisp of golden light suddenly fluttered from the finger. Even though it didn't seem all that powerful, it was able to instantly pulverize the oncoming sword projection before striking Tina. Tina threw up a large mouthful of blood, as if she had been severely wounded, before plummeting from the sky. Little Na! And Lin's expression shifted drastically as he flew toward Tina and caught her plummeting body. Giant and Lin? Tina was on the brink of death as she turned toward Lin and forced the words from her mouth. Run! And Lin was enraged to the point of trembling. He placed a regenerative immortal pill into Tina's mouth and left Gundam 3 to look after her before looking up at the spatial crack with a frosty expression. He was a very petty person, so he was going to teach the creature inside that crack a lesson for hurting his Tina. The nine-headed snake's momentum came to a grinding halt as it witnessed just how terrifying that finger was. At this moment, a pair of hands grabbed onto the crack and tore it open again. The crack, which had only just been minimized, was ruthlessly ripped open, upon which dull yellow light descended upon the world again. White spirit snake's features paled, and her blood churned within her body as blood trickled from the corners of her lips. Having her repairing spell technique be torn open like this in such a rough manner had inflicted a terrifying backlash onto her body. A figure slowly emerged from the crack. The spatial passageway had been torn open, and it was extremely wide, but there were no more snake monsters emerging from it. It was as if the figure was the only one left between heaven and earth. This was a man in a red robe. He had a pair of demon horns on his head. A true demon? And Lin's expression faltered. The man's crimson eyes contained no hint of bloodlust or ferocity. Instead, they were extremely warm and gentle, as if he was appraising this world with an unfathomable sense of kindness. I have seen through the annihilation of that world and determined that I should be able to get to the Tai Chu continent directly from here, the man said in a slow voice as he narrowed his eyes. It was as if he were able to see through space itself. Oh, right. Closing the door behind me is a good habit. The man slapped his own hand before turning to the crack, which appeared to be a wound on Earth itself. He then gripped onto its two sides before abruptly pulling it shut. Right before everyone's shocked eyes, the crack that White Spirit Snake was only able to repair with extreme difficulty, even after drawing on the power of the Golden Realm essence crystals, and the circular disc was closed in an instant by the man's bare hands. The man nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the now non-existent crack. That's right, the passageway between the two worlds had just been repaired by him. White Spirit Snake silently withdrew her circular disc and stared blankly at the man. It seemed that she had yet to come to her senses. The nine-headed snake's features were ashy gray as it stared at the spot where the crack had once been. It's over. It's all over. And Lin, who was just about to flare up and pummel the red-robed man, also repressed his urge to do so. Closing a passageway between two worlds using his bare hands was not something that could be done through brute force alone. The man before him was clearly an extraordinarily powerful being who had observed the Tao of heaven and earth to an extremely profound degree and was at the Tao integration stage at the very least. However, he didn't seem to hold any animosity toward Lin and the others, and his eyes didn't even linger on them. He had only attacked Tina just then because he thought that Tina was trying to prevent him from making his way out of the spatial crack. It was because of this that Lin decided to be a coward for once. He was not a brainless idiot. Not all super mighty figures would be as agreeable and amiable as Emperor Ziwei. If he tried to pick a fight with him now, he was very likely going to die. The best course of action was to hide. After all, this super mighty figure wasn't going to take notice of a mere soul formation stage cultivator like him. That was what everyone else was thinking as well. They would settle their differences after the super mighty figure left. The true demon drew his sword and looked into what appeared to be empty space. Suddenly, his expression shifted minutely as he turned to look at Lin. A sense of foreboding welled up in Lin's heart. You can't see me, you can't see me. A hint of excitement appeared in the true demon's crimson eyes. Greetings, fellow cultivator. My name is Cyril. I am the leader as well as the first heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. May I ask you for your name? Lin? Everyone? What the fuck was this development? 10,000 mythological beasts stampeded over Lin's heart. This was a guy from the heaven-crushing sect. And he was their leader as well as their first heavenly disciple. He recalled that Chen Chen had once invited him into the heaven-crushing sect to become their third heavenly disciple, if he could, and Lin really didn't want to answer this man's question. Greetings, senior. My name is Lin. And Lin replied respectfully. Cyril made a show of coming to a sudden realization before continuing. Mr. Lin, I can see that you're an extraordinary man. Would you like to follow me and do something big? The biggest thing to be done in this world, to be exact. Lin, you mean like knocking this entire sky over? Lin's lips twitched. Oh, Mr. Lin, it looks like we are fated to meet after all. To think you were able to glean the implications behind my words. This was all meant to be. Cyril smiled with an appreciative expression. That's because I met Chen Chen, and he said the exact same thing as you before offering to let me become the third heavenly disciple, to which I refused. And Lin replied. The meaning behind his words was quite obvious. Chun Chun had extended such a grand offer to him, but he still chose to not accept it. He seriously didn't want to join this heaven-crushing sect. Cyril faltered upon hearing this. However, not only was there no disappointment on his face, he appeared even more excited. Heh, that's probably because he didn't offer a high enough price. I can grant you the position of the third heavenly disciple, and as soon as you agree to join the heaven-crushing sect, I'll give you 3 divine pills, 1 divine tool, 500 million spirit stones, and a harem of 10 extremely beautiful celestial maidens. Gasp! And Lin's eyes widened as he drew a sharp intake of breath. Bai's mouth also gaped open in shock. A harem of 10 extremely beautiful celestial maidens? That was so fucking enticing. Everyone else was also dumbstruck. They felt like they were dreaming. After all, those conditions were simply so far away from them that it did not seem realistic. Battle God Ziyang swallowed. He really wanted to ask if Cyril was still looking to hire, and whether he would be up for the job. Mr. And Lin, what do you think about these offers? A faint smile of absolute confidence appeared on Cyril's face. Do you think that I'm that kind of person? And Lin spat through gritted teeth. Cyril was a little astonished. You're still refusing? And Lin nodded firmly. No offers will change my mind. A harem of 10 celestial maidens? What a joke. Did he want to kneel on the lava jackfruit for the rest of his life? You are even more stubborn than I thought. Cyril was not angry in the slightest. Instead, a warm smile appeared on his face. It had to be said that he gave off a very similar vibe to Shen Yuancheng, in that being in their presences were like having warm summer breezes blowing through one's heart. All right then, Mr. and Lin, I hope we meet again. Cyril wouldn't force someone into doing something they didn't like. If it was meant to be, it would naturally eventuate, and if it wasn't, forcing it would only trigger more terrifying disasters in the future. He was set on devising a way to crush the heavens, so there was no point in dabbling in other businesses here. He shook his head wistfully as he took one final look at Enlin before turning his eyes upon thin air again. He raised his sword, and the light of yin and yang converged toward his sword as a chaotic rift appeared in the air. Cyril's sword fell. Boom! Heaven and earth resonated. A spatial passageway crossing through immeasurable distance was sliced open as a white light lit up the entire world, making night appear as if it were day instead. Cyril's sword slash had opened a heavenly gate. The passageway between the two worlds was sliced open. The huge resulting rift was like a heavenly gate, from which a boundless light erupted. This sense of familiarity and extremely rich vital energy had Enlin in shock. This is the heavenly court? He let loose an involuntary cry of surprise. However, after thinking about it, it wasn't really a situation to be surprised about. The only passageway between Earth and the Taichu continent was located in the heavenly court. If Cyril wanted to return to the Taichu continent, then he could only find that passageway before forcing it open. At the same time, on a certain floating continent, the divine tool, realm creation evil vanquishing sword, had completely sealed away the floating continent's protection formation. Black Spirit Snake was on a massive killing spree as a black divine light engulfed the entire continent. Countless Dark Wing tribe cultivators were reduced to dust amid anguished wails. The Dark Wing Emperor was absolutely fuming and was engaged in an earth-shattering battle with Black Spirit Snake. You've gone too far, Black Spirit Snake. You killed so many of my Dark Wing tribe. I'm going to make you pay in blood. The Dark Wing Emperor's voice exploded like claps of thunder as he tried to lure Black Spirit Snake away with his techniques. But Black Spirit Snake simply refused to go and was adamant to battle on this floating continent. A disdainful smile appeared on Black Spirit Snake's face. You should have foreseen a day like today when you invaded Earth 3 years ago through a flaw in the world. Her Majesty Nuwa's prestige cannot be encroached upon, and it is now time for you to pay the price for doing so. When Earth leveled up, She was finally able to use the core of the formation as well as the spatial coordinates left behind by the Dark Wing tribe to cross through boundless chaos and find the exact location of the Dark Wing tribe. What happened next was an earth-shattering battle as a destructive divine light almost laid waste to the entire continent. Black Spirit Snake's intentions were quite clear. The Dark Wing Emperor was indeed very powerful, and she couldn't kill him on her own. But that didn't matter. All she was here to do was to pick a fight and lay waste to this continent. All of the Dark Wing tribe monarchs had hidden away to act as spectators. The rest of the Dark Wing tribe cultivators were all trembling uncontrollably and scurrying around in fear. There was not a single one who dared to go help their Dark Wing Emperor. The cliched storyline in which a bunch of small fry sacrificed their lives by charging into a battle with the boss to exemplify its strength before their leader came out to save them did not exist here. All of the Dark Wing tribe warriors immediately hid away and unleashed defensive spell formations and spell techniques in order to minimize casualties. Do you think our leader is going to be able to defeat Black Spirit Snake? It doesn't matter. Winning or losing is all bad news to us either way. If we win, Her Majesty Nuwa would storm this place with her flaming wrath and reduce this place to dust. But if we lose, we're going to get trampled over anyway. Our lives are entirely in the hands of Black Spirit Snake. Astute analysis as usual, Starry Night Monarch. What should we do then? I feel like we should stage a tactical retreat. This is the best way to ensure the survival of our people. But our leader is still fighting? Are you retarded? The reason why our leader is fighting with his life on the line is so that he can buy some time for us to escape. Ah, the Starry Night Monarch's wisdom is unmatched. We'll listen to everything you say. All of the Dark Wing tribe powerful beings instantly fled in retreat. Oh? All of your return to Void Stage monarchs are running away. Black Spirit Snake looked at all the monarchs escaping into spatial rifts with a taunting expression. The Dark Wing Emperor's chest constricted. What the fuck were all these idiots running away for? This was an enemy invasion, and he hadn't lost yet. He didn't expect them to fight Black Spirit Snake with him. But couldn't they at least stick around to cheer him on? He was cursing all of the monarchs in his heart, but a mysterious and profound smile appeared on his face. Hey, you don't understand. They're preparing a surprise for you. That's right, you don't understand the sorrow of being the Dark Wing Emperor. Black Spirit Snake was not scared in the slightest. If she really were fearful of the Dark Wing tribe, she wouldn't have come here alone. One devastating spell technique after another was unleashed by her, and the entire floating continent tremored violently, as if the sky were falling. Black Spirit Snake's expression suddenly shifted drastically. Crap! White Spirit Snake is in danger. She extended a hand, upon which the realm creation evil vanquishing sword reappeared in her hand, and she immediately tore open a spatial rift to depart from this black floating continent. The Dark Wing Emperor was dumbstruck for several seconds by this sudden development. He then clasped his hands behind his back and raised his head in a prideful gesture. Humph! The mere Dao integration stage Black Spirit Snake is only a subordinate of Nuwa. She is no match for my power and had no choice but to escape. All of the Dark Wing tribe cultivators who were hiding away on the black floating continent let loose whoops of celebration upon hearing this. The Dark Wing Emperor is invincible. The Dark Wing Emperor is the beacon of light that shines upon our race. The Dark Wing Emperor is a peerless being who presides over this entire world. All of the fleeing monarchs also returned from spatial rifts before joining in on the festivities. A faint smile appeared on the Dark Wing Emperor's face. Even though I have beaten Black Spirit Snake into submission, we should still take Nuwa's feelings into account and erase the coordinates we left on Earth. But Dark Wing Emperor, A monarch was in the process of offering a retort when the Dark Wing Emperor waved a hand to cut them off. Just do as I say. The evil-slaying sword is no longer on Earth, so what's the point of leaving our mark there? The monarch hung their head in reply. The Dark Wing Emperor is wise. All of the other monarchs chimed in too. The Dark Wing Emperor is wise. The Dark Wing Emperor harumphed coldly as a profound expression appeared on his face. If they didn't erase the mark, What if Black Spirit Snake finished taking care of business on her end before coming back here for another fight? The Dark Wing tribe could not handle another catastrophe like this. He couldn't fight, but he could at least run. He would erase their mark from Earth before escaping deep into the Taichu continent where Black Spirit Snake wouldn't be able to find them. With this in mind, a confident smile appeared on the Dark Wing Emperor's face. Within the Mongolia nation on Earth, when Cyril opened a heavenly gate with his sword, a radiant light lit up the entire nation. Cattle and sheep ran around in a frenzy, while many people ran out from their houses and tents before staring at the white light in the distance with shock etched onto their faces. No one knew what was going on. Cyril was just about to step into the heavenly gate. At this moment, a spatial rift appeared. A woman with long, straight hair and the lower body of a snake appeared between heaven and earth while holding a divine tool in her hand. Cyril! She immediately identified the man upon her arrival, and a hint of incredulity appeared on her face. "Oh, you're Nuwa's servant, right?" The red-robed man turned to the woman with a hint of a smile on his face. "Servant." The veins popped on her forehead. This woman was none other than Black Spirit Snake. She turned to discover that White Spirit Snake was completely unscathed, and she heaved a sigh of relief. Black Spirit Snake then turned her eyes towards Cyril with a grave expression as she surreptitiously activated the power of her divine tool. "You came out." "I've done the things I need to do, so I came out," Cyril replied with a faint smile. "You look like you're in high spirits?" Black Spirit Snake asked again. "Are you trying to trick some information from me? I don't mind telling you that everything went quite smoothly for me." Cyril didn't seem to want to waste any more time, and he waved a hand at Black Spirit Snake and everyone else. "The heavenly gate is about to close. Goodbye." His body disappeared into the heavenly gate as he spoke. Boom! Once the heavenly gate closed, heaven and earth fell into darkness again. And Lin looked up at the graceful, departing figure with yearning in his heart. He came and went as he pleased, and no one was able to stop him. This was a truly powerful being. Within the heavenly court of the Kingdom of the Nine States, this was a place of unmatched prestige and sacrilege. There was no other place in the entire Taichu continent that could match this colossus. But right at this instant, the southern heavenly gate, which acted as a passageway between two worlds, suddenly exploded. It had been ruptured by a living being in the most brutal way. This event created a stir among the higher-ups of the heavenly court. There had been instances when they had summoned immortal ambassadors from the mortal world to return via the southern heavenly gate, but there been a living being who managed to crash through without permission. Emperor Ziwei and the Celestial the Arch almost appeared at the exact same location at the southern heavenly gate. They looked at the shattered southern heavenly gate and stared into the inky black passageway inside with grim expressions on their faces. The two divine generals responsible for guarding the southern heavenly gate had already been scared shitless. They had never encountered a situation like this. Heck, they didn't even think it was possible for someone to break through the southern heavenly gate through brute force. Emperor Ziwei and the Celestial Thearch's expressions shifted again at the sight of the red-robed man emerging from the chaos. "Cyril!" They stared at the man who had emerged with celestial might radiating from his eyes. "Long time no see." Cyril wore a calm and collected smile despite the fact that he was in the very heart of the heavenly court. "There's no need to be so tense. I'm just borrowing your spatial passageway. I'll be taking my leave now." He stuck his hand into thin air as he spoke. The space around his hand surged as he pulled out 1,000,000 spirit stones before tossing them to the Celestial the Arch. "This is the repair fee for the southern heavenly gate. Keep the change." The Celestial Thearch's lips twitched slightly at the sight of this new Cyril, who appeared to be much more reasonable and civilized, but he didn't say anything. As for sentences like, "Do you think the heavenly court is a place where you can just come and go as you please?" He simply couldn't utter those words. To Cyril, the heavenly court really was a place where he could just come and go as he pleased. He was the leader of the heaven-crushing sect, and he could do whatever the hell he wanted. As for the heaven-mending sect, the Celestial the Arch was only second in command with Nuwa as their leader. Emperor Ziwei opened his mouth to say that 1,000,000 spirit stones wasn't anywhere near enough for repair fees. However, after thinking about what Cyril had done in the past, he decided to swallow his words. It was best to get this guy out of here as soon as possible. I'll be going now if there's nothing left that needs to be taken care of. Cyril stepped away in the air with a smile. Farewell. The Celestial the Arch nodded. They were both preparing for the inevitable battle that was to come, but in completely different ways and subscribing to completely different ideologies. In a sense, they were opponents of one another, so the Celestial the Arch couldn't be bothered to keep up appearances. He basically told Cyril to piss off. Thus, Cyril left the heavenly court as if it were his own backyard. Meanwhile, back on Earth, and Lin encountered Black Spirit Snake again. After making sure that White Spirit Snake was all right, she turned toward Lin and Tina with a mysterious smile on her face. This was the smile of a flawless celestial maiden, but it was quite eerie for some reason. At least, that was what Lin thought as chills ran down his spine. Congratulations, Senior Black Spirit Snake, on taking Earth to its new glorious heights. And Lin offered up words of congratulations. He decided to take the initiative and change the subject while placing emphasis on the word senior, in order to remind Black Spirit Snake of her position and to dissuade her from bullying her juniors. Black Spirit Snake gripped onto the divine tool in her hand, and her smile lingered on her face. This was all a part of my job. However, I must thank you for your efforts in slaying the snake monsters. And Lin was reassured upon hearing this, and he stood up tall as he puffed out his chest. Everyone had a duty to protect this Earth. I am no exception to this, and I would gladly stand up if it was for the sake of Earth. Black Spirit Snake nodded. That's quite a rousing speech, for which I'm going to give you a small reward. What reward? An eager expression appeared on Lin's face. He was then greeted by the sight of the huge golden sword in Black Spirit Snake's hand flying toward him. This was the divine tool, Realm Creation Evil Vanquishing Sword. Just its most simple attack was unimaginably intimidating. And Lin's entire body trembled from the suffocating pressure exerted upon him by the divine tool, and he instinctively gripped onto his evil-slaying sword to retaliate. When the two swords collided, heaven and earth stood still for a moment. Boom! An ear-splitting boom erupted as a terrifying energy instantly exploded forth. Dabai, Shenyuanchang, White Spirit Snake, and the others were all forced to hurtle back in retreat. Stop! Big Sister Black! White Spirit Snake yelled. And Lin was knocked back a few steps by the force of the collision, but his eyes were extremely bright. He had blocked one of Black Spirit Snake's attacks. Oh? You've improved somewhat. A faint smile appeared on Black Spirit Snake's lips as she charged toward Lin as a golden sword intent swept toward him from her divine tool. Lin's heart jolted in shock, and he unleashed his full power to keep Black Spirit Snake's attacks at bay. However, Black Spirit Snake's attacks became more and more terrifyingly powerful, and her swordsmanship also became more exquisite and lethal, affording Lin no hope of victory. Boom, boom, boom. And Lin was swatted flying again and again by the divine tool while Black Spirit Snake closed in on her prey. 6 strikes of the war god, Wind Sword, and Lin roared as his sword transformed into a white line that went straight for Black Spirit Snake's head. Black Spirit Snake twisted her slender waist to evade the attack, and the golden hilt of her sword crashed toward Lin's chest with a boundless might. That's right, she was attacking with the hilt of her sword. PFFF. And Lin's internal organs trembled from that strike, and he threw up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Black Spirit Snake had already charged toward Lin as she swung her sword with a joyful expression. And Lin could only defend himself with all his might. This is your so-called reward? He roared in rage. Isn't it an extremely valuable opportunity to be able to fight a Dao integration stage mighty figure? Black Spirit Snake grew more and more excited as she attacked Lin. Don't push me any further. And Lin gritted his teeth. As Black Spirit Snake swept her sword down, a golden sword projection fell upon him like heavenly judgment, pinning him to the ground. A terrifying power crashed into Lin's body, causing him to throw up another mouthful of blood. So what if I push you further than this? What? Do you have the power to resist? Black Spirit Snake hoisted her realm creation evil vanquishing sword as she made her way toward Enlin with a joyful expression. Resist with all your might. The more you resist, the more excited I'll become. No one will come to save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. Enlin, those words stung. Was this Black Spirit Snake a freak with some sort of weird fetish? However, she was right about one thing, and that was that no one would come to save him even if he screamed himself hoarse. This entire heaven and earth had already been isolated by Black Spirit Snake using a spell technique. Not even Tina or White Spirit Snake could break through this spell technique, and they could only stand outside with no way to help him. I deliver on my promises. I told you that I would pummel you every time I see you, so there will be no exceptions. Black Spirit Snake charged toward Enlin again. Then don't blame me for what I'm about to do. Enlin's expression darkened as he glared at Black Spirit Snake. Black Spirit Snake swept toward him with an overbearing force. Even though she possessed no killing intent, Enlin was not about to sit around and act as her human punching bag. If she insisted on making him suffer, then he would make her pay. Enlin glared viciously at Black Spirit Snake. The make you cry and make you poo techniques were activated at once. Black Spirit Snake's expression suddenly shifted drastically as she gripped onto her stomach and tears flowed from her eyes. Enlin, what did you do to me? Black Spirit Snake gripped onto her lower abdomen as translucent tears flowed down her intricate features. Enlin was shocked upon seeing this. As expected of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, Black Spirit Snake was somehow able to resist the urge to shart herself. This was something outside of his expectations. However, this was the perfect opportunity to launch a counterattack. Boom! The origin energy of the netherworld erupted from his body. Enlin's aura soared explosively, allowing him to possess a return to void stage aura for a short time. He leaped into the air as a golden light encapsulated his fist, and he activated his Earth Lotus Supreme skill to further lend power to his mountain quaking fist. Golden void lightning crackled around his golden fist. It became more and more terrifying as Enlin activated his lightning amplification technique. At the same time, the true intent of the Dark Knight Monarch's darkness of origin began to merge with his fist as a devastating black power of annihilation. That wasn't the end of it. He also fused his 6 divine flames and 1 holy flame into his fist. This was the flame merging technique from the first stage of his Yang God cultivation method. The terrifying golden fist was further amplified in power by the merged flames, and the power of annihilation instantly threatened to make the space around the fist collapse and crumble. Black Spirit Snake raised her head to find an insanely terrifying fist crashing down toward herself. Eat my original super spell technique. Lightning amplified flaming mountain quaking lightning fist. The golden fist fell. In that instant, a new sun appeared over the grassland. Countless cattle and sheep were sent running away in a panicked frenzy for a second time today. Many people stared in shock and horror at the new sun in the distance, feeling as if they were witnessing a divine miracle. This scene was going to stay with them for the rest of their lives. Some people were praying for their lives, while others were huddled under their blankets as they trembled uncontrollably from fear. The power of the earth was vast and boundless. The power of golden void lightning annihilated all things. The true intent of the darkness of origin engulfed everything, and the divine and holy flames incinerated all living beings. The combination of these 4 powers resulted in an unfathomably powerful attack. Thankfully, Black Spirit Snake had set up a spell technique to isolate their battlefield. Otherwise, the Mongolia nation would cease to exist. This was an attack powerful enough to annihilate an entire nation. Big Sister Black, White Spirit Snake's target for concerns, had finally switched to Black Spirit Snake upon seeing her being engulfed by that terrifying explosion of power. Her instinct told her that she would definitely be screwed if she were to cop Enlin's punch. Xianxia stared at the scenes unfolding before him with scorching excitement as inspiration rushed into his mind. The earth continued to tremor as a dazzling energy engulfed this entire space. Insanely devastating shockwaves crashed into Black Spirit Snake's spatial barrier as a series of tiny cracks began to appear on the seemingly indestructible barrier. This was a spell technique unleashed by a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Even though it was casually set up, it still worked to exemplify just how terrifying that attack was. Aren't they sparring? Why do I feel like Lin is trying to kill Master Black? Battle God Ziyang swallowed with fear as he stared at the realm of annihilation beyond the spell technique barrier. This Battle Goddess Bai Qiong was also staring at this scene with incredulity in her eyes. She had also thought that this was a sparring match. After all, Black Spirit Snake didn't unleash her full power and was only slowly abusing Lin. It was like she wanted to teach Lin a lesson. So what was happening here? Who would use such a weapon of mass destruction while sparring like this? Hee. That's what she gets. Big brother and is not so easy to mess with, woof. Bai was greatly satisfied by the scenes unfolding before his eyes. Why was Black Spirit Snake allowed to abuse Big Brother and without any retaliation? If you wanted to bully others, then you had better be prepared to cop some retaliation. The power of annihilation slowly dissipated, and Lin stood panting heavily in the air. That last attack had expended a lot of his power, and he had also been caught by the shockwaves from that attack. However, he was standing quite far away, and the shockwaves were unable to break through his divine body. This was the benefit of having the body of the war god. Back in the day, his defenses were too weak, and using the nuclear mountain quaking fist just once would put him out of commission for about half a month. However, after attaining his divine body, there was a much smaller chance of him being injured by an explosion that resulted from his own spell technique. After all, his skin was much thicker than before, and Lin stared into the center of the explosion, where a woman's figure was slowly being revealed in a massive, deep crater. Black Spirit Snake's black dress had been blasted into tatters, and her face was slightly charred black as she glared at Lin with a thunderous expression. And Lin was greatly gratified upon seeing this. That's what you deserve. A chill then ran down his spine. Black Spirit Snake didn't say anything, nor did she do anything. She didn't appear very angry, and she only stared at Lin expressionlessly. And Lin knew that this was the worst possible situation for him. Black Spirit Snake had clearly already been tipped over the edge. Fuck. He really was screwed this time. The atmosphere began to grow even more tense than before. Black Spirit Snake's aura slowly seeped out. This was an ethereal power that evoked an image of a god looking down upon the world as if everything between heaven and earth was as insignificant as soil. This was Black Spirit Snake's true power. She had just been fooling around before, only to cop a punch to the face. Now, she was about to get serious, and Lin turned a pleading gaze to White Spirit Snake. White Spirit Snake was yelling at the top of her lungs for Big Sister Black to calm down and restrain herself, but it was as if Black Spirit Snake couldn't hear her as her eyes continued to focus firmly on Lin. And Lin didn't dare to move. If he moved now, there was a good chance that Black Spirit Snake would also move. The result of that would definitely be a brutal beating at her hands. The two of them faced off each other anxiously. Suddenly, a ringtone broke through the silence. Black Spirit Snake's storage ring flashed, and a mirror appeared in her hand. An extremely gentle and pleasant voice sounded. Little Black, everything on Earth has been taken care of, so be good and come back with the sensor. Black Spirit Snake stared at the mirror with an aggrieved expression, looking as if she was on the verge of tears. She then turned her eyes toward Lin, and she spoke as if she was trying her best to repress a certain type of emotion. And Lin, I'll remember this. Black Spirit Snake tore open a spatial rift and departed. And Lin? He looked at the location where Black Spirit Snake had just disappeared as a frosty wind blew through his heart. He felt like there was a bomb hanging over his head, which would explode on their next encounter. No, he had to hurry up and get stronger. He had to get to the return to void stage before he encountered Black Spirit Snake. That way, he wouldn't accidentally get pummeled to death. The fighting spirit in Lin's heart was ignited, and his desire to break through to the return to void stage was even stronger now. Once Black Spirit Snake left, Tina and the others immediately crowded around Lin. Giant Lin, are you all right? Tina asked with an anxious expression as she very thoughtfully unleashed a healing spell technique on him. I'm fine. Just a few minor injuries. With a smile, and Lin patted Tina's tiny head. Big brother, and that nuclear flaming punch was epic, woof. Dabai clapped his paws together excitedly. Xianyuancheng nodded with a thoughtful expression. It was indeed very epic. You managed to combine those different powers perfectly to effect a qualitative change before detonating it all. It was amazing. At this moment, White Spirit Snake also made her way over with an apologetic expression. Sorry, Senior and Lin. I didn't think Big Sister Black would be so willful. I'll definitely talk to her, so that something like what happened today never happens again. And Lin was greatly touched by the obedient woman standing before him. Why was there such a disparity between the two spirit snakes? Why couldn't Black Spirit Snake follow in White Spirit Snake's example? You really do need to have a good talk with Black Spirit Snake. Everything should be resolved peacefully if possible. Understood. And Lin spoke in a meaningful and heartfelt manner. Understood. I'll be sure to make Big Sister Black realize the fallacies in her ways. With determination in her bright eyes, White Spirit Snake nodded earnestly. She was clearly taking this as a mission upon herself. Battle Goddess Bai Qiong and Battle God Ziyang were both depressed upon seeing this. When would Master White become as decisive and domineering as Master Black? Why couldn't Master White follow in Master Black's example? I still have some things to take care of. Senior and Lin, I really do apologize. I'll see you someday. White Spirit Snake bade farewell reluctantly. All right, you go ahead. And Lin nodded. White Spirit Snake tore open a spatial passageway and departed with Bai Qiong and Ziyang. And Lin, Xianyuancheng, and the others also returned to the North Mist Mountain to rest. Everything was resolved quite well. The flaw on the earth, as well as any underlying threats, had all been taken care of. After this, the world was going to welcome a new era of cultivation. That night was going to be a peculiar night for most of the beings in this world. The vital energy had become more abundant, which would exert a subtle influence on the bodies of all living creatures. Some living beings with insufficient aptitudes for cultivation would perhaps receive the opportunity to cultivate because of this. Even those who still lacked the aptitudes to cultivate would have their bodies enhanced in many aspects. The next day, all sorts of reports began to pop up. Hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic explosions. One natural disaster after another appeared on the news. The entire world was in unrest and disarray, and all of the closet doomsday theorists began to shake off their cobwebs as they emerged to strike more unnecessary fear into people's hearts. And Lin surveyed all these panicking inhabitants of Earth with a resigned expression. If there really was a doomsday threat, then they had taken care of it last night. This so-called doomsday threat was only a series of phenomena triggered by the leveling up of the world and should never happen again. Of course, no one was going to believe this explanation. The only way to settle the unrest would be for the passage of time to prove everything. After a year of nothing happening, the doomsday theorists would naturally hide back into their closets. And Lin, Xianyuancheng, Dabai, and Tina contacted the Heavenly Court so that they could open the spatial passageway in order to facilitate their return. They were then greeted by a piece of news, which had them completely dumbfounded. The passageway between the two words is currently being repaired and cannot be opened at this moment in time. And Lin, Dabai, Xianyuancheng heaved a long sigh. It looks like it was that Cyril guy. And Lin's expression darkened. Fuck off. That stupid Cyril opened a heavenly gate with a sword strike like that. Why do we have to suffer the consequences for his flex? Well, he's infinitely more powerful than us, woof. Dabai was resigned to his fate. Thus, everyone went back to the mortal world with dejected expressions. I'm going to take a trip to the National Department of Defense. What about you, classmate and Lin? Xianyuancheng asked. I'm going to see my father. Then explore this world with little Na. Tina was quite interested in the mortal world. So Lin decided to take her for some exploration seeing, as they couldn't return to the Heavenly Court yet. Yay! I want to have some fun in Giant and Lin's home. Tina was very excited, and she transformed into a young woman with golden hair and emerald eyes. Gasp! Little Na, you? And Lin stared at the woman before him in shock. She had a head of luscious, golden hair that extended all the way down to her waist. Her hair appeared to shimmer in the sun. Her emerald eyes were clear and bright, and her skin was as fair as snow. Her waist was slender. Her legs were long and enticing, and her features were ridiculously flawless. Tina encircled her arms around Lin's arm as a peal of joyful laughter escaped her lips. Hee hee, Giant and Lin, I've grown bigger now, so none of the other humans will find me strange to look at. How resourceful of me. And Lin's lips twitched slightly. Nope. All the other humans will still find you strange. Why? Tina was perplexed. And Lin. They'll be wondering how there could be such a flawlessly beautiful woman in this world. A light blush appeared on Tina's face. Giant and Lin, you're making me blush. I'm dead serious. And Lin replied with a solemn expression. If Tina walked around on the streets like this, she was going to cause traffic accidents. Her beauty didn't belong to the mortal world. Not even celestial maidens could be so beautiful in the eyes of mortals. After thinking about it for a moment, and Lin gave Tina a blue concealment cloak to wear. This was a pretty-looking magic tool that could conceal the wearer's presence, thereby diverting attention away from her. Thus, the two of them happily went shopping with the miniature by trailing along behind them. They passed through a lively and bustling shopping street. Along the way, Tina was constantly amazed by everything she saw. She liked intricate crafts as well as electronic products, and she was also very interested in all types of new fashion trends. She was like a bundle of curiosity, with her attention constantly focused on everything around her. Everything was like scenery to her. For the passers-by, she was also a piece of exquisite scenery. Even with the magic tool to conceal her presence, her beauty still had many onlookers in awe. If it weren't for that fact that she had a man and a dog as her companions, there would have been groups of men coming over to chat her up. After that, they explored the cultural heritage site, the Forbidden Palace, and vanquished a few small fry ghosts there. They then explored the Great Wall and looked out over the landscape along the winding city wall, which stretched as far as their eyes could see. They also went to climb Mount Hua, where Tina disregarded the railing and bounded up the steep steps, striking fear into the hearts of all of the tourists climbing up the mountain below her. If she accidentally fell, they were all going to be screwed as well. After that, they were a little tired. Therefore, they traveled to the scenic Daoqing County to take a little break. Tina lay on top of a bed of cloud and mist, which she had conjured using a spell technique, as she looked down over the pristine snowy mountain below while gently humming a song she had just heard from the mortal world. And Lin listened quietly to Tina's singing. Her voice was very beautiful, seeming to be one with nature itself and evoking a sense of comfort within his heart. It had to be said that it was a joy to listen to her sing. And Lin was quite happy to see Tina so happy and excited. He had once promised Tina that he would take her to see this beautiful world. Not only had he fulfilled that promise, but he had also done so grandly. Not only had Tina seen the grandeur of the Taichu continent, but she had also witnessed the beauty of Earth. Not only that, but she also possessed the divine mirror world, which had infinite potentials. This was an extremely placid and serene place. With Dabai alongside them, the two of them basked in the beauty of the world. After what felt like an eternity, Giant and Lin, let's go overseas, Tina suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, and Lin faltered slightly before nodding with a doting smile. Sure. On the west coast of America, there was a sunny beach. People were sunbathing and enjoying the serene beach lifestyle. After a series of natural disasters, peace had returned to Earth. Many experts were already busting myths by explaining that this was all due to some rare tectonic plate movements and urging everyone not to believe in the farcical doomsday theories that were being thrown around. As could be seen, people took this advice to heart as the beaches were already packed not long after a tsunami had just taken place. A little boy was building a sandcastle on the beach with a particularly focused expression. All of a sudden, the sandcastle began to tremor lightly before slowly splitting open. What happened? The little boy stared at the sandcastle with a puzzled expression. Mommy, my sandcastle split open. The little boy ran over to a woman who had taken off her clothes and was lying chest down on the beach. "Don't come bother me, Garen. If your sandcastle split open, then just use sand to fill up the crack," the woman replied lazily. The ground then suddenly tremored lightly. "Mommy!" The sandcastle collapsed. Garen pouted. He was on the verge of tears. The woman couldn't even be bothered to respond to him this time. He was just a kid. He would cry for a maximum of 2 seconds before finding something else that grabbed his interest. "Mommy, Mommy, what a massive wave." Sure enough, Garen had found something else to be amazed about and was patting the woman's back again. She was getting a little disgruntled now. "Garen, stop bothering me about every little thing. But, this wave really is huge. It's as tall as a house." Garen was a little upset again as he patted his sunbathing mother. The woman faltered upon hearing this. Only now did she hear the screams erupting on the beach. She stood up and looked behind her to find many half-naked women running on the beach with the white balls on their chests bouncing up and down. But that wasn't the point. She looked at the ocean and went slightly weak at the knees. The sun gradually dimmed. It wasn't because the clouds had obscured it, but instead, it was because the wave had obscured the sun. That's right. This was a massive tsunami that spread along the entire shoreline and was over 100 meters tall. It was like a ferocious ancient beast crashing toward the shore with a huge amount of seawater in its wake. "Mommy, this wave is a little tall. We should run." Garen was panicking a little. The woman's lips twitched, and she couldn't utter a single word. Run? Such a terrifying tsunami was going to instantly engulf this entire beach and even the entire city soon. Where could they run to? Most of the people here were fleeing the scene more so due to self-preservation instincts than any concrete belief that they could ever hope to outrun this gargantuan tsunami. There were also people staring blankly at this doomsday-like scene. Some of them were simply immobilized from fear, while others were trying to remember this final scene before their death. The woman sobbed as she held on tightly to her son. "Garen, I love you." In these final moments, all she wanted to do was to hug her own child. "Mommy." Garen instinctively patted the woman's back. He hadn't realized that he was about to die, and he looked around at all of the fleeing tourists, wondering why his mother wasn't following in their example. "Huh? Mommy, look at that strange man. He's walking toward the wave." Garen pointed in a certain direction as he exclaimed. The woman was also a little curious upon hearing this, and she turned to the direction Garen was pointing to. "Is that a Hua Nation man?" She was greeted by the sight of a half-naked man in blue board shorts making his way toward the tsunami. As for why the woman identified him as a man from the Hua Nation, it was because such a handsome face could only belong to a man from the Hua Nation. There was a woman beside the man with a flawless figure and a head of flowing golden hair. Her features were obscured, but one could tell from her exquisite figure that she would be quite beautiful. The two of them were slowly walking toward the tsunami, as opposed to all of the people running away, thereby attracting a lot of attention. The woman and Garen were also both staring blankly at the man. They saw a light flash, upon which a black longsword appeared in the man's hand. What is he trying to do? The woman's eyes widened. The tsunami completely obscured the sky above as it came cascading down with an unstoppable force. The despair of impending death gripped everyone's heart. A massive boom erupted as the earth tremored, exemplifying just how terrifying the tsunami was. At this moment, the man with the black longsword in his hand lashed out at the impossibly huge tsunami wave. At that moment, heaven and earth abruptly fell silent as white winds streaked through the air over a distance of several kilometers before transforming into a white line of light that flew toward the surging tsunami wave. Everyone averted their eyes at the blinding white light that erupted. Immediately afterward, the gigantic wave was flattened, and it was sent flowing in reverse by that white line. The white line continued onward like a bulldozer, forcing the all-engulfing tsunami wave back in an extremely brutal manner before flying all the way into infinity and beyond. The rumbling and tremoring of the earth suddenly disappeared. Countless people who were screaming as they ran away suddenly felt like there was something amiss, and they turned around to look behind them before their jaws dropped open in befuddlement. Countless droplets of water fell from the sky, glittering under the sun like a myriad of crystals. Splash! The water droplets fell like rain. This was all that remained of the massive tsunami wave. As for the rest of the towering tsunami, it had already disappeared. My God! Am I dreaming? What just happened? The tsunami disappeared? I seem to have heard an extremely crisp ringing, followed by the sound of howling wind and a resounding boom. It was God! God has bestowed upon us a miracle to save us all. Many people wept tears of joy. Some had even fallen to their knees to pay respect and gratitude to the God that existed only in their imaginations. A small portion of people had noticed that mysterious man with the sword, and they began yelling. It was him. He used his sword to slice apart the tsunami. He saved us. He is our God. We should go thank him. However, when everyone turned toward the location where the mysterious man had been standing, he had already disappeared. Slicing apart a tsunami? That sounded like something that belonged only in fictional stories. All of the people who hadn't witnessed what had happened scoffed at the idea. They figured that the others were probably too excited to have escaped certain death and developed hallucinations as a result. Either that or they were making up a lie to explain why the tsunami had suddenly disappeared. A pair of mother and son stood on the beach as they stared blankly into a certain direction. They had witnessed the entire process where the man had forced the tsunami back. They had even witnessed him traveling into the distance atop the tumbling waves. Only a god could be capable of something like this. So there really is a god in this world. No, in the words of the Hua Nation's people, that was an immortal. The woman muttered to herself as she stared into the ocean, seemingly in a daze. Mommy, look, there's a rainbow in the sky. Garen pointed at the sky with a joyful smile. The woman raised her head. As a watery mist permeated through the air, a vibrant rainbow had gradually formed under the sunlight, appearing especially dazzling and beautiful in the wake of the ordeal they had suffered. In the boundless ocean, a man traveled atop the tumbling waves. Sigh. All we wanted was a nice, peaceful holiday. Big Brother and that was the perfect holiday. There was spectacular scenery and an opportunity to flex. That was a real holiday, woof. The miniature Dabai argued from behind him. Giant and Lin, I feel like saving this many people has given our holiday more meaning and importance. The golden-haired woman beside him sighed. The man masked his brows with a speechless expression. That's right, the mysterious man who had forced back the tsunami with a single sword strike was none other than Enlin. They were all sunbathing on the beach, only to encounter that massive tsunami. He had initially planned to lie low and have some fun, but he had no choice but to act. That tsunami didn't seem like a natural disaster, and Earth's environment has already stabilized after leveling up, so there's no reason a disaster like that would occur. And Lin analyzed. Giant and Lin, are you saying that a living being had instigated this? Tina asked, and Lin nodded. That's right. I'm currently using my divine sense to detect for any abnormalities within this ocean. Soon, and Lin's expression shifted. There. He turned toward the west. Tina immediately heeded his call and tore open a spatial passageway. All three of them then leaped into the spatial passageway. In the next instant, they had appeared at the bottom of the ocean. The water pressure here was immensely terrifying and could even flatten a steel board. However, this was nothing for Enlin and the others as they had insanely powerful bodies. They continued onward as if they were walking on land. This was the bottom of the ocean, which was completely inky black with not even a single ray of light. However, there was one place where a peculiar red glow shone. It was a winding underwater trench. From a distance, it looked like the sharp claw of a demon. Giant and Lin, why are all of these creatures so ugly? Tina was a little scared as she looked around at all of the hideous fish swimming around her. From an objective point of view, she could easily kill these fish. However, these fish were all menacingly hideous. They had won a moral victory by scaring her with their looks. Why are they so ugly? And Lin was momentarily stumped before pulling an explanation out of his ass. Since the bottom of the ocean is so dark, no one can see each other. Therefore, they don't take care of their appearances, and they can grow however they like. Tina. Dabai seemed to have attained enlightenment as he clapped his paws together. This underwater world is a breath of fresh air from our world, where looks are everything. I wouldn't call this a breath of fresh air. And Lin snapped as he slapped aside a sawtooth fish that was swimming toward them. The three of them drew closer and closer, and they finally caught sight of what the red light was. It was a pair of crimson eyes, and it glowed like a pair of lanterns in the absolute darkness. The mountains extending for several dozen kilometers were its body, and just a gentle whip of its tail seemed to be able to completely change the ocean currents. This was a dragon with a mountainous head that was glaring expressionlessly at Lin and the others. Have we encountered the Dragon King of the East Sea? Woof! Dabai was a little nervous. No, no, no. This is the Dragon King of the Pacific Ocean. And Lin shook his head with a cold expression. A disdainful expression appeared on the dragon's face, and it blew a breath of air toward Lin and the others, upon which the seawater converged to form a violent vortex around them. Perhaps every living being here could be easily taken care of in its eyes. And Lin aimed a violent slap at the vortex, and the seawater exploded as the vortex was torn apart in an instant. The overwhelming force of the palm continued onward before flattening the dragon's massive head. Howl! The dragon head let loose a wail of anguish, and it felt as if it had suffered a slap to the face as its head was twisted to the side and blood spurted from its mouth. Humph! Are you flexing at me? And Lin harumphed coldly as he made his way toward the dragon head. The dragon's expression finally shifted as it roared in a thunderous voice. Who are you? Tina blinked in incomprehension. What did it say? It's speaking English and it's asking us who we are. And Lin explained patiently. Hi. My name is Tina. Tina made a polite self-introduction to the dragon head with a smile on her face before turning to Lin. Giant Lin, please translate for me. And Lin's expression darkened. Are we here to fucking make friends? Why do we need to make friendly self-introductions? I'm just here to teach it a lesson. He made his way toward the dragon head as he spoke. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. He launched a mountain-quaking fist at the dragon head as he spoke. The dragon's expression shifted again as it opened its mouth, upon which a plume of scorching red lava erupted forth, drastically raising the temperatures of the seawater. Countless hideous fish wailed in anguish as they were cooked in the blink of an eye. The plume of lava collided with the golden fist. The resulting explosion of energy created a vacuum at the bottom of the ocean. Then, under the astonished gaze of the dragon head, the golden punch easily broke through the plume of lava. Boom! Howl! The huge dragon head was knocked flying by the mountain-quaking fist, and its mountainous body writhed in pain. And Lin stepped forward, and his body tore through the water to appear before the huge dragon at extreme speed. The dragon's expression shifted drastically as it let loose an enraged roar. You! Howl, howl, howl! Before it even had a chance to finish its sentence, terrifying golden fists began to fall like torrential rain, each of which could force his powerful body to cave in, causing anguished howls to escape from its lips. Its gargantuan body writhed at the bottom of the ocean, stirring up violent streams of water that tore the surrounding life forms into shreds. 15 minutes later, the huge dragon lay half dead at the bottom of the ocean like a quadriplegic. During that time, no matter how much it tried to retaliate, it could not inflict a single scratch on Lin's body. It was finally in despair. This human was more powerful than itself. Please spare me, Senior. I have no vendetta against you. Heck, we've never even met. So there must be some sort of misunderstanding. The huge dragon bowed its massive head and begged for its life with an indignant expression. And Lin stood atop the huge dragon's head with a cold sneer on his face. Misunderstanding? Don't tell me you didn't just trigger that tsunami. The huge dragon faltered upon hearing this before offering a hurried explanation. Please let me explain, Senior. There was a reason for that. Due to the movement of the tectonic plates, a mysterious ball appeared at the bottom of the ocean. I wanted to crack the ball open, but I exerted too much force and accidentally triggered a tsunami. It really wasn't on purpose, and Lin was taking none of it. So you don't have to take responsibility just because it wasn't on purpose? If I weren't there, tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of people would have died. The huge dragon opened its mouth to reply, only to receive another torrential downpour of golden fists. Boom, boom, boom. Howl! 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 The huge dragon's blood-curdling cries reverberated throughout the ocean. 15 minutes later, the huge dragon lay at the bottom of the ocean. It was already on the brink of death. Aside from breathing, it didn't want to do anything anymore. I was wrong. I apologize. I was wrong. I apologize. It repeated these words like a broken record as Lin stood on its head. And Lin harumphed. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've broken through to the return to void stage. If you make another mistake, I'll cook you with my frying pan. Yes, yes, yes. You're right, Senior. I'll never make such a stupid mistake again. The huge dragon was almost moved to the point of tears. It looked like it would live to see another day. It was the mighty monarch of the oceans and had never been bullied like this before. It was supposed to be the most powerful being on Earth, and it even managed to break through to the return to void stage as Earth underwent its drastic transformation. It had thought that it was invincible aside from that one creature that lived somewhere in the east. However, it had only flaunted its strength for a few days before having the living daylights bashed out of it by this mysterious human. And Lin was quite pleased with the huge dragon's attitude, and a smile appeared on his face. Now then, tell me what's the deal with that ball. A hesitant expression appeared on the huge dragon's face. This ball was an extremely valuable secret to it, and it was a mystery that it was trying to unravel at all costs, even if it was at the expense of all those human lives. When it saw a flash of golden light, its body shuddered as it spoke in a panicked voice. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The golden light dissipated from his fist as a faint smile appeared on his face. Good idea. Tell me everything you know. The huge dragon was confused. Was this man a warrior of justice or was he a robber? However, regardless of what his intentions were, the huge dragon only had one choice. Sigh, I'm still too weak. It lamented in its heart as it dragged its bruised and battered body in a certain direction. Before long, they had arrived beside a round ball. This ball was bronze in color and made from some sort of unidentifiable material. It had a diameter of over 100 meters, and it lay silently in a huge crater at the bottom of the ocean. I can feel the vast power of the ocean surging within the ball, but I can't make use of the ball. I've tried to refine it with my blood as well as all sorts of physical and spell technique attacks, but I was still unable to uncover the secrets of this ball. The huge dragon explained. It was currently in the awkward situation where it had discovered a treasure but couldn't do anything with it. The tsunami from not long ago was actually a result of the dragon unleashing a powerful technique on the ball in an attempt to crack it open. However, the ball remained unscathed despite that. Heh! That proves that you don't have an affinity with this ball. And Lin's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of the ball. Fuck your affinity. The dragon's chest constricted. It was just about to say something, but the words got caught in its throat. In the end, it didn't dare to utter a single word. And Lin was simply too powerful for it to dare to say anything. The dragon had finally broken through to the return to void stage after much difficulty, and it wanted to live a long life. And Lin could feel that the power of the ocean contained within this ball was immortal tool level. This was definitely an extraordinary object. Tina made a lap around the ball. This big ball is a natural creation of heaven and earth. This is most likely a priceless treasure that was born from all those phenomena that occurred on Earth. Brother Dragon, I encountered this ball here, so if I figure out how to use it, that would prove that I have an affinity with it, right? And Lin asked with a smile. What are you trying to say, Senior? The dragon knew what he was getting at, but it still decided to ask out of sheer hope. What I'm saying is, this object has no owner, so if I can use it, then I'm its owner. Is that correct? And Lin asked again. The dragon dared not object. Even as tears flowed from its eyes, it replied, You're right, Senior. That is watertight logic. Whoever had the bigger fists was the daddy. It certainly couldn't say no to its daddy. and Lin nodded with satisfaction before descending beside the mysterious ball to investigate it. The dragon stared at Lin with a hint of anticipation in its heart. This mysterious ball was like an impregnable fortress, so there was a good chance that this human would be unable to take it for himself, and Lin fiddled with the ball for a long while before staring at it with a befuddled look. The dragon sneered internally. It had investigated this ball for several days without being able to make any progress. This ball couldn't even be put into a spatial storage device, so it would be impossible for this man to crack it so easily. And Lin thought for a moment before deciding to use his hack. Divine inspection technique. He stroked the ball as a white light flashed through his eyes, upon which a huge amount of information flooded into his mind. A large water ball. This is a world-level immortal tool that was formed by the power of the ocean when Earth leveled up. After filling the entire ball with water, the user can unleash their power of water through this ball to unleash an extremely terrifying ramming attack or gravitational field. The methods for refining the object and filling it with water are as follows. Use the blood of a god of creation to carve out the following formations. Then use your own blood to refine it. After that, a white circle will appear on the ball, to which you will have to add water until the white circle disappears, which then indicates that it has been completely filled. And Lin, with such a difficult condition, no wonder the dragon wasn't able to refine this ball. It required the blood of a god of creation. What was it supposed to do? Ask Nuwa for a hand? Clearly not. However, the process of filling it with water was quite simple. All he would have to do was to add water to the white circle that was supposed to appear on it. The only thing that he didn't understand was, what the hell was a world-level immortal tool? Were immortal tools split into world-level and non-world level? In any case, this world-level concept sounded pretty badass. It appears I do have an affinity with this ball. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. Perhaps the vast majority of people wouldn't be able to do anything to it, but this is perfect for me. He turned to Tina. Little Na, can I borrow a drop of your blood? Gods of creation were exceedingly rare across the entire continent, but he had one with him, and it was Tina. Sure. Tina didn't even ask why before she slit open her finger and released a droplet of blood, which floated toward Lin. The dragon's pupils contracted as it stared at Lin in confusion. What was this man doing with that golden-haired woman's blood? Shouldn't he be using his own if he wanted to refine the object? Immediately afterward, it was greeted by the sight of Lin using the golden-haired woman's blood to carve out an extremely complex formation onto the ball before dripping a drop of his golden blood essence onto the center of the formation. Done! And Lin nodded in satisfaction. Boom! The ball suddenly tremored violently as the seawater within a radius of over 50 kilometers surged in response. Feeling incredulous, the dragon's eyes widened. You refined it just like that? That's absurd. How could it be so simple? No one answered its question. And Lin patted the ball lightly, and a white circle began to appear, upon which huge amounts of seawater flowed into the ball in a swirling vortex. The dragon was in complete despair upon seeing this, and Lin had used this ball to prove that he had refined it. The vortex spanned a huge area. To prevent itself from being sucked toward the ball, the dragon had to use a spell technique to stabilize its mountainous body. However, the ball was like a bottomless pit, which was relentlessly engulfing seawater. 100 tons, 10,000 tons, 1,000,000 tons, 100 million tons. The dragon was completely dumbstruck. Would this ball suck the entire Pacific Ocean dry? After what seemed like an eternity, the bronze ball suddenly burped, and Lin immediately made a few hand seals and cut off the flow of water before putting the ball away into his storage ring. The dragon was extremely envious of Lin, not taking into account other matters. Just the fact that this object was able to absorb so much water suggested that it was something extraordinary. However, this knowledge was useless to it, as it could only look on as the ball was taken by someone else. Ha, brother dragon. It looks like this was all meant to be. Satisfied, and Lin patted the dragon's dragon horn. The dragon repressed its urge to flare up. It really wanted to tell Lin to piss off, but it still forced a smile onto its face. He. Congratulations, senior. on obtaining this mysterious ball. It was all thanks to your help, Brother Dragon. And Lin turned to the dragon with a grateful expression. By the way, this ball is not called the mysterious ball. Seeing as you found it first, I'll disclose its name to you. It is called the world-level Immortal Tool, Large Water Ball. The dragon's body trembled upon hearing this, and it almost threw up a huge mouthful of blood. And Lin's words were like a hammer blow to its heart. That was an immortal tool. It had just let a legendary immortal tool slip by. I'll be going now, Brother Dragon. Make sure you don't endanger humans anymore. And Lin waved goodbye to the dragon, leaving just as quickly as he had come, as if he had never even appeared. Who would have thought that we would be obtaining treasures even on holidays? And Lin stroked his storage ring and surveyed the powerful large water ball inside as an involuntary smile appeared on his face. Dabai immediately took advantage of this opportunity. Big Brother, and this is an event worthy of celebration. Maybe you should distribute some benefits? Woof! And Lin rolled his eyes before giving Dabai a second-grade spirit pill. He thought about it for a moment before also giving Tina a first-grade spirit pill. Dabai's eyes widened. Why does little Na get a first-grade spirit pill, while I only get a second-grade spirit pill? Woof! And Lin chuckled in response. Little Na had to contribute her blood and teleport all of us to the bottom of the ocean. What did you do aside from spectating? Dabai had no response to this. A vibrant smile appeared on Tina's face as she patted Dabai's head. Here, Dabai, you can have my spirit pill too. Dabai's eyes widened in response. He was both shocked and extremely touched. Don't you need spirit pills too, little Na? No, I can't accept this. He was not a shameless dog, and he knew that there was nothing wrong with Lin's distribution method. If he really did take Tina's spirit pill as well, then he would be just as shameless as Lin was. That's all right, take it. I have many spirit fruits in my divine mirror world, and I can just go there and eat one whenever I want. Tina shrugged. Only now did Dabai realize who he was speaking to, and he silently accepted her spirit pill. This was a god of creation here. She didn't need any spirit pills. Big Brother, and where do we go next? Woof! Dabai swallowed a spirit pill, and his eyes narrowed with enjoyment. I'm making a trip to Changbai Mountain, and Lin replied. Changbai Mountain? Is that a fun place? Tina asked, and Lin chuckled. There is a zombie goddess with whom I need to communicate with. Zombie goddess? Why is this name so familiar? Dabai was confused for several seconds before recalling what had happened 2 years ago. His eyes widened in shock following the recollection. So that's what you're trying to do, Big Brother, and can you still not forget her after all this time? But then again, her figure really was fantastic. Dabai was clearly getting quite excited, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Tina was quite confused. What was Lin trying to do? She had a nagging feeling he was up to no good. What are you two talking about? Tina asked, and Lin coughed lightly. Dabai, go take Tina to explore elsewhere. I'll make a quick trip to Changbai Mountain, and I'll be back in a jiffy. You want to leave me behind, Big Brother, and I refuse. I want to go as well. Woof! Dabai immediately objected. He wanted to see the smoking hot zombie goddess too. And Lin stared directly at Dabai. Why do you want to go? Dabai suddenly detected a fearsome killing intent, and his body trembled as he forced a smile onto his face. Little Na, where do you want to go? I'll accompany you, woof. Tina pouted at Lin, clearly a little unhappy that Lin was ditching her to do something else. But she still replied to Dabai's question. Let's go to the South Pole. I want to see the Aurora Australis. No problem. We'll wait for you, Big Brother, and Dabai flew with Tina in tow as they headed toward the south. And Lin heaved a light sigh as he flew atop his brick toward Changbai Mountain. Back in the day, he had refused the mission in order to preserve his first kiss and missed out on the God cultivation method. Not only that, but he was reduced to a block of ice for 3 whole days. Even now, those tragic experiences were clear in his mind. Now, he had to take care of unfinished business and obtain the God cultivation method. He had no choice. This was a vital part of breaking through to the return to void stage, so he could only do this even if it upset him. A huge black brick broke through the clouds before landing in the mountain ranges. This is Changbai Mountain. I hope you're still here. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. In the past, it would have been next to impossible for him to find the zombie goddess in such a vast area. However, his consciousness now was comparable to the top return to void stage mighty figures. Unless she was concealing her aura on purpose, it wouldn't be difficult to find the zombie goddess with his divine sense, provided she was still here. And Lin sat down on his black brick with his legs folded in front of him before closing his eyes. Boom! His divine sense instantly encompassed an area of over 50 kilometers in diameter. This was the area on Changbai Mountain with the richest vital energy, so if the zombie goddess was still around, then she was most likely in this area. And Lin detected a ferocious wolf tearing into an assailant, a python mutant beast swallowing a tiger whole, as well as an array of other mutant beasts, but none of them detected his detection. He was very patient as he sat unmoving while biding his time. The night descended. Everything was very quiet with the exception of an occasional wolf howl or two. The energy of Yin slowly began to become more abundant, and Lin could detect some dead spirits becoming more active. There were even some corpses that had risen from their graves and began to roam the forest as they absorbed the Yin energy around them. Suddenly, the power of pure Yang burst forth in the distance. Oh, how interesting. Is that a Taoist priest? And Lin asked with a hint of curiosity. On a certain hill within Changbai Mountain, a man wielding a peach-wood sword was slaying the low-level zombies that were popping up from the ground. This man was pretty powerful at around 10th stage Dao body, and the zombies stood no chance. However, he soon attracted more powerful enemies. A zombie king began to appear as the dense power of death erupted from its body. And Lin felt like this was an opportunity, and he used his missed Immortal technique to surreptitiously approach the battle. Ha ha ha! Xianxia, I didn't think you would have the guts to appear at Changbai Mountain again. Today is going to be your death day. The spirit-nurturing stage zombie king already possessed intelligence, and it pounced toward the zombie exterminator with a sinister smile on its face. Jiang Xiangyang used his sword to defend himself, and the zombie king slapped the wooden sword with a pair of crimson claws. The terrifying power of death emanating from its body instantly eroded through the wooden sword, and the wielder of the sword was knocked flying as he threw up a mouthful of blood. Jiang Xiangyang tumbled to the ground, but a smile appeared on his face. Hee hee, my death day? I've come here today to lure you out. Master! As if on cue, a man in a green Taoist robe appeared atop a sword. The zombie king's expression shifted drastically. The elder of the Xianxia sect, Sun Han chortled with glee. You've fallen into our trap, Crimson Claw Zombie King. You won't be able to get away, so just give up now. And Lin clicked his tongue in wonder as he surveyed this battle in secret. So the Taoist priest had a backer as well. Interesting. Sun Han unleashed a powerful golden sword projection, which was imbued with the fiery power of Yang, and it instantly tore through the zombie king's defenses before colliding with its body. Ah! A massive gash was torn into the zombie king's body, and it tumbled to the ground as its entire body caught on fire. This was a battle between spirit-nurturing final stage and spirit-nurturing initial stage cultivators, so just one move was enough to be decisive. Right at this moment, a seductive laugh suddenly sounded from the distance. Sun Han, you killed my adorable subordinate, so now you finally get a chance to see me. A black mist suddenly appeared in the distance before enshrouding the two humans as an extremely powerful aura descended. Temperatures fell to below freezing. Even the flames burning on the zombie king's body were snuffed out by the intense cold, and Lin's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing this. His prey had finally appeared. Sun Han's legs began to tremble upon hearing this voice, and his expression shifted drastically. It's you, the zombie goddess of Changbai Mountain. Oh ho ho, looks like I'm pretty famous. The emergence of this powerful aura gave both Jiang Xiangyang and Sun Han a sense of asphyxiation. A woman passed through the black mist and made her way toward them. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her features were delicate and seductive. Her black hair flowed all the way down to her waist, and her upper body was completely naked, revealing a pair of gigantic melons. She wore a grass-woven dress around her slender waist, revealing a pair of long, sexy legs that made the onlookers' thoughts run wild. And Lin swallowed silently as he looked on from the shadows. There was no mistaking it. That was the familiar zombie goddess. Aside from the fact that her aura was more powerful, there was no different. Chills ran down the spines of Jiang Xiangyang and Sun Han at the sight of the seductive zombie goddess. They didn't dare to make a move, in fear of being slain by the zombie goddess. The zombie goddess chuckled seductively at the sight of the two petrified humans. "Oh ho ho, you didn't see this coming, did you? You thought you had set up a trap for my subordinate? What a joke. Everything was planned by me to lure you out. Changbai Mountain is not a place for you two to wreak havoc at." And Lin thought about it for a moment before deciding that it was time for him to make a grand entrance. It's ironic how both sides thought they were laying traps for one another when yours truly is around here. He was just about to move when a burst of hearty laughter erupted from afar. "Ha ha ha ha! Changbai Mountain zombie goddess. Today is your death day." A pillar of golden light imbued with the power of pure yang fell from the sky before shining upon the zombie goddess black mist. All of the black mist instantly melted away as if they were snow and ice under the scorching sun. Boom! A Taoist priest with bushy brows and large eyes descended, causing the ground to tremor as he did so. The zombie goddess face turned pale with fright. "It's you, the #1 cultivator of the Hua Nation, the sect leader of the Xianxia sect, Yu Mu. Oh, I didn't think I would be so renowned to be remembered by such a beauty." Yu Mu seemed a little pleased with himself, but his expression was quite placid. And Lin was just about to spring into action, but he faltered again upon seeing this development. What the fuck? Was there no end to this? Was this just going to keep escalating as each side unveiled more and more powerful cultivators? Heh, you're the first return to Void Stage mighty figure on Earth, so of course I know about you. I just didn't think that you would come here in person to bully a weak woman like me. A pitiful expression appeared on the zombie goddess face at the sight of Yu Mu. Yu Mu harumphed coldly. "Zombie goddess, you have been doing nothing but evil deeds on Changbai Mountain. It's time for you to pay the price." An aggrieved expression appeared on the zombie goddess face. "What evil deeds have I been doing? Ever since I progressed to the soul formation stage, I've been doing nothing but good deeds. I haven't killed anyone unless it was in rightful self-defense or retaliation. I've been a very good zombie." Yu Mu's lips twitched, and he couldn't be bothered to waste any more words as he hurled a talisman toward the zombie goddess. "Take this. Golden Light Destruction Seal." Boom! A golden light was hurtled toward the zombie goddess like a sharp sword. The zombie goddess raised her slender arms to create a series of frosty barriers before her. Boom, boom, boom. The golden light crashed through the frosty barriers with an unstoppable force before crashing into the zombie goddess' lower abdomen, leaving a trail of ice shards in its wake. PFFF? The zombie goddess threw up a mouthful of blue blood as her body tumbled to the ground. Even though she had increased her power at a very quick rate and was now a powerful being at the soul formation final stage, there was still too much of a disparity between a soul formation stage cultivator and a return to void stage cultivator, so she had no chance of winning this battle. Not only that, but even to escape was just a distant dream. She had set up this flawless trap, only to lure the most powerful being on Earth here. She was in complete despair. Her role had reversed from huntress to prey in the blink of an eye. "I'll kill you." The zombie goddess let loose an enraged cry as a dark blue energy erupted from her body. The power of extreme frost burst forth as a layer of frost appeared on all of the trees within a radius of over a kilometer. The closer one approached her, the more biting the chill became. However, Yu Mu was like a walking furnace as he made his way toward the zombie goddess. The power of extreme frost melted around him, unable to deter his advance in the slightest. The zombie goddess made a seal with her hands, upon which the dark blue energy around her materialized into a spear that shot forth toward Yu Mu. Yu Mu's expression remained unchanged as two golden light enveloped his palms, and he gripped the air toward the oncoming spear with his bare hands. Boom! The spear was imbued with the power to freeze all things, and Yumu was knocked back several dozen meters before the spear was finally vanquished by his golden palms. Ding dong! Detected that the host is in close proximity to the mist of extreme cold. Now assigning the mission below. Absorb the mist of extreme cold from the zombie goddess via mouth-to-mouth absorption. Mission success. Receive stage 1 of the God cultivation method. Mission failure. Become frozen solid for a year. Note: the time limit for completing this mission is 10 minutes. The God cultivation method is extremely rare and powerful, so please value this opportunity. And Lin was ecstatic. It's here. The mission is finally here. He was worried initially that he had missed out on the mission once and that it wouldn't be available to him anymore. However, after the zombie goddess unleashed her signature power, the mission became available to him again. This was a rare opportunity, and he couldn't let slip again. Yumu made a hand seal, and a sword constructed from golden sigils appeared in his hand, from which the radiant power of Yang erupted. This is the final move. There has been no one on this earth that has been able to block my evil-slaying true Yang sword. For you to die by this technique is an honor of sorts. A miserable smile appeared on the zombie goddess' face. There's no need to waste time with meaningless words like that. Just do it. She knew that she wasn't going to be able to live past today. She had known this ever since Yumu made his appearance. Die! The golden sword shot forth, transforming into a streak of dazzling golden light. The evil-slaying true Yang sword contained an extremely terrifying power that caused even the space around it to tremble and warp. The zombie goddess took a deep breath to prepare herself for what was to be the final moment of her life. However, right at this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared before her. The zombie goddess' eyes widened, and before she had even figured out what was going on, the white-robed man launched a mundane punch toward the golden sigil sword. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Right before Yumu's astonished eyes, his evil-slaying true Yang sword, which should have been unstoppable, was instantly vanquished by a single fist. When a golden light imbued with the power of the earth erupted, Yumu's body was caught in the ensuing explosion of energy, and he was knocked flying for over 100 meters. His gaze focused on the man who had just appeared, and incredulity surfaced on his face as a certain memory sprang to mind. It's you! The zombie goddess was also dumbstruck. This man was able to knock back Yumu with a single punch. He really was extremely powerful. Thank you for saving me, Senior. The zombie goddess bowed her voluptuous upper body in gratitude as she spoke in a seductive voice. She didn't know who this man was, but the reality was that she had been saved. This man had saved her from certain death, and just that alone was enough for her to be extremely grateful toward him. The zombie goddess was ecstatic. It looked like she was the huntress after all. The zombie goddess stared at the white-robed man with reverence in her eyes. She had also noticed the change in Yumu's expression, and from the shock on Yumu's face, she knew that this newcomer had to be a very powerful man. At this moment, the white-robed man turned around. He was so majestic and awe-inspiring. He had a handsome face, and his bright, piercing eyes set her heart aflutter. But why did this man look a little familiar? The zombie goddess faltered for a moment before she made a sudden realization. She didn't even get a chance to finish her sentence before the man hurtled toward her at blinding speed and pinned her under his body. His powerful hands locked onto her wrists, and he pressed himself against her voluptuous breasts. The zombie goddess' eyes widened as her breathing accelerated. You're that man from 2 years ago. What a familiar scenario. And Lin had pinned her down in the exact same way 2 years ago. Now, history was repeating itself. Heck, they were even in the exact same position as back then. Yumu, Jiang Xiangyang, and Sun Han's eyes widened as they stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. The zombie goddess was in a bit of a daze. This familiar scenario, as well as the familiar position, made her feel as if she were in a dream. Her wrists had been locked, and her fair, long legs were tightly wound as her voluptuous breasts rose and fell with her hurried breathing. This man was her enemy 2 years ago. Now, this man was significantly more powerful than he had once been and had become her savior. The only thing that hadn't changed was that the man was pinning her to the ground again. What do you want from me? A faint cool breath escaped from the zombie goddess' trembling lips as she spoke, and it lingered around Enlin's nostrils. Enlin looked at the woman with the explosive figure pinned beneath him, and he immediately lowered his head to approach her sumptuous lips with his. He had made up his mind and was not going to delay any further. This kiss was going to happen no matter what. Don't, Fimpich. The zombie goddess lips were sealed, and Lin activated his engulfment technique. A cool and refreshing sensation along with a hint of sweetness traveled into his mouth. At the same time, an extremely pure mist of extreme cold began to flow into his body, before spreading throughout his meridians, giving him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. The zombie goddess' eyes widened, and she responded to his kiss in a stunned, robotic manner. The three Xianxia sect cultivators stared at this scene while feeling incredulous. What the hell was going on? Not only had Enlin saved the zombie goddess from a dire situation, but he was also now kissing her? Were the other three people just thin air to him? The zombie goddess glazed over eyes slowly regained clarity, and she tried to resist. Her arms squirmed along with her slender waist, and she bent her sexy long legs to try and knee Enlin away, all to absolutely no avail. A layer of tears welled up in her eyes as an indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. After what seemed like an eternity, the two pairs of lips separated. Enlin stood up and dragged the dumbstruck zombie goddess to her feet along with him as an awkward expression appeared on her face. There was a light blush on the zombie goddess' seductive features, and she gritted her teeth tightly as her explosive body trembled lightly. Enlin felt like he should give the zombie goddess an explanation, so he scratched his head and made one up on the spot. I accidentally fell over on top of you just then, and gravity was to blame for that accidental kiss. The zombie goddess, Yumu, Jiang Xiangyang, and Sun Han. Who would believe such a bad lie? The zombie goddess was about to storm away from the scene, and Lin mustered up his courage before continuing. I do apologize for what just happened, but I did save your life, so we're even now. The zombie goddess repressed her urge to flare up as she reminded herself over and over again that this man was her savior, and that she shouldn't pick a fight with him. Even if she was to fight him, it would have to wait until she reached the return to void stage first. Her lips twitched, and she forced a smile onto her face with great difficulty. Thank you for saving me. I won't forget your kindness for as long as I live. Yumu finally couldn't help but pose a question. Mr. Enlin, why did you kiss? Tui, why did you save her? Enlin cleared his throat. I don't think senseless slaughter is the way to go. The zombie goddess did not cultivate in this cultivation base easily, so we should give her a chance. We could make her swear a Dao heart oath that she wouldn't harm any more humans and that she would protect Changbai Mountain. Wouldn't that be the best course of action? He simply couldn't kill someone that he had just kissed, so he devised this plan as a compromise. You've already kissed me and now you're making such an unreasonable request? You have to take responsibility? The zombie goddess had already come to her senses, and she stared at Enlin with an enticing expression as she spoke in a seductive voice. If she didn't harm humans, then her rate of cultivation would slow down significantly, so she was naturally unwilling to conform to this plan. Oh, I understand what your decision is then. And Lin turned toward the zombie goddess and pulled out his evil-slaying sword expressionlessly, upon which a terrifying sword intent erupted around him. The zombie goddess' legs almost gave out from under her as she was struck by the overwhelming pressure sweeping toward her. Yumu and the others also drew a sharp intake of breath. The aura Enlin was exhibiting now was significantly more powerful than even the return to void stage Yumu. Please don't jump to decisions. I'll do whatever you say. The zombie goddess immediately took a step backward. Her life was far more important than her rate of cultivation, so if she had to choose between the two, the decision was quite simple. Thus, the zombie goddess swore a Dao heart vow. She vowed that she would no longer harm humans and that she would protect Changbai Mountain. Since the zombie goddess had sworn a Dao heart oath, and Lin was of the opinion that she should be spared, so Yumu also decided to let her go. He dragged Enlin off to the side before speaking in a meaningful and heartfelt manner. Mr. Enlin, I didn't think you would have such a unique taste. The zombie goddess may be beautiful, but you have to exercise restraint. You can tell from that explosive figure that she'll suck you dry if you're not careful. Enlin's expression instantly darkened. I already told you that the kiss was the result of an accidental fall. Yes, I understand. Yumu nodded with a meaningful smile. Jiang Xiangyang and Sun Han were also looking at Enlin with meaningful expressions. Enlin? Fuck! He should have pulled the zombie goddess into the forest first before pinning her down. How was he supposed to explain this situation? He couldn't just tell them that kissing the zombie goddess would earn him a cultivation method. No one was going to believe him. Yumu and the others soon departed, leaving behind Enlin and the zombie goddess. The zombie goddess wrapped her arms around her voluptuous chest, and a rare expression of timidity appeared on her face. She was very powerful, and in the past, she could face anyone like a ruthless and cold queen. So she wasn't afraid of others seeing her upper body, as all those people had been too awestruck and fearful of her presence. Furthermore, the people that had met her were pretty much all dead anyway. However, Enlin was different. Not only had he just forced a kiss on her in an extremely brutal manner, but there was nothing she could do about it either. Her disposition as a high and mighty queen had completely crumbled in his presence. As a result, she was feeling quite depressed. On top of that, there were also a few peculiar emotions that were surging through her heart, and she was suddenly struck by the urge to find something to cover herself up. After all, she was only wearing a grass-woven miniskirt. What if this man was overwhelmed by his sexual urges? The zombie goddess was completely flustered, and her heart rate had also elevated through the roof. They were the only two people left on this mountain in the dead of night. Enlin turned to the zombie goddess, and the zombie goddess seemed to have detected Enlin's scorching gaze as a blush appeared on her face, and she lowered her head with embarrassment. Enlin? What was going on with her? He could still recall the zombie goddess' seductive smile and her teasing words back when he had failed in his first attempt to kiss her. Now that he had gone ahead and actually kissed her, why was she acting like a shy young woman? This didn't make sense. Ahem. If there's nothing else, then I'll be going now. Enlin felt like it would be best to leave as soon as possible to avoid any potential misunderstandings. Ha! The zombie goddess turned to Enlin with a dumbstruck expression. She had clearly not expected this to be the first thing to come out of his mouth. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she settled for a nod in the end. Enlin was just about to fly away on his brick when her voice suddenly sounded. What is your name? My name is Enlin. Enlin didn't think there was a need to lie. My name is Tang Yen, the zombie goddess replied. Enlin's brows furrowed. Isn't your name zombie goddess? Tang Yen, is your name soul formation stage cultivator? Tang Yen grumbled. Enlin only came to a realization then that the zombie goddess was only a title that human cultivators had invented for her. Mr. Enlin, I must thank you again for saving my life. Tang Yen bowed slightly, and a certain pair of snowy white melons also wobbled slightly in salute. Enlin immediately averted his gaze with a calm and collected expression. Ms. Tang Yen, I hope you can turn back on your old ways and focus on cultivating. May we meet again someday. As he spoke, he flew into the air atop his black brick with a sense of urgency. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid he would succumb to his more primal urges. Tang Yen stood rooted to the spot as she silently stared at the man's departing figure. The light of the moon gradually began to dim as her surroundings fell silent again. Everything was just as lonely as ever, with the exception of the occasional wolf's howl reverberating through the forest. After departing from Changbai Mountain, Enlin turned his eyes upon the system. He had already successfully attained the first stage of the Yin God cultivation method and developed a better understanding of the power of Yin. He was also now more proficient in the spatial congealment spell technique as well as his water clone technique. Furthermore, he had also mastered the extreme frost vortex spell technique, which had extremely powerful sealing and immobilization abilities. And Lin now had the cultivation methods of the yin, yang, 5 elements, wind, and lightning types, so he was only missing a metal-type cultivation method. Aside from that, he was well on his way to a divine pill. But he was also missing a divine tool. After a period of hard work, he had completed the majority of the conditions required for him to reach the return to void stage. He was already into the home stretch. I should make an extra effort and aim to break through to the return to void stage by the end of this year. And Lin's eyes were glowing with a fighting spirit. His black brick flew through the air at extreme speed. He also flew alongside a passenger airplane for a while atop his black brick just for the sake of it. And Lin flew over the clouds alongside the plane, and he could even see all of the faces looking at him through the windows. Of course, he had unleashed a concealment spell technique in order to avoid detection. Thus, he flew with the plane in a leisurely manner for a while. This was a very strange and exhilarating feeling, one which he never would have thought that he would experience 4 years ago. What a dreamlike scenario, and Lin was very thankful that he had gone down the path of cultivation. It had significantly broadened his horizons and given him a life he had never even imagined of. He flew beside the plane for about an hour before reluctantly setting off to the South Pole. It was coincidentally night time in the South Pole, and a starry night sky created a nice contrast with the white snow and ice shelves below. He found Tina and Dubai as the former nestled against the latter's back while the two of them enjoyed the brilliant view of the Aurora Australis in the sky. Giant and Lin, this Aurora Australis is so beautiful. Why do auroras appear on the poles of the earth? Tina asked with an expression of amazement. And Lin was very thankful that he had learned high school level physics and provided a textbook explanation. The auroras of the Earth are optical phenomena that result from the flow of electrically charged particles accelerating along the magnetic field lines into the upper atmosphere, where they collide with gas atoms, causing the atoms to give off light. Tina blinked her emerald eyes. Even though she didn't really understand what all that meant, she still offered words of praise. Wow! Giant and Lin's knowledge is so impressive, and Lin nodded in satisfaction. It was quite a surprise to him that he could show off his knowledge about Earth. I'm more curious about what Big Brother and did at Changbai Mountain. Woof! Dubai interjected. And Lin? I went to Changbai Mountain to settle some unfinished business and learn a new cultivation method. And Lin replied with a serious expression. Dubai's nostrils expanded as a sly smile lit up his round eyes. You went to find the zombie goddess to learn a cultivation method? I get it. It's like learning English from a foreigner chick in bed. And Lin swatted Dubai's head in rage. You keep talking shit like that, and I'll smash your dog head. Dubai looked down with an aggrieved expression. How come he had the courage to do these things but prohibited others from talking about it? And Lin, Dubai, and Tina sat together and chatted about nothing in particular, bringing a bit of liveliness to this barren landscape. They stayed at the South Pole for a few days and slew a few polar mutant beasts as for sustenance. They even discovered a spirit-nurturing stage ice-wing bird after venturing deep into the ice shelf, which was quite an unexpected surprise. And Lin had never eaten a creature like this before, and he captured it elatedly before cooking it into bird soup. The soup was smooth and exquisite, and the flesh of the bird had this peculiar crispiness that Lin, Dubai, and Tina simply couldn't get enough of. After that, they returned to the Hua Nation to cultivate on North Mist Mountain. Dubai was actually the only cultivating among the three in order to progress to the soul formation stage as soon as possible. And Lin didn't have to cultivate as he was a living hack anyway. All he was trying to do was to nurture a weapon spirit within the evil-slaying sword, thereby elevating it to the divine tool level. Tina's cultivation was even more down to luck. What was most important to her was her observation of heaven and earth. Meditation and exploration had very little effect on her cultivation base. In her own words, traveling and witnessing the wonders of the worlds were the best type of cultivation methods for her. And Lin spent the majority of his days on North Mist Mountain instructing in Mingchuan in the way of the sword, as well as imparting upon him some spell techniques, sword techniques, and experiences. As for improving in Mingchuan's cultivation base, that was not something he could help with. Even so, and Mingchuan's cultivation base was still progressing quickly. And Lin's observation in the 5 elements, yin, yang, wind, lightning, and the way of the sword was superior to even most mighty figures. It could even be said that he had the deepest and most profound observations in cultivating among anyone on earth, with him imparting all of his knowledge to Mingchuan without any reservation. And Mingchuan's rate of progression was simply astounding. And Lin also gave Mingchuan many spirit pills and spirit fruits in order to assist with his cultivation. The days that followed were quite busy but also uneventful. A few days later, Shenyuan Chang delivered some good news via voice transmission talisman. Classmate and Lin, the passageway to the heavenly court has been repaired. After hearing this news, and Lin and the others bade farewell to their family and friends on earth. Dad, wait for me. The next time we meet, I'm taking you to the Tai Chu continent. And Lin embraced the man before him with a smile. He had already decided that he would take his father to the Tai Chu continent prior to his graduation. The cultivation environment on the Tai Chu continent was much better than the cultivation environment on Earth. Furthermore, if Mingchuan came to the 4-9 Immortal sect, all of the pavilion lords would be able to help him out with his cultivation too, and it would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial to him. Fake Taoist priest, don't forget about me. Tian Lingling raised her hand as a reminder. And Lin ruffled Tian Lingling's hair with a smile. You have to cultivate hard. It would be embarrassing if you can't even pass our sect's entrance trials. TCH. Tian Lingling rolled her eyes. You're looking down on the number 1 young prodigy on Earth. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. I am indeed. Tian Lingling? What followed was a torrential storm of angry little fists. After attaining his initial success stage body of the war god, Tian Lingling's attacks could no longer inflict any pain upon him, and their battle of words concluded with Tian Lingling massaging her sore hands. After a series of farewells, and Lin, Shenyuan Chang, Dabai, and Tina made their way toward the Heavenly Court's spatial teleportation point to depart from Earth. After returning to the United University of Cultivation, the first thing Lin did was naturally to go look for Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan reported her earnings for the past few days to Lin with elation on her face. The average price of her dishes had stabilized to over 200,000 spirit stones per dish, and there were over 200,000 spirit stones of profit for each dish. And Lin was quite elated to hear this too. His current net worth had reached 66 million spirit stones, taking him closer and closer to his target of 100 million. Su Xiaolan seemed to have fallen in love with cooking as she volunteered to take over the cooking duties from now on. In her words, she explained that she seemed to have fallen in love with the Intent Realm special effects, which eventuated the moment she completed each dish. And Lin didn't really mind either way. If that was what Xiaolan wanted to do, then he would give her his full support. Life returned back to normal again, and Lin began to reapply himself to his studies. His homeroom teacher, Sword Immortal Ling Xiao, was ecstatic. He had been heartbroken that both of the top prodigies in his class would rather cook than attend his classes. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had made a name for themselves in the Heavenly Court with their cooking, and this was something that was certainly worthy of celebration. However, he felt like there was something wrong. Only after Lin began attending classes again did Sword Immortal Ling Xiao figure out exactly what was amiss. And Lin and Su Xiaolan had become the role models for all of the students in the United University of Cultivation, and they were greatly revered figures. Hence, was it going to be the case that everyone would want to follow in their footsteps and begin cooking instead of cultivating? That would be a disaster. However, this concern was resolved when Lin began attending classes again. Even the badass student Lin is working hard on his studies and cultivation. So what excuse do all of you have to slack off? Some of the teachers were using Lin's return as a means of encouraging the students in their classes to work harder. And it worked. All of the students had their fighting spirits ignited, and all of them followed in student Lin's example to cultivate harder. And Lin was once one of the worst performing students in his class, but he completely turned that around during the mid-semester exams. He scored full marks in pill refinement, immortal spells, practical combat, Tao realm, and Lin nodded with a tranquil expression at the sight of all of these satisfying exam papers. Not bad. Before he knew it, half a month had passed. One day, some news arrived from the 4-9 Immortal sect, which drove a wedge into his serene lifestyle. Bad news, and Lin, our Spirit Stone Mine Scouts, have engaged in a conflict with cultivators from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas in the territory of the Flying Ball tribe. Lu Qianhuan's voice sounded, and Lin had some recollection of the Flying Ball tribe. This was a decently sized tribe located to the east of the Kingdom of the Nine States. So what? It's just some conflict. We'll just settle everything in whatever way required. And Lin didn't think much of this news. But Xiao Zhe killed one of the Dragon King's sons. Lu Qianhuan's panicked voice sounded. Gasp! And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. Which Dragon King? Lu Qianhuan replied exasperatedly. Which other Dragon King could there be? The Dragon King from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. And Lin sprang to his feet upon hearing this. Tell me what happened. Lu Qianhuan provided a detailed account. Our Spirit Stone Mine Scouts discovered a large mine in a secluded area of the Flying Ball tribe's territory. But news of this was unwittingly disclosed. The Spirit Stone Mine Scouts from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas immediately arrived on the scene, announcing that they were the ones who found the mine first and tried to chase away our scouts before forcefully making a mark on the mine in order to claim it. Our scouts immediately reported the situation back to us, and Xiao Zhe flared up before arriving at the scene. A large Spirit Stone mine was a priceless resource, so we couldn't just give up on it. The Dragon King's second son, Ao Shuyu, also arrived on the scene, and a conflict took place between Xiao Zhe and Ao Shuyu with regard to the ownership rights of the mine. No one expected Ao Shuyu to be so weak, and Xiao Zhe accidentally killed him with one strike. And Lin, holy fuck, he killed the Dragon King's second son just like that? This was a return to Void Stage mighty figure. How was he so fragile? And Lin felt like he needed to organize his thoughts. Even though the Dragon King had about a dozen children, it didn't mean that he didn't care about them. Ao Shuyu's aptitude wasn't great, but he had superb luck, and only through a series of opportunities did he barely manage to progress to the Return to Void stage, where he had remained for a long time at the Return to Void initial stage. Hence, it made sense that Xiao Zhe was able to accidentally kill him with one strike. And Lin could believe this, but it didn't mean that the Dragon King would as well. Even if the Dragon King believed that it was accidental manslaughter, it wasn't like he would just back down anyway. It was quite normal for casualties to arise during conflicts in the cultivating world, but things would become complicated when one of the casualties was someone with high status and position. Even though Lin's side was justified in their actions, things could not be resolved through talking sense alone. Little Na, little Tian, come with me. And Lin brought along Tina and Shui Zhantian to the site of the incident. Lu Qianhuan, did the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas state any conditions for us? And Lin asked. Lu Qianhuan replied, they made some very ridiculous demands. Seeing as our sect has the backing of the Heavenly Court, the Dragon King has decided against demanding Xiao Zhe's life in exchange for his sons. However, he demanded Xiao Zhe to become an eternal slave to the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. He has also demanded that we are to back off from the fight for the Spirit Stone Mine in the Flying Ball tribe territory. Heh, they're basically asking for Xiao Zhe to be their lapdog and they're taking our mine. Lu Qianhuan's voice was tinged with rage as she spoke, and Lin's expression completely darkened upon hearing this. Make Xiao Zhe the slave of the Dragon Court? Don't they know who Xiao Zhe's master is? On the Flying Ball tribe territory of the Tai Chu continent, there was a mountain on which one rock face had been smashed open to reveal translucent green crystals inside, from which an extremely powerful vital energy fluctuation could be detected. At the foot of the rock face, there were two parties that were caught in an impasse. Xiao Zhe wore a set of black robes as he stood firmly before a dozen or so outer sect disciples while staring with a grave expression at the man before him. The man had golden eyes and dragon horns on his head, and he was wearing a set of white robes. Beside this middle-aged man, there were two male dragon tribe cultivators with powerful auras, as well as a powerful dragon tribe entourage. Xiao Zhe, you killed my brother, but my father has been kind enough to spare your life, seeing as you are affiliated with the Heavenly Court. Why do you still resist? A male dragon tribe cultivator who was holding a jade fan interrogated in a stern voice. I'm only going to be my master's underling. You want me to become the dragon court's eternal slave? Go fuck yourselves. Xiaozhe chuckled coldly. The middle-aged man at the forefront of the group spoke in a slow, yet menacing voice. If you continue to resist, then don't blame me for killing you on the spot in order to avenge my son. Boom! An extremely fearsome dragon might erupted between heaven and earth as peerlessly regal golden ripples radiated from the middle-aged man's body. Everyone around was struck by a sense of crushing asphyxiation, as if they were being confronted by an ancient true dragon. Have you no shame, Ao Meng? It's clearly you who is trying to rob our mine, which has therefore resulted in this altercation, and now you're pinning the blame on us? Is this how the Dragon King does things? Lu Qianhuan held her sword as she pointed at the middle-aged man with an enraged expression. There's no place for a child like you in a conversation between adults. Ao Meng harumphed coldly, and an extremely terrifying aura materialized into a substantial form before hurtling toward Lu Qianhuan. Xiaozhe instantly positioned himself before Lu Qianhuan and launched his palms against the oncoming attack. Boom! An earth-shattering collision ensued. Xiaozhe stumbled back a few steps before stabilizing himself and glaring at Ao Meng. I'm the one who killed your son. Don't go unleashing cowardly attacks against soul formation stage cultivators. Where is your honor as a dragon tribe mighty figure? A disdainful expression appeared on Ao Meng's face. Even if I kill all of you to avenge my son, the heavenly court won't be able to state any objections. Hurry up and sign the slave contract with me. My patience is wearing thin. You want to kill members of my 4-9 Immortal sect? Take care you don't get yourself killed. A handsome man flew toward them from a distance before looking down upon Ao Meng. Humph! Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Ao Meng had never been insulted by a soul formation stage cultivator like this, and he raised his hand to grip the air in the direction of the black brick. Boom! Space suddenly twisted in that instant. However, a flash of white light erupted, and Enlin disappeared from the spot. What? Ao Meng faltered slightly at this sudden development. In his moment of stunned inactivity, a white light suddenly flashed before him, and a man with black energy radiating from his body suddenly emerged from thin air and unleashed a vicious sword strike. Whoosh! A terrifying black sword projection extended for close to 10 kilometers, slicing apart all of the mountains in its path. Ao Meng was knocked back several hundred meters by that sword strike, but he remained completely unscathed. So you're the Dragon King of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas? Ao Meng? You're nothing much. Even though he hadn't injured Ao Meng, a sneer still appeared on Enlin's lips, as if he did not even see Ao Meng as a worthy opponent. You're Enlin. Azure scales had appeared on Ao Meng's arms. He had used his 2 arms as a shield to defend himself from Enlin's previous attack. That's right. I am the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Enlin. Enlin did not keep his identity a secret. If he didn't even have the courage to reveal who he was, then he wouldn't have appeared here in the first place. He scanned his eyes across the dragon tribe forces to find that, including Ao Meng, there were 3 returned to void stage mighty figures among them. Aside from Ao Meng, one of the remaining 2 mighty figures was the return to void initial stage Ao Mingyu, whom he had met at the ancient Tai Chu realm. The other one was a dragon tribe mighty figure who he had never met before. This dragon tribe mighty figure had obscured his aura, so it was impossible to ascertain his cultivation base. What an outstanding young hero! Ao Meng looked at Enlin with a fake smile. Enlin responded in kind. And what a shameless old fart! Ao Meng's lips twitched as a cold sneer appeared on his face. I hope you can understand the implications of killing my son. If you want Xiaozhe to live, then persuade him to become my slave and tell your people to evacuate from this mine at once. You want to make my disciple your slave? Do you really think you're worthy? Enlin raised his head, and there was a hint of cold rage in his eyes. Master. Tears welled up in Xiaozhe's eyes as he looked at Enlin. Ha ha ha. Ao Meng couldn't help but laugh at the height of his rage. You refuse to cooperate? All right, Then you can all die here. He had already planned everything out. If worse came to worst, he would just have to kill Xiao Zhe and the others right on the spot. The heavenly court wouldn't intervene as he was only avenging his son, which made his actions justifiable. After that, he could take the spirit stone mine for himself, and all in all, it wasn't a bad deal to exchange the life of a useless son for a large spirit stone mine. And Lin refused to get swept up in Ao Meng's rhythm. Don't be so eager to battle. Let's set out the facts first and ascertain just who is in the wrong on this matter. Quit your yapping. You don't have the right to be negotiating with me. The reality is that Xiao Zhe has killed my son, so he has two choices now, one of which is to become my slave and the other one is to pay with his life. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. Ao Meng's monstrous aura erupted forth again, a power of the divine Tao, which was unique to a return to void final stage mighty figure, surged into the sky, creating an extremely powerful tornado of wind and light that howled in rage. And Lin gritted his teeth upon seeing this, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Ao Meng was completely unwilling to settle this through reason. Ao Meng knew in his heart that the Dragon Court was in the wrong here. Hence, if he really did afford Lin the opportunity to analyze the situation, then he would be placed at a moral disadvantage. As such, it was best to just force a battle immediately. The Dragon Court was more powerful than the 4-9 Immortal sect anyway. Hence, the 4-9 Immortal sect could only bend to his will and judgment. Seeing as you think I don't have the right to negotiate with you, then let me show you whether I have the right to do so or not. Golden light flashed through in Lin's eyes as a paramount divine might erupted forth. Boom! Golden ripples permeated through heaven and earth, as if a peerless god was looking down upon the ants of the world. The entire dragon tribe entourage, with the exception of Ao Meng and the two men beside him, all sprawled to the ground. And Lin was not someone that would just accept being trampled upon. Ao Meng wanted to talk through the use of fists, then he would just have to speak Ao Meng's language. Ao Meng's expression shifted minutely when he sensed the divine might emanating from Lin's body. So you're refusing to let Xiao Zhe become my slave? Ao Meng's voice was like a clap of thunder, making the entire space around him to tremor and waver. And Lin pulled out his evil-slaying sword and took a deep breath. I've already told you that you're not worthy. He refused to listen to reason and thrust two options upon Lin. Did he really think Lin would be so easy to walk over? Master, I'll fight by your side. Xiao Zhe stood beside Lin with a firm expression on his face. Not only that, but Tina and Xianxia also stood by Lin's side, clearly to battle with him as a team. You really think a few return to void stage cultivators are enough to oppose me? I'll show you just how much of a disparity there is between a return to void stage mighty figure who has mastered the power of the divine Tao and one who hasn't. Regardless of whether you have 1 or 10 return to void stage mighty figures come at me at once, it makes no difference whatsoever. Ao Meng focused his gaze on Lin, and over 100 bolts of purple lightning suddenly shot forth from the lightning tornadoes around him before piercing through the air toward Lin with the fearsome power of the divine Tao. He had unleashed his power of the divine Tao from the get-go and was clearly trying to silence Lin forever. In the face of these monstrous bolts of lightning, Lin's expression remained unchanged as he clasped his hands behind his back. The bolts of purple lightning changed directions all of a sudden and hurtled toward Ao Meng with even greater force. What? Ao Meng's expression shifted drastically, but he also reacted quite quickly as he immediately materialized a barrier before him. Divine Lightning Barrier. And then, the Divine Lightning Barrier exploded in Ao Meng's face. Boom, boom, boom. Following the explosion of the barrier was a terrifying barrage of over 100 bolts of purple lightning, each of which were imbued with the power of the divine Tao. Ao Meng's enraged roars and anguished wails reverberated between heaven and earth. All of the dragon tribe cultivators were dumbstruck upon seeing this. They were waiting for their dragon king to abuse the crap out of the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, only for the roles to be reversed. What the hell was going on? The 4-9 Immortal sect cultivators were spurred on greatly by this opening exchange, and all of them let loose cries of excitement and encouragement. Upon seeing Ao Meng using a lightning technique, Xiao Zhe and the others didn't even have to look to predict the result. The dust slowly settled. Ao Meng's disheveled figure was revealed, and he panted heavily as his white robe was draped over him in tatters, revealing large patches of charred black skin underneath. Hee, I had forgotten your title as the Lord of Transcendence. You must be able to control my lightning too if you're able to control divine lightning. That being the case, I'll just have to crush you without using lightning. Ao Meng suddenly let loose an almighty roar as white mist permeated through the air within a radius of several dozen kilometers around him. A series of powerful water dragons with ferocious expressions began to emerge before circling through the air and baring their fangs at Enlin. All of you go protect the disciples of the 4-9 Immortal sect. I don't need your help for the time being. Enlin instructed his beast pets and disciple. But Master, you're up against the return to Void final stage Dragon King. Xiao Zhe was a little anxious. Do you not believe in your master? Enlin turned to him with a confident smile. Xiao Zhe opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything further in the end. There are still 2 dragon tribe mighty figures that you all have to be mindful of, Enlin cautioned. As for the Dragon King of the East Sea, just me alone is enough to take him down. Roar! Several blue water dragons tens of thousands of feet in length let loose enraged roars before crashing down upon Enlin with unstoppable force. Enlin stepped forward and leaped into the air to meet the water dragons. His body was impossibly insignificant in the face of the water dragons and was instantly submerged by the boundless sea of water as heaven and earth were transformed into a vast ocean. Well, that makes my job easier. A smile appeared on Ao Meng's face as he abruptly clapped his hands together. The blue water dragons began to converge with terrifying ferocity as they unleashed attacks that were imbued with Ao Meng's observation of the divine Tao. Even a return to Void final stage mighty figure would be injured by attacks of this caliber. A few minor wounds were inflicted upon Enlin's body of the war god, but his expression remained unchanged as the blood within his body slowly churned and his skin became a reddish gold. Ao Meng felt like there was something wrong. All of a sudden, a new sun seemed to have erupted from Enlin's body. Boom! An extremely terrifying explosion erupted within the ocean. Boundless flames exploded forth in all directions. The water dragons howled in anguish as their bodies were torn apart by the fearsome explosion before being evaporated by the monstrously scorching temperatures. Ao Meng's pupils contracted as he stared at the scenes unfolding before his eyes in bewilderment. Enlin's entire body had turned into a peculiar reddish crimson as a smorgasbord of divine flames and a holy flame burned around his body, from which scorching temperatures radiated forth, making the air around him twist and warp. However, that wasn't the point. The main thing to be taken into consideration here was that Enlin's aura had become even more terrifyingly powerful. Enlin opened his mouth and exhaled a scorching breath of air. This was the core inheritance that he had received from the eternal sun god of the southern heavenly wing nation, the fire god mode. The power of his flames had been amplified by 100% by converting his kinetic energy into heat energy, thereby allowing him to become a true fire god. Now then, let me see just how powerful I am with the 6 divine flames and 1 holy flame fused into my body. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face, and he blasted forth like a fiery shooting star, leaving a sonic boom in his wake. Ao Meng launched a palm toward the plummeting Enlin, and a vast blue palm appeared before its 5 fingers folded, as if it were trying to pluck the fiery shooting star from the sky. Enlin also unleashed a palm toward the gigantic blue palm. Boom! The terrifying ensuing explosion sent shockwaves sweeping through the air within a radius of several kilometers from the point of explosion. Scorching flames exploded forth, and the terrifying force of the explosion caused the gigantic blue palm to cave in. Ao Meng looked on in disbelief as a massive hole was smashed into the huge blue palm that he had unleashed. In the next instant, Enlin had already appeared right before him, and the devastating temperatures radiating from Enlin's body made it feel like he was also scorched by boundless flames. Enlin's eyes were bright and piercing, and his fists crackled as they struck Ao Meng's chest at blinding speed. Bam! This fist had been enhanced by the fire god mode. which had allowed Enlin to fuse the power of all 7 of his flames into his body. This fist also left a series of inky black spatial cracks in the air before ramming viciously into Ao Meng's chest. Crack. The sound of bones caving in and cracking open erupted. Ao Meng's eyes widened, and he threw up a mouthful of blood as his body flew through the air like a cannonball. "Father!" Ao Mingyu let loose a cry of shock upon seeing this. He was just about to make a move when 3 extremely powerful auras locked onto him. "If you want to interfere with the battle, then we're going to partake in it as well." Xiao Zhe fixed a cold glare onto Ao Mingyu. "I hope you're a bit more durable than Ao Shuyu and won't die just from a single palm." Ao Mingyu. Never would anyone have thought that Ao Meng would still be knocked flying by Enlin even after he gave up on using lightning attacks. A return to Void final stage mighty figure was unable to defend himself against a punch from Enlin? After launching that terrifying fist, Enlin's body pierced through the air again as he hurtled toward Ao Meng. "Roar! I'll kill you!" Ao Meng had clearly been completely enraged. Azure scales appeared all over his body, and his hands transformed into a pair of dragon claws as he charged to meet Enlin. "Let's see you try." Enlin chortled. He was like a paramount flame monarch with the divine flames and holy flame around his body as he flew through the air atop a sea of flames. The muscles in his arms bulged and contracted as he hurled an even more terrifying fist at Ao Meng. Ao Meng used his dragon claws to meet Enlin's fist. Boom! The ensuing shockwaves from the earth-shattering collision instantly reduced the ground within a radius of over a kilometer to dust. Ao Meng could feel an indescribably monstrous strength flowing through his arm and into his entire body. He let loose an almighty roar as his feet fused with the earth to lock himself in place against this overwhelming force. A huge crater appeared in the earth behind him from the fearsome shockwaves. 1 second later, the power behind Enlin's fist was exhausted. However, Ao Meng didn't even get a chance to catch his breath before Enlin's second punch fell. Again, Ao Meng was completely enraged and chose to cop Enlin's fist with his body. At the same time, his claws tore through the air toward Enlin's chest at an even faster speed, leaving dazzling azure trails in their wake. His claws tore through Enlin's flames before striking Enlin's body, upon which a sharp screeching sound erupted as 5-colored divine light revolved around Enlin's body. His attack was imbued with the power of a return to Void final stage mighty figure, but it was unable to tear through Enlin's body. Ao Meng was astonished by just how terrifyingly powerful Enlin's body was. "Break through!" he roared as the power of the divine Tao in his claws climbed explosively. Splat! Blood splattered forth as 6 gruesome gashes appeared on Enlin's body. At the same time, Ao Meng's chest caved in again from his fist, and he felt as if all of his internal organs had been shattered by the impact. Ao Meng threw up another mouthful of blood as his body hurtled into the distance again. Enlin was also stumbling back in retreat as the power of the divine Tao wreaked havoc in the wounds on his chest, inflicting him with extremely acute pain. However, there was no hint of timidity on his face. Instead, he let loose a hearty laugh as he rushed toward Ao Meng again. After being severely wounded by Enlin, Ao Meng seemed to have entered a frenzied state as he charged toward Enlin with a twisted expression. Under the enhancement of the Fire God mode, Enlin's speed and power had both received terrifying boosts. The 6 divine flames and the holy vermilion flame was nothing to be scoffed at. After their combined might was fused together with Enlin's body, the monstrous explosivity of his attacks forced even the return to Void final stage Ao Meng onto the back foot. Ao Meng's dragon claws clashed again and again with Enlin's fists, and each of their clashes reduced everything around them to dust. Ao Meng had initially planned to use the power of water to restrict Enlin's movements, but Enlin's body was like a miniature sun that was burning through everything, so the water-type attacks weren't really doing much. After several dozen fierce clashes, both of them were riddled with wounds. It looked like they were fighting on par with one another, but Enlin's attacks seemed to grow more ferocious as the battle wore on, as if he had taken performance-enhancing drugs, while Ao Meng's power was slowly dwindling with time. The Dragon Tribe entourage were all shocked upon seeing this. They knew that Enlin was extremely powerful, but they didn't think that he would be able to fight on par with the Dragon King. Wait, he was actually slowly gaining the upper hand. Roar! Aomeng let loose an enraged roar. Azure divine symbols appeared on his claws as he swatted Enlin aside. You forced me into this. I don't care who you are. You're going to die here today regardless. Aomeng's aura soared explosively again. Ao Mingyu's expression shifted drastically upon seeing this. Father is going to use that technique? He's still just as illogical as ever. Another male dragon tribe cultivator shook his head with a resigned smile. Using that spell technique is going to result in severe aftereffects. I didn't think that father would be forced to this extent. And Lin's expression remained unchanged even after hearing Ao Meng's enraged cry, and his body tore through the air as he launched another fist toward Ao Meng. His fist shot forth with an unstoppable force. It hadn't even made contact with Ao Meng, but the space around him was already cracking open as it was unable to endure the overwhelming power of the fist. Ao Meng's expression was twisted as his dragon foot shot forth to lock onto Enlin's fist, leaving a trail of azure afterimage in their wake. Enlin felt as if his fist had struck a wall of cotton, and all of its power had fallen on nothing. He turned to look at his fist, upon which his pupils contracted. His fist was being tightly clenched by Azure Dragon Foot. A series of cracks had appeared on the surface of the dragon foot, from which blood flowed to form a thin protective barrier. His fist had landed on the protective barrier, upon which all of its power had mysteriously disappeared. What? And Lin's expression shifted. How had his power just disappeared all of a sudden? A sinister yet triumphant smile appeared on Ao Meng's face. How do you like my blood sacrifice black hole? His expression was extremely cold as he gripped onto Enlin's fist with his dragon foot, preventing him from being able to struggle free. Furthermore, his dragon foot was clamping down with steadily increasing force, and he was clearly planning to crush Enlin's fist like a vice. Enlin's left fist shot forth in this instant. As blood spurted forth, Ao Meng reacted extremely quickly to cover his other dragon foot, which he used to block Enlin's second punch. What should have been an earth-shattering collision was instead like an attack falling into a bottomless abyss with not even an echo to be heard. Enlin was dumbstruck. This was the first time he had encountered such an uncanny power. From how the battle had been progressing prior to this point, Ao Meng would have at least been knocked back several hundred meters by his attack. However, Enlin felt as if his fists had landed on thin air, and he couldn't even sense any physical contact taking place. Right at this moment, a sharp pain shot through both of his fists as his bones began to creak from the overwhelming force being exerted upon them. How are you going to fight if I crush both of your arms? Dazzling divine light burst forth from Ao Meng's claws as a vicious smile appeared on his face. Enlin took a deep breath before suddenly opening his mouth. Ao Meng. Fearsome heat energy burned as a golden energy converged in his mouth. An extremely fearsome pillar of golden energy erupted from Enlin's mouth, striking Ao Meng square in the face. The golden pillar of energy extended into infinity and beyond, tearing apart the mountain behind Ao Meng in its path, as if it were a river of flames running through heaven and earth while incinerating everything in its wake. This was the fat-burning cannon blast that he had learned from Yi, which could convert his fat to heat energy, which could then be blasted from his mouth. After being enhanced by his fire god mode, the power of that attack was elevated once again. Ao Meng was completely taken by surprise and was heavily afflicted by this fearsome attack. Enlin felt the vices around his hands loosen, and he immediately struggled free before hastily retreating into the distance. The golden energy dissipated. Ao Meng's entire face was charred black, and a wisp of white smoke escaped from his mouth. What the fuck? Was this Enlin even human? This was the first time he had ever seen a human unleashed a cannon blast from their mouth. And most importantly, it was a devastatingly powerful blast as well. All of the dragon tribe cultivators' eyes widened as they stared at Enlin in shock and horror. Enlin was like an endless bag of tricks that constantly had them in shock and awe. It would be fine if a dragon tribe cultivator had unleashed a breath attack, but what was the deal with this human? and his breath attack was countless times more devastating than what they were capable of. And Lin retreated to over a kilometer away before swinging his numb hands as he stared at Ao Meng with a grave expression on his face. Ao Meng's blood sacrifice black hole technique was something that even he had to be cautious of. If it weren't for the fact that he had this special attack up his sleeve, he would have been in a dire situation just then. Very good. You have successfully enraged me. Ao Meng's golden eyes were bloodshot from rage, and Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. No shit? Who wouldn't get angry after getting pummeled like that? An ear-splitting dragon roar suddenly erupted. White mist erupted forth from Ao Meng's body, immediately following which an azure dragon over 10,000 feet long emerged from the mist. Lightning flashed, thunder clapped, heaven and earth lost all of its lusters as massive waves began to surge. The Dragon King had finally revealed his true form. Mortal, I will only require 1 minute to take care of you. The azure dragon glared coldly at Lin as a monstrous dragon might erupted forth. Lin waved a hand, and a scorching crimson arrow pierced through space before shooting for the azure dragon's head. The azure dragon didn't even bother to evade as a cold sneer appeared on his face. A faint layer of blood suddenly appeared on his glabella, and the crimson arrow instantly disappeared as it struck the layer of blood, as if it were a sandcastle that was disappearing with the tide. Hee. Don't even bother. My blood sacrifice black hole technique can transform any part of my body into an energy-engulfing black hole at will. You won't be able to inflict any more injuries upon me. The azure dragon chuckled coldly, and he circled the air before plummeting at extreme speed toward Lin like an azure divine sword falling from the sky. Lin withdrew his fire god mode. He had to. He simply didn't have any flame power left. However, his aura did not diminish as a result. Instead, a black energy burst forth from his body as his aura became even more fearsome. Origin energy of the netherworld. Second stage wind spirit technique. Wind sword. Kuan Peng travel. Following the threefold speed enhancement, Lin's body was like a bolt of lightning as he flew toward Ao Meng before appearing behind him at blinding speed, pulling out a huge bronze ball at the same time. Your turn to shine, large water ball. Ao Meng was startled by Lin's speed. However, a disdainful expression soon appeared on his face again. So what if you're fast? None of your attacks can hurt me. Lin completely ignored his gloating words. As long as it wasn't the powers of laws, any power would have a maximum tolerance capacity, and the blood sacrifice black hole was no exception. Otherwise, Ao Meng would be invincible as long as he had a layer of blood across his entire body. Lin landed on Ao Meng's back, and the latter's blood was already gushing forth to engulf his body, creating an indestructible protective barrier. At the same time, a series of water blades imbued with the power of the divine Tao flew through the air, and Lin completely ignored those attacks. He sent his vital energy surging into the bronze ball, which was lying flush against Ao Meng's back, and he made a few hand seals at the same time. Large water ball. Crush this bastard. Boom! Lin was knocked flying by the blue blades of water as a huge wound appeared on his body of the war god. But his eyes were extremely bright as he stared at the large water ball with anticipation on his face. Ha ha ha! You want to crush me with a ball like that? You're killing me! Ha ha ha! I'm the Dragon King of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. Ao Meng chortled with mirth as he moved his body freely through the air, seemingly completely unaffected by the ball on his back. Lin faltered slightly upon seeing this as well. Could it be that his large water ball didn't possess enough crushing power? Just as he was starting to have second thoughts, Ao Meng's expression suddenly shifted as his massive dragon body shuddered violently. What the? Ao Meng had only just opened his mouth when an indescribably devastating force descended, as if it were threatening to crush the entire heaven and earth. Howl! His body was forced into the shape of a horseshoe, and he let loose a wail of anguish as he plummeted from the sky. Boom! The azure dragon crashed to the ground, causing heaven and earth to tremor violently. Bright blue liquid surged on the surface of the bronze ball as a boundless force was exerted upon Ao Meng's body. He felt as if he had the entire planet on his back. Help me! Howl! Oh Meng let loose a blood-curdling cry as a blood-sacrifice black hole appeared on his back, only to be completely crushed by the bronze ball before it crashed down on his body with an insane force. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. The large water ball had absorbed hundreds of millions of tons of water. Such a gargantuan amount of water gathered in a ball of this size would undoubtedly result in an unimaginable crushing force. This was like if you had a 1-ton bullet. If you held it in your hand, even without having to shoot it from a gun, just its weight alone would allow it to puncture your palm. The large water ball crushed Ao Meng's defense and forced his back to cave in as the sound of dragon bones twisting and cracking erupted. Howl! Ao Meng let loose another wail of anguish. Father! Ao Mingyu couldn't just stand by and watch any longer, and he flew through the air toward Ao Meng. It was also in that instant that Xiao Zhe appeared before Ao Mingyu and unleashed an almighty tail whip to knock him flying like a rubber ball. Don't interrupt my master's battle. The black dragon let loose an enraged roar. Brother, please act now. Father is about to die. Ao Mingyu roared. Sigh! A faint sigh sounded. A male dragon tribe cultivator with a set of cold features and a pair of sharp eyes made his way toward Ao Meng with a sword in his hand, crossing over a distance of several hundred meters with each step. Xiao Zhe immediately flew toward the approaching man. Piss off! He unleashed a spatial seal on the man from the dragon tribe before whipping his tail with an unstoppable force toward him. However, the man instantly vanished to evade Xiao Zhe's attack. In the next instant, he had appeared several hundred meters away and was even closer to Enlin. He had mastered spatial skipping, which was beyond countless return to void stage mighty figures. An earth-shattering sword intent burst forth from his body as the clouds and wind surged overhead. Xianxia was just about to fly toward the man when Tina held him back by gripping tightly onto his fur. Little Na, what are you doing? Why are you holding me back in such an urgent situation? Xianxia roared. Let's put our belief in Giant and Lin and not throw away our lives. Little Na's expression was extremely grim. How could this be throwing away our lives? Xianxia was unconvinced. Tina's emerald eyes were locked firmly on the man as she explained in a faint voice. Because he's a lot more powerful than even Dragon King Ao Meng. Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Tina's solemn expression before turning to the man who was approaching Enlin with a terrifying aura exploding from his body. You're right. Big Brother An's power is unmatched. A useless dragon like this one will be taken care of with ease. So there's no need for us to interfere. Xianxia analyzed with a justified expression. Tina. And Lin's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the oncoming man. He had tried to use his powerful divine sense to detect this man's cultivation base, all to no avail. However, the man was now exposing his aura for the world to see, and only now did Enlin discover that this was also a return to Void final stage mighty figure. Furthermore, he appeared to be even more powerful than Ao Meng. Ao Meng, who was struggling to breathe under the large water ball, caught sight of the approaching man, and a smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at Enlin out of the corner of his eye, and it looked as if he had absolute confidence that Enlin's fate of death was sealed. Who are you? Enlin asked. The fifth son of the Dragon King, Ao Qingyu, the man replied in a cold voice. He fixed an extremely cold gaze on Enlin, the type of gaze that would have weaker cultivators collapsing to their knees in fear. Enlin nodded upon hearing this. He was quite familiar with this man. This was allegedly the most exceptionally talented and most powerful cultivator in the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. He was also supposed to be the closest dragon tribe mighty figure to the Dao integration stage. I will only unleash one sword strike, after which I will no longer interfere with this battle. Ao Qingyu raised his head. An arrogant expression appeared on his face as his aura surged once again. But my one sword strike may well take your life. And Lin's heart jolted with shock. This was not an opponent to be scoffed at. He immediately clasped his hands behind his back as he spoke with a faint smile on his face. Then please help yourself, and make sure to use your most powerful technique. Otherwise, you might not be able to satisfy me. Ao Qingyu's brows furrowed. He didn't think there would be such an arrogant man in this world. His pride as a powerful mighty figure made him reluctant to attack a soul formation stage cultivator. However, this soul formation stage cultivator had bashed his father into calling him father, so he had no choice but to attack. However, he didn't think that he would be looked down on like this. Heh! Please be on your guard then. Ao Qingyu was not a man of many words, and he immediately drew his sword. A boundless sword intent instantly erupted throughout heaven and earth, as if it were trying to tear apart this entire sky. The power of Ao Qingyu's true intent in the way of the sword instantly enshrouded an area of several hundred kilometers in radius. This was the power of the divine Tao, his domain of sword intent. Within this domain, he could slice through anything. Ao Qingyu turned his eyes upon Enlin and unleashed the most powerful sword strike of his entire life. Ao Qingyu struck. This was the most powerful attack he had ever unleashed. Enlin looked at the oncoming sword strike, which threatened to part heaven and earth, and he had no doubt that Ao Qingyu was trying to kill him. As the sword projection swept through the air, even space itself was sliced into two disjointed halves. Within Ao Qingyu's divine Tao sword intent domain, his sword was the sharpest weapon that could slice through anything in this world. As the entire heaven and earth around him were transformed into an execution platform, and Lin knew that there was nowhere to run from this peerlessly sharp sword strike. If he were to take this attack head-on, even his body of the war god would be sliced in half. How impressive! This was probably the most fearsome attack he had ever faced. Ao Qingyu was already chortling with glee, and he turned his eyes toward Enlin with anticipation while envisioning him being sliced in half. All of the dragon tribe's powerful beings were also staring at this scene with elation in their eyes. They knew that Ao Qingyu's full power strike was not something anyone had a chance of contending with, and Lin also felt like he was powerless against this attack. However, he didn't intend to take the attack head-on. He silently pulled out a mirror from his storage ring. Vermilion bird mirror. That's right, he was afraid that Ao Qingyu wouldn't be as powerful as this. This was why Enlin was flexing to goad him into using his most powerful technique. The more powerful the attack he unleashed, the more chance Enlin had of striking him down. Enlin was very satisfied with the caliber of Ao Qingyu's sword strike. The sword projection that was sharp enough to part heaven and earth descended upon Enlin, upon which dazzling light burst forth, becoming the only color tone between heaven and earth. This was an extremely pure and sharp energy, and even though the sword projection hadn't made contact with his body, and Lin felt like he had already been sliced open, the sword projection then landed on the vermilion bird mirror and was suddenly reversed. The devastating sword strike fell upon Ao Qingyu's own body. Ao Qingyu's attack was able to slice through anything, including himself. His eyes widened with incredulity. The terrifying sword intent gradually dissipated. Heaven and earth fell deathly silent, to the point that even a pin drop could be heard audibly. Some people were even rubbing their eyes and doubting their own visions. Blood suddenly seeped from Ao Qingyu's waist before slowly staining his entire white robe. Everyone, regardless of whether they were from the 4-9 Immortal sect or the Dragon tribe, was staring at this scene with incredulity and shock in their eyes. How could this be? How could this have happened? Blood trickled down from the corner of Ao Qingyu's lips as he murmured with a blank expression. He could reluctantly accept it if Enlin had taken his sword strike and emerged alive. However, having his attack reflected back at him was just, that didn't count. I'm going again. Ao Qingyu gritted his teeth as he raised his long sword again in an attempt to unleash another sword strike toward Enlin. However, his expression suddenly shifted as blood gushed forth from his waist like a fountain. His upper body slowly separated from his lower body, as if he were the subject of an extremely gruesome magic trick. That's right, his body had been sliced in half by his own attack. Brother! Ao Mingyu roared as he flew toward Ao Qingyu at all costs. My son! Ao Meng's eyes were completely bloodshot as he roared with grief. Ao Qingyu's body fell to the ground, and his teeth chattered as a blank expression settled over his face. He seemed to still be unable to process the fact that he had been defeated by Enlin. Ao Mingyu flew toward Ao Qingyu, and assembled the two halves of his body back together before placing an immortal pill into his mouth and unleashing a healing spell technique upon him. Thankfully, all returned to void final stage mighty figures possessed insane life energy. Even though Ao Qingyu had lost the ability to take further part in this battle, his life had been saved. Of course, his life would only truly have been saved if the 4-9 Immortal sect decided to spare him. All of the other Dragon Court cultivators were completely devoid of battle intent upon seeing this, and some of them were even trembling involuntarily. We lost. The most powerful being within our Dragon Court has lost to Enlin. And he was defeated by his own attack without any possibility of retaliation. That's way too terrifying. How could Enlin be this powerful? No, I refuse to believe this. How could our Dragon Court be crushed by a human like this? It's impossible. I refuse to believe it. Some of the Dragon Tribe cultivators were unwilling to accept the reality and were on the verge of collapse. Elsewhere, all of the 4-9 Immortal sect disciples and pavilion lords were leaping for joy. Xianxia let loose a string of idioms to praise Enlin. Tina heaved a slight sigh of relief, and the golden light shimmering around her hands disappeared as a vibrant smile appeared on her face. Tears welled up in Xiaoze's eyes. He knew just how much risk Enlin had placed himself under in order to save him. Almost everyone present had their eyes fixed firmly on Enlin. Even though his body was riddled with wounds, he still stood like an invincible war god. Enlin settled on Ao Meng's head and leaned onto his dragon horn with a mysterious smile on his face. Dragon King Ao Meng, do I have the right to lay out some facts in front of your face now? Ao Meng panted heavily as he resisted the overwhelming pressure of the large water ball with all his might. He then turned to his son, who had been sliced in half, and an expression of rage and humiliation appeared on his face. No matter how unwilling he was to accept the reality, the fact of the matter was that he had lost, and it was quite an emphatic loss too. He had mobilized 2 return to void final stage mighty figures, but he had still lost. Never would he have thought that the mighty Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas would be crushed by a new sect that had just emerged on the Taichu continent. That's right, this was a world where strength mattered above all else. He had tried to use blitzkrieg tactics to crush everyone before him and kill anyone who dared to stand against his decree. However, he was the one having his head stood on right now, both in a literal and figurative sense. Enlin stood on top of Ao Meng's head with a victorious smile on his face. Oi, Ao Meng, did you suffer brain damage from getting pummeled too hard? Speak up. Ao Meng's body was trembling with rage, but he had no choice but to concede. Very good. I concede this time. If you want to lay out some facts, then I would be glad to hear them. A contented smile finally appeared on Enlin's face. It appeared that the key to making someone listen to reason was to give them the beating of their life first. As long as you beat them into submission, they would listen to everything you say. The 4-9 Immortal sect disciples were trembling from excitement upon hearing the concession Ao Meng was making. All of them turned their scorching eyes upon the figure standing on the dragon's head. The sun shone down upon Enlin's body, basking him in a faint, divine glow. These were all outer sect disciples, but at this moment, their hearts were overwhelmed with pride. They were proud to be a part of the 4-9 Immortal sect. In the face of the overbearing and terrifyingly powerful Dragon Court, Enlin stood up for them and defeated 2 return to void final stage mighty figures in quick succession. This was their sect leader. This was a man who could crush the entire Dragon Court under his feet. Since Ao Meng had already conceded, Enlin didn't want to take things too far. At the very least, he wasn't going to keep stepping on the Dragon King's head. Enlin leaped down from the Dragon King before flying into the air atop his brick to draw level with the Dragon King's eyes. He was quite satisfied to see the King of the Dragon Court at his mercy. This was a splendid day. All right, let's take it from the start. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face as he looked at Ao Meng. Let's start with ascertaining who discovered the Spirit Stone mine first. Ao Meng's expression shifted minutely as he turned toward the Dragon Tribe mine scouts. Enlin issued a command. Scouts of the 4-9 Immortal sect and the Dragon Tribe, come over here. The 4-9 Immortal sect outer sect disciples immediately heeded Lin's instructions. The dragon tribe cultivators were unwilling to do so, but they still obediently made their way toward Lin in fear of being killed. So, tell me, who discovered this mine first? The 4-9 Immortal sect scouts can go first. Lin asked with a serious expression. Of course it was us. A female disciple immediately replied in a loud voice, and it was easy to tell from the red rims of her eyes that she had been crying. We discovered this mine and immediately reported our findings to the sect before evaluating the mine. However, during this process, a flying ball tribe hunter discovered us. We didn't take much notice of this at first, but then the dragon tribe scouts arrived not long after and shamelessly dictated that they had discovered the mine first. It was likely that the flying ball tribe hunter had disclosed what it had seen to the dragon tribe scouts. The female disciple glowered at the dragon tribe scouts as she spoke. Then where is that hunter now? Lin asked. It must have been killed by them. The female disciple spat through gritted teeth. Lin turned to look at the dragon tribe scouts with an expression that was neutral, but nonetheless extremely threatening. The dragon tribe scouts' hearts shuddered in unison, but they fought to maintain tranquil expressions. A middle-aged dragon tribe man made his way forward. We did arrive here before your scouts and discovered this mine first, but we forgot to leave our mark here. We wanted to invite Prince Aoshuyu here before officially beginning excavation. But Prince Aoshuyu had only just arrived before he was killed by your Xiao Zhe. As for that flying ball tribe hunter you were talking about, you need to have evidence before you make these claims. Don't try to slander us like this. Tears welled up in the man's eyes as he spoke, and an aggrieved expression appeared on his face. Lin nodded. You're right. Everything does need to be evidence-based. So where is your evidence that you found this mine first? The man from the dragon tribe faltered upon hearing this. He did not expect Lin to just completely gloss over the subject about the hunter. He looked at the mine with an indignant expression. We forgot to leave a mark here, and we were planning to return here to leave one, but we were prevented from doing so by your scouts. They had initially planned to say that whatever the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas said was evidence, but they clearly couldn't say that now, as they would be executed on the spot. Lin turned toward his sect disciples. Do we have evidence to prove that this spirit stone mine is ours? The female disciple nodded. We left many marks all over the mine. She made a few hand seals as she spoke. Soon, specks of white light began to shimmer from the green mine before converging to form symbols of the 4-9 Immortal sect in many locations. Lin turned his eyes toward Aomeng and the Dragon Tribe scouts with a smile. I just want to say that everything has to be backed up with evidence, and it appears we're on the same page in this aspect. The current situation is, the 4-9 Immortal sect scouts have evidence that they discovered this mine first, whereas you have none. Hence, this mine belongs to the 4-9 Immortal sect. Any objections? But that's only because we didn't have time. A Dragon Tribe scout tried to protest. Shut the fuck up if you don't have any evidence. Lin roared to cut the Dragon Tribe scout off. All of the Dragon Tribe scouts shuddered in fear and dared not utter another word. They had thought that they could forcefully wipe away the 4-9 Immortal sect's marks and replace them with their own. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? The entire Dragon Tribe entourage turned their eyes toward Aomeng. Lin also turned toward Aomeng with a smile. Dragon King Aomeng, do you have any objections? Aomeng's eyes were burning with fury, but he could only spit out a sentence through gritted teeth. I don't, but my son. We'll get to that. Lin interjected. He turned toward Tina. Did you record that entire process? Tina made an okay hand signal before resuming her recording. Aomeng's lips twitched. In this current situation, the Dragon Court clearly couldn't do anything but concede. However, the 4-9 Immortal sect was definitely in the wrong for killing his son. Very good. So even the Dragon King of the East Sea had conceded that the Spirit Stone Mine belongs to the 4-9 Immortal sect. Lin analyzed in a methodical voice. Then, why did the Dragon Court deploy people here? Everyone fell silent yet again. A cold light flashed in Lin's eyes as he began to strike the final nail into the coffin. It's quite easy to provide an explanation for your motives. You were trying to take advantage of the fact that none of the core members of our sect were around, and that it would be easy to take the spirit stone mine from us by force. Under the laws of the cultivating world, no one can be held accountable for killing someone if they were trying to commit robbery. In fact, it could be said that he deserved to die. And Lin's voice was firm and powerful as it reverberated throughout heaven and earth. All of the dragon tribe cultivators were dumbstruck as they stared at Lin with wide eyes. They had already figured out that they weren't going to be able to capture Xiaozhe, but they expected the 4-9 Immortal sect to pay some compensation in order to appease the Dragon King. However, to their complete and utter surprise, Lin was saying that the Dragon King's son deserved to die. Bastard! That's my brother, the second son of the Dragon King you're talking about. How dare you say something like that? Oh, Mingyu glowered at Lin, and he clenched his fists as his aura erupted forth. That's my son. You killed my son. And not only are you refusing to apologize, but you're saying my son deserved to die. Oh Meng's voice rumbled as he glowered at Lin with a hateful expression. Lin clasped his hands behind his back as he met Ao Meng's resentful gaze with a placid one of his own. The members of our 4-9 Immortal sect follow the mantra of equality. What is equality? Equality is the product of reason. Only by setting aside everything else and only by analyzing things through reason can we achieve equality. Your Dragon Court cultivators came here to try and steal something from the 4-9 Immortal sect. That is the fact of the matter, and for that, your son deserved to die. In fact, it wouldn't be unreasonable for us to kill every single Dragon Court cultivator here. This time, even the 4-9 Immortal sect disciples' eyes widened as they stared at the peerlessly domineering man standing atop the black brick. Lin, he really dared to say it. Ao Qingyu had only just recovered slightly from his injuries when his blood seethed again upon hearing this, and he threw up another mouthful of blood. Ao Meng was trembling violently from rage. He wanted nothing better than to crush the man standing before him with his own claws. Lin looked back at Ao Meng expressionlessly. If the 4-9 Immortal sect were a weaker sect, the Dragon Court would have completely annihilated them without a second thought. As such, there was no need for the 4-9 Immortal sect to be civilized against these brutes. They had fought and they had won. Why did they have to bow their heads and appease the Dragon King? That was not Lin's style. An extremely powerful force could twist the truth however they pleased and rob the resources from a weaker force. However, the 4-9 Immortal sect was by no means weak. In fact, they were even more powerful than the Dragon Court. Lin, have you thought about the consequences of your words? Ao Meng threatened in a cold voice. Oh? Is that a threat? Lin slowly pulled out his evil-slaying sword. The inky black blade seemed to be able to engulf the light of the sun. Consequence? I've even considered the consequences of executing all of you right here right now. A cold smile appeared on his face as he turned to Ao Meng. This spirit stone mine belongs to the 4-9 Immortal sect, and you're all here to commit daylight robbery. What do you think the Heavenly Court would do if I kill all of you? You wouldn't dare. Ao Mingyu roared with rage. Boom! In the next instant, a sense of impending death engulfed Ao Meng's body. The killing intent in the air made the space around him feel more viscous. Lin was like a god of slaughter as he slowly approached Ao Meng. A chill ran down Ao Meng's spine. He knew that Lin was dead serious. He really was prepared to kill every Dragon Court cultivator here. Ao Mingyu was about to let loose a torrent of abuse at Lin. He opened his mouth, but he didn't have the courage to say anything in the end. If he really did hurl abuse at Lin now, there was a very real chance that he would be slain. His second brother had already died, and he couldn't afford to let his father lose another son. Lin's sword intent erupted from his body. The space around him was unable to bear his devastating sword might, and a series of inky black spatial cracks began to appear around him. Ao Meng could only look on as Lin made his way toward him. He had been completely debilitated by the large water ball and could not put up any resistance. Among the 3 most powerful Dragon Court cultivators present, One had been severely wounded, another had been completely debilitated, and the last one was simply too weak. If Enlin really did want to kill them, then none of them could get away. Would Enlin choose to concede or back down in fear of the Dragon Court? The Aomeng in the past would have felt that Enlin would do something like that. However, he was completely undecided now. What if Enlin were some insane killing machine? Killing all of the Dragon Court cultivators present might result in severe repercussions, but what if Enlin was a nutjob who simply didn't care? He only had one life. It wouldn't matter to him what repercussions would befall Enlin. Everything would be gone if he were to die now. He still hadn't led the Dragon Court to its former glory, so how could he just die like this? Aomeng refused to let that happen. He finally conceded as Enlin drew closer and closer. Mr. Enlin, my Dragon Court is at fault for trying to rob your spirit stone mine. But Xiao Zhe truly has gone too far. He killed my son. Since both sides have done some regrettable things, why don't we each take a step back and let bygones be bygones? Enlin's footsteps faltered, and his killing intent slowly disappeared. All of the Dragon Tribe cultivators stared at Aomeng with incredulity. What Aomeng said earlier was essentially a humiliating concession. All of the Dragon Tribe cultivators stood rooted to the spot, unable to come to terms with what they had just witnessed. How could we just let bygones be bygones? What about the death of our second prince? When has the Dragon Court ever been trampled on like this? Please reconsider, Dragon King. Aomeng's face convulsed upon hearing this. Reconsider my ass. If he didn't concede, everyone would die here. He didn't know why, but he had a distinct feeling that this man was very much capable of delivering on his threats. Where there's life, there's hope. The most important thing was to ensure everyone's survival. He could plot his revenge against the 4-9 Immortal sect after that. I have made a decision, and it's final. Our Dragon Court has wronged the 4-9 Immortal sect. Sect leader Enlin, are you happy with my decision? Aomeng forced a smile onto his face as he turned toward the seemingly harmless young man before him. Just as everyone thought that Enlin would agree, he shook his head. Dragon King Aomeng, I did not want to see things develop to this current situation. Seeing as you have suggested that we all take a step backward and let bygones be bygones, I hope you can all swear Dao heart vows that you won't actively attempt to harm any members of the 4-9 Immortal sect from now on. Enlin said. Everyone was dumbfounded upon hearing this. He wanted the Dragon King to swear a Dao heart vow? Roar. Enlin, don't think you can just make me do whatever you want. Aomeng let loose an enraged roar. Just the sound waves alone erupted as gale-force winds that exploded forth in a radius of close to 10 kilometers. You're going to refuse? I don't have any intentions of letting potential enemies go. Perhaps I should finish the job here. Enlin pulled out his evil-slaying sword as he spoke. I agree. I agree. Aomeng's teeth were chattering from rage. When had he ever tasted such humiliation? He was the high and mighty Dragon King of the Dragon Court, and he had only ever delivered judgment upon others. When had he ever been judged by others like this? Aomeng felt like he was having a nightmare. However, since everything was for the sake of the Dragon Court, he had to endure it. Aomeng immediately swore a Dao heart vow to never actively seek to inflict harm upon the 4-9 Immortal sect again. All of the other Dragon Tribe cultivators also followed suit. Their top dog had already sworn a vow, so what choice did they have? However, the most powerful being within the Dragon Court, Ao Qingyu, refused to bow his head. He turned to look at Enlin with an unyielding expression. With arrogance and stubbornness glowing from his eyes, he snarled, "Kill me! Even if I die the most gruesome death, I refuse to bow my head to you." Enlin was a little surprised as he turned to meet Ao Qingyu's gaze. He didn't think that Ao Qingyu would be such a tough nut to crack. You better not let me escape, or I'll find you again and take revenge on you for my second brother. Ao Qingyu threatened in a frosty voice. I agree. Enlin nodded. He felt like Ao Qingyu's words were quite valid. He pulled out his sword again and slowly made his way toward Ao Qingyu this time. Ao Qingyu. Enlin, what do you intend to do to my fifth brother? You can't handle the consequences of crossing our dragon tribe. Ao Mingyu immediately positioned himself in front of Ao Qingyu before letting loose an enraged cry. Piss off! And Lin instantly charged toward Ao Mingyu and kicked him flying. Ao Mingyu let loose an anguished wail as his body flew through the air. Never would he have thought that An Lin would be powerful enough to knock him away with a single nonchalant kick. The inky black blade of the evil-slaying sword settled on Ao Qingyu's neck in the next instant. The thought only needed to flash across An Lin's mind for Ao Qingyu's life to be forfeited. You only need to say, "Kill me again, and I'll immediately grant your wish," An Lin said with a frosty expression as he gripped onto his evil-slaying sword. Ao Mingyu, who had been kicked into the distance, immediately yelled in a panicked voice, "Don't do it, brother. Your life is the most important thing. Let's concede just this once." Panic was also surging through Ao Meng's heart. "Please don't be reckless, my son. You have the future of the Dragon Court on your shoulders. You can't die here." All of the other Dragon Tribe cultivators also offered words of persuasion. "Fifth Prince, our Dragon Court can't go on without you. A true man knows when to back down. Backing down for the greater good is not humiliating. Fifth Prince, please back down just this once for the sake of our Dragon Court." "No, I will never bow my head to anyone." Ao Qingyu's voice was firm and resolute. The persuasive words were still falling like rain. And Lin couldn't be bothered wasting any more time. He raised his evil-slaying sword and was prepared to end this man's life. Ao Qingyu suddenly said, "However, for the future of the Dragon Court, I'm willing to sacrifice my precious honor. That's right, I will do anything for the sake of the Dragon Court." He spat out a Dao heart oath through gritted teeth as tears welled up in his eyes. All of the Dragon Tribe cultivators were moved to the point of tears upon seeing this. And Lin? Wah! The fifth prince is so selfless. He is a man who has never bowed to anyone, but he has lowered his proud head for the sake of the Dragon Court. There is a saying that death is the easy way out. To think that the proud fifth prince would be willing to sacrifice so much for our Dragon Court. I'm very much in awe just to stand in his presence right now. He is the undisputed most powerful being within our Dragon Court. Ao Qingyu completed his Dao heart oath amid a flurry of praise and moving tears. He looked at An Lin and raised his chin in a gesture that was as proud as a swan. There was a hint of profound sorrow and agony in his eyes, as if he had done something more painful to him than death. "Is that enough, An Lin?" He looked up at An Lin with an expression of selfless sacrifice as he spoke. "An Lin." What else could An Lin say? He put away his long sword, but he felt like there was something not quite right. Everyone else also surrendered, but why was Ao Qingyu's surrender so touching? The entire Dragon Court conceded and swore Dao heart oaths that they would never attack anyone from the 4-9 Immortal sect again. And Lin also kept his promise and let them go. He had initially planned to take this opportunity to demand some reparations from the Dragon Court. After all, he was a bit short on money at the moment. However, the Dragon Court would probably explode if he were to do that. He made a decision there and then that he would visit the Dragon Court and wreak some true havoc there once he became powerful enough. That would be quite a fun experience. And Lin didn't have to worry about any retaliation from the powerful beings of the Dragon Court. As soon as they went back on their Dao heart vow, he wouldn't even have to do anything as their Dao foundations would crumble, thereby ridding them of their cultivation base. Up! And Lin waved a hand. The large water ball that was debilitating Ao Meng floated into the air, where it then shrank significantly before obediently making its way back into An Lin's storage ring. Ao Meng was free once again, and he let loose a roar of elation. This was a dragon roar that seemed to have vented all of his frustrations, and it was audible to those within a radius of over 100 kilometers. He then continued to lie sprawled on the ground. "Father!" Ao Mingyu was a little befuddled by this. Ao Meng slowly reverted back to his human form. His clothes were in tatters, and his body was riddled with wounds. He looked extremely disheveled and miserable as he continued to lie sprawled onto the ground. "Father!" Ao Mingyu blinked in confusion. "Are you blind, you stupid cunt? Help me up. Your father's back has been snapped by that accursed ball, and I can't get up. Ao Meng transmitted his infuriated voice. Ao Mingyu only came to his senses then, and hurriedly made his way over to help Ao Meng up from the ground. Ao Meng turned to Enlin with an expression of regal majesty. Don't think that this is the end. I will make you rue the day you crossed my dragon court. Enlin waved with a nonchalant smile. Farewell, Dragon King Ao Meng. He had seen countless people scurrying away with their tails between their legs, leaving behind a few threatening words to recover some semblance of dignity. As such, he really wasn't worried, nor did he feel the need to engage in a battle of words. This was the Dragon Court. It wasn't enough for him to be concerned about. Ao Meng's chest constricted with rage upon seeing Enlin's gloating smile, but he couldn't do anything about it. He let loose a cold harumph before riding his son and flying back to the Dragon Court. All of the Dragon Tribe cultivators scurried along behind him, not daring to utter a single word. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect disciples were elated to see the Dragon Tribe cultivators depart in such a humiliating manner, and all of them gathered around their hero, Enlin. They didn't think that the cultivators from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas would leave under such circumstances. Killing the son of a Dragon King was an extremely terrifying thing. However, the situation had been completely flipped on its head by Enlin. They were initially forced to hand over both their Spirit Stone mine as well as Xiaozhe, but now the Dragon Tribe cultivators were forced to let bygones be bygones, and they even had to swear Dao heart vows to never harm the 4-9 Immortal sect again. This shocking development was something no one had even dared to imagine. But Enlin did it. Their sect leader managed to do it. Enlin turned toward Tina. Did you record everything? Sure did. Have a look, Giant Enlin. Tina passed the photographic crystal to Enlin with a wide grin before adding on a compliment. Giant Enlin, you were really cool just then. Of course. Don't you know who I am? A smug smile appeared on Enlin's face. Master, thank you. Xiaozhe had tears flowing down his delicate features as he approached Enlin. Why are you thanking me? I'm your master. A warm smile appeared on Enlin's face as he ruffled Xiaozhe's hair. Xiaozhe spread his arms and enveloped Enlin in a tight hug. Wah, master, I'm so touched. Thank you for fighting for me. I thought I was going to get taken away by the Dragon Court. This was the first time Enlin had received such an emotional hug from Xiaozhe, and he was a little embarrassed. However, this was not a bad feeling. There was a sense of accomplishment accompanying the warmth. Little Xiao, have you attained enlightenment from this event? Enlin asked in a meaningful and heartfelt manner. Is it that the world isn't as cold as we think, and that there will be people who care for you? Xiaozhe asked. That was the biggest takeaway he had gotten from this event. Enlin's lips twitched, and he replied with a stern expression. That's not the point. Well, it is one of the points, but not the most critical point. Then what is the most critical point? Xiaozhe turned to Enlin with confusion on his face. Enlin looked straight at Xiaozhe's eyes and replied in a firm voice. The critical point is power. Power. Xiaozhe muttered to himself. That's right. Why did the Dragon Court back down? It's because they were no match for us. Think about what the situation would have been like if we were unable to defeat the Dragon Court. We'd be getting off lightly if they settled with just taking you as their slave. In the worst-case scenario, we could all die here. We killed his son. Even if Ao Meng really did kill all of us here, the Heavenly Court would find it difficult to deliver punishment upon them. In this world, the weak ones would have no right to speak. If you want others to listen to you, you have to be able to make them listen to you. Only by becoming stronger than everyone else can you escape the fate of being trampled upon. Enlin's words reverberated through Xiaozhe's mind, providing him with food for thought. That's right, even though this appeared to be a lawful and civilized world, at its core, this was still a world where power was the most important thing. What would have happened if the Heavenly Court Scouts had discovered this mine? The Dragon Court Scouts probably wouldn't even have the courage to show up here, and the ensuing conflict would have never occurred. No matter how you looked at it, everything that had taken place had happened because they were weak. Xiaozhe raised his head with a determined expression. Master, I'll try my best to break through to the return to void final stage. And I won't let anyone look down on our 4-9 immortal sect. And Lin nodded with a gratified smile. It seemed that his words had gotten through to Xiao Zhe. Lu Qianhuan made her way toward him, and her purple eyes were bright with excitement. And Lin, you really have gotten powerful. I feel like I have to look at you differently now. It was nothing, don't make a big fuss. And Lin's expression was quite tranquil and calm, but the smugness in his eyes told a different story. Lu Qianhuan pursed her lips before pointing at the mine. Do you want to take a look? Of course. This is an extremely valuable asset for our sect, and it's also our first spirit stone mine. So of course I have to have a look. And Lin replied with a smile. I thought you were just going to leave everything to us and run back after taking care of things here. Lu Qianhuan chuckled lightly. Thus, the two of them made their way toward the spirit stone mine with the 4-9 immortal sect disciples trailing along behind them. This was an extremely huge mine that stretched across around a dozen mountains. The only thing was that it was in a difficult location to excavate, as a large section of the mine had materialized within the mountain, which could be easily damaged as a result. Hence, there were very strict requirements on the precision and methods of excavation. Thankfully, Tina was an expert in this field and soon came up with a plan. She also made a rough evaluation of the mine. The mine had mid to high-grade spirit stones and was ready for excavation. It held a total of 150 million spirit stones, among which 20 million spirit stones could be mined in a year to prevent inflicting irreparable damage on the mine. After excavating the mine for a year, it would take over 100 years for the mine to completely replenish itself again. However, that wasn't really a cause for concern. This was going to be a massive, renewable treasure vault for the 4-9 immortal sect. And Lin and Lu Qianhuan were ecstatic. The dozen or so outer sect disciples present were also elated. They were the ones who had discovered the spirit stone mine, and according to sect rules, they would receive handsome remuneration for their efforts, as well as a chance to become core disciples. After surveying the spirit stone mine for a while, everyone settled down nearby. Not long after that, a silvery white circular flying device flew over to them at a blinding speed before landing beside everyone. The cabin doors opened, and many cultivators in purple robes emerged from within. At the forefront of the group was a tall and slender beauty. And Lin, I really didn't think you would be able to take care of things by yourself here. The woman made her way toward him with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. And Lin was a little displeased by her slightly condescending words. Big Sister Bai, this was a crisis for our sect, but you were too busy fiddling around with your technology to provide reinforcements. How could you? That's right, the woman who had appeared before them was the most powerful being within the 4-9 immortal sect, Bai Ling. Behind her were the cultivators from the Purple Star Pavilion. Ah, don't be like that. I heard that you were heading over, so I decided to leave things to you. And my decision was right. I heard that you crushed Ao Meng and Ao Qingyu by yourself. How impressive. For some reason, Bai Ling was greatly elated within Lin's strength, to the extent that she was even talking a lot more than usual. And Lin pursed his lips, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned toward a series of strange circular objects that all of the purple-robed cultivators were carrying. A hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes as he asked, "What are those?" "This is a Telford micromagnetic hadron-killing formation. I'm planning to use this as a protective formation around these mountain ranges. This formation is powerful enough to kill return to void initial stage mighty figures, and also act as an alarm system as well as vital energy regulation device," Bai Ling explained. And Lin gave her a thumbs up. Nice. He didn't know what the hell this thing was, but those effects were pretty badass. The spirit stone mine was now secured. By the way, Big Sister Bai Ling, what are you working on in your Phoenix small world? And Lin heard that Bai Ling had recently engrossed herself in her research. She completely disregarded her 5 intersect core disciples. As such, he was a little curious. A mysterious smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. Take a guess. You must be researching for a way to maintain world peace. And Lin snapped. Bai Ling let loose a cry of surprise. Impressive. You were spot on. And Lin rolled his eyes. And what about your intersect disciples? Are you not going to instruct them anymore? He was beginning to sympathize with those 5 disciples. They had finally managed to stave off countless competitors for a chance to become an intersect core disciple. Just when they thought that they would be on their way to greater things in life, their master decided to completely ignore them in preference for her research. Imagine the despair they were experiencing. I am instructing them. I've given them all of the materials they need to read through. Bai Ling replied with a nonchalant expression. What materials? And Lin inquired. Bai Ling rattled off the list off the top of her head. For starters, I gave them copies of Purple Star First Year Quantitative Methods 101, Spatial Microphysics Theory, Energy Superstring Theory, Vital Energy Modeling. She rattled off 18 books in one go. And Lin's eyes widened as he drew a sharp intake of breath. He suddenly recalled back to the horror of his days at school in the mortal world. This is what the Purple Star Pavilion is teaching? Bai Ling turned to him with a justified expression. Of course. This is only the most basic foundational knowledge. After this, I'm going to teach them how to integrate this knowledge with cultivation. In any case, learning all these will be greatly beneficial to them. And Lin opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. The sympathy in his heart for the Purple Star Pavilion disciples continued to grow. Bai Ling continued with a smile. Knowledge paves the way for humans to improve and innovate. If they haven't even mastered all of this basic knowledge, how are they any different from beasts? My top priority now is to evolve the disciples of the Purple Star Pavilion from uneducated buffoons to knowledgeable human beings. And Lin felt like he had been stabbed in the chest, and the confused expression of an uneducated buffoon appeared on his face. Are they going to be able to understand all of these advanced materials? And Lin was a little concerned. A vibrant smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. I pick people based on their IQ. All of my disciples have decent levels of IQ, with Chu Ming and Zhou Yu as the 2 standouts. They have great lateral thinking skills and creativity. I can tell they're smart just from their names. And Lin nodded. After exploring the Spirit Stone Mine again and organizing people to set up the protective formation around the mountain ranges, and Lin, Tina, Xiaozhe, and the others returned to the sect. And Lin hadn't been to the sect for a long time, so he wanted to take this chance to make a visit. They all boarded Bai Ling's silver flying saucer to find that the interior was quite spacious. The color tone consisted entirely of white and cream, and the whole saucer had a sci-fi feel to it. However, there were no panels of complex buttons. Instead, there were a few sofas, some snacks, a tea room, and a balcony. Bai Ling conjured up a barrier of light around the flying saucer before setting some coordinates and putting the flying saucer into autopilot mode. This was a highly intelligent technological product, which did not require a pilot to control it. After all, a machine would be able to plot out a much more accurate course than a human could, and it could also completely erase the possibility of any human errors. This spatial white fairy is a little bit slower than spatial teleportation, but it's a lot more comfortable. Hence, I often use it to get around. Bai Ling poured some fruit wine for herself before sitting down on one of the sofas and extending her long legs before her with a smile. It's not bad at all. And Lin nodded as he looked down at the earth below him, which flashed by in a blur. The spatial white fairy was the name Bai Ling had given to this aircraft, and its top speed was a lot faster than even in Lin's top speed when flying. Tina opened her emerald eyes widely as she surveyed everything around her with curiosity. Everything was extremely fascinating to her. At the 4-9 Immortal sect, beside a clear lake, a woman with exquisite, gentle features and intricate dragon horns raised her head. An invisible ripple swept through the sky above, instantly causing the clouds to dissipate. Immediately afterward, a silvery white flying saucer appeared before slowly descending. Master is back. A joyful expression appeared on Bai Lian's face. She had heard about the news where Xiaozhe had accidentally killed the second son of the Dragon King and was being forced to become an eternal slave of the Dragon Court as a result. This news had truly frightened her at that time, and she immediately tried to go and save him. She was Ao Meng's daughter after all, and she had only been abandoned due to bloodline issues. Now that her bloodline purity had returned to its peak, her potential was unlimited, and the Dragon King might consider letting Xiaozhe go if she agreed to return to the Dragon Court. However, she was prevented from handing herself in by Ling, who assured her that Enlin would take care of everything. Lian couldn't set forth for the Flying Ball tribe territory, and her heart was filled with anxiety and distress. Enlin was facing off against the entire Dragon Court. How could she not be concerned? However, when the news of Enlin single-handedly flipping the tables and crushing the entire Dragon Court arrived, Lian felt as if she had fallen into a dream. Was Enlin already this powerful? Lian was quite happy for him, but she was also a little disconsolate. Back in the day, they had been comrades fighting side by side. But now, Enlin had well and truly left her in the dust to become someone even her father was no match for. At this moment, the cabin doors to the aircraft opened. "Master!" she yelled as she ran over to Xiaozhe with elation etched on her features. Along the way, she caught sight of an unexpected figure. Lian faltered slightly before her eyes lit up. "Enlin, you're here as well." Enlin was a little disgruntled. "You should call me Grandmaster." Lian. Lian drew a sharp intake of breath as she glowered at Enlin. That's right, the master of her master was indeed her grandmaster. But she simply couldn't stomach the fact that Enlin was her grandmaster. It was simply too much for her to bear. Lian's face was slowly turning purple as she tried to grapple with her situation. Enlin immediately burst into laughter as he said, "Don't mind me, Dragon Princess. I was just making a joke." Lian pursed her lips as she cupped her fists. "Welcome back, sect leader Enlin. Don't be so formal. We're all friends here." Enlin patted Lian's shoulder. A faint blush appeared on Lian's features. For some reason, her heart was surging with joy at being recognized as a friend by Enlin. "By the way, Dragon Princess, I beat the crap out of your dad and fifth brother. You don't mind, do you?" Enlin asked. "Not at all. That's what they get for messing with my master," Lian immediately replied. Xiaozhe was very touched to hear this. "Then you also wouldn't mind that I killed your second brother, right?" Lian. "Enlin. Should I pretend to cry grief-stricken tears before forgiving you despite my crushing sorrow?" Lian offered. Just tell me the truth." Xiaozhe seemed to be a little scared to look her in the eye. "In all honesty, I was a little sad when I first heard about it. However, now that some time has passed, I don't really feel anything anymore," Lian replied in an honest manner. Xiaozhe heaved a sigh of relief. He really was scared that something like this would drive a wedge between himself and his disciple. Enlin was completely speechless. Lian had well and truly turned her back on her family. "Ever since I was discarded like a broken tool by my father for my bloodline problems and forced to marry some general, I had completely lost faith in the Dragon Court and severed all emotional ties with them. As long as you don't bring harm to Princess Inu, I'm fine with anything you do," Lian clarified. Enlin knew about this story. At that time, aside from Inu, none of Lian's brothers and sisters had stood up for the injustice she had suffered. Lian's heart had been completely broken by them. Enlin offered words of consolation as a hint of sadness appeared in Lian's eyes. "Don't think about unhappy things like that, Dragon Princess. The 4-9 Immortal sect is always going to be your home." Lian turned to Enlin, and she couldn't help but avert her gaze at the sight of the warm, gentle smile on his face. She felt as if her heartstrings had been tugged on in the process. "Of course, this is also my home in the Kingdom of the 9 States," Enlin added. Lian nodded lightly. In her heart, the Dragon Princess silently plastered a family tag on Enlin. After making some small talk, Enlin recounted his battle against the Dragon Court mighty figures. "Ao Qingyu is indeed the most powerful being in the Dragon Court, while my father, Ao Meng, ranks third. It's definitely a good thing that both of them have sworn Dao heart vows to leave the 4-9 Immortal sect alone." Lian was feeling a lot more reassured after hearing the entire sequence of events. Enlin was also feeling quite elated. He managed to defeat Ao Qingyu through the use of some underhanded tactics. If it were a fair and square battle, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Essentially, Ao Qingyu had picked up a stone and dropped it onto his own foot. Now that these two had sworn Dao heart vows, there should no longer be any threats from the Dragon Court. Wait, your dad only ranks third. And Lin was a little surprised. Bai Lian nodded. My big sister Ao Xiaowu is also a return to Void final stage mighty figure. She has been more powerful than my father for a long time. However, she doesn't like to engage in conflict, so our dragon tribe has ranked her below my fifth brother in terms of overall power. In this current situation, she is the biggest threat to our 4-9 Immortal sect. However, like I said, she is reluctant to engage in any conflict, so our sect should be safe for now. And Lin nodded with approval. I love this kind of person. Bai Lian turned toward Lin with a cold expression. And Lin immediately provided an explanation. I like people like this who don't want to pick fights with us. A faint smile appeared on Bai Lian's face. Are you really not interested? My big sister is a fair-skinned beauty with big, long legs. And Lin replied with a serious expression. I am a man with a moral compass. Don't talk about things like that with me. Heh. Bai Lian was entirely unconvinced. Even though there is no longer any threat from the Dragon Court, make sure you don't go to the Dragon Court. There is an extremely terrifying formation there that can even endanger a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure's life. And Lin waved a hand nonchalantly. Don't worry, why would I go there? To commit a robbery? The two of them walked together while chatting, and they soon arrived at a Dao plaza. The sun had already gradually set below the horizon, and everything was bathed in the warm glow of dusk. There was an adorable little girl who was waving her wooden sword on the Dao plaza. Her plain and simple clothes were drenched in sweat, and she was already exhausted, but she still persevered. 3,000 left, and you can complete your quota for today. Go, Yiling, you can do it. The little girl spurred herself on as she swung her sword with intense focus, not even realizing that there was someone approaching her from nearby. Little Ling, your movements are still too stiff. A familiar, warm voice suddenly sounded. The little girl's sword faltered mid-swing, and she turned to look beside her with a blank expression. Her large, bright eyes were opened wide, and droplets of glittering and translucent sweat were pouring down her intricate features. Soon, the confusion in her eyes gave way to an elated smile. Master! The little girl leaped onto the man beside her before encircling her little arms around him in an excited hug. And Lin picked her up joyfully to find that she was still quite light, but she was no longer as soft and fluffy as before and was instead more lithe and well-built. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from the little girl's face before nodding with approval. You're doing really well, little Ling. To think you're already at the second stage Dao body. Hee. It's all because Master taught me well. A gleeful grin appeared on Yiling's face as she stared at the man before her with her big, bright eyes, as if she would never get sick of looking at him. Come on. I'll instruct you in the way of the sword. And Lin gently lowered the little girl back onto the ground. He held onto Yiling's little hands and instructed her through each and every step. Don't grip onto the sword too tightly. Instead, do it this way. See? Don't you feel like you achieved the same result by using less effort? I do. Master is so awesome. Thus, the two of them swung their wooden swords with diligent expressions under the light of the setting sun. They repeated the same simple motions over and over again, but the monotony did not seem to bother them at all. As Bai Lian looked on from the side, a hint of warmth flowed through her heart. Soon night fell. Yiling was quite exhausted by now, and Lin held her little hand as they made their way to the dining hall together. Master, I heard you kicked out all of those baddies from the Dragon Court. I sure did. I only had to throw a ball to crush the Dragon King of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, and I didn't even have to make a move before slicing apart Ao Qingyu, the most powerful being in the Dragon Court. Whoa, that's awesome. Yiling's eyes were practically glowing as she exclaimed in amazement. In her heart, Master was an invincible hero who could stand firmly even if the sky were to fall upon him. This was a notion that had been engraved deeply into her mind ever since their first meeting. And Lin was quite satisfied with Yiling's adoration and worship of him. Sure enough, Adorable little lowly disciples were the best. He could at least answer all of Yiling's questions. Unlike Xiao Zhe, to whom he really couldn't teach anything, and Lin recounted many of his experiences in the cultivating world to Yiling, filling her with a yearning toward the world as well as unbridled enthusiasm for cultivation. Yiling's aptitude was very good. She had only cultivated for 3 months, but she was already at the 2nd stage Dao body and was approaching the 3rd stage Dao body. This was quite a quick rate even among all of the prodigies he had seen. He felt like Yiling was basically a treasure that had appeared on his doorstep. Come to think of it, he seemed to have encountered both of these disciples under rather comical circumstances. Xiao Zhe had given him everything he owned before begging to become his disciple. Yiling had gone even further. She had traveled all the way to the grand opening of his sect as a mortal after being encouraged to do so by some random and dodgy clairvoyant Taoist priest, and had almost died before she finally had a chance to meet Lin. And Lin suddenly felt like both of his disciples had pretty much thrust themselves upon him. However, he didn't think too much of this. Soon, his mind had drifted to what present he should be giving to his adorable disciple. Take these 9th grade spirit fruits. They can replenish your blood and energy, as well as fortify your skeletal structure and meridians. Make sure you only eat one once a week. Don't stuff yourself. And Lin passed a bag of green spirit fruits to Yiling. Yiling hugged the bag of fruits to herself with her little arms, as if she were cradling a priceless treasure. Don't worry, master. I'll make sure to only eat one once a week. If someone else were around to hear their conversation, they would probably be sobbing from the sheer injustice of the situation. Spirit fruits were highly sought-after items, but this master was worried that his disciple would stuff herself on spirit fruits. This was a valid concern. After all, a 2nd stage Dao body cultivator shouldn't be ingesting fruits with excessive energy content. This was probably a predicament that only the disciples of a tycoon master had to contend with. Everyone was still drinking porridge and trying their best to survive. Meanwhile, Yiling, why not eat some spirit fruits? Everyone else, fuck off. At the sight of her obedient expression, and Lin couldn't help but rub Yiling's adorable little head. When he wasn't around, his eldest disciple, Xiao Zhe, would be responsible for training Yiling. Xiao Zhe was a primordial dragon tribe mighty figure who was also at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, so he was more than qualified to instruct Yiling. As such, and Lin didn't see the need for Yiling to follow him around every day. After chatting some more about some cultivation topics, he accompanied his disciple back to her room. After that, he rounded up all of the pavilion lords to discuss the future development of the sect. Xiao Zhe, Tina, Shuizhantian, Xiao Chou, Bai Ling, Lu Qianhuan, the white-scaled wolf god, and Bryce gathered at the meeting chamber to participate in the discussion. Bai Ling, I'll leave it to you to assign rewards and the appropriate trials to those 17 outer sect disciples who discovered the spirit stone mine. If you find someone you deem worthy, you can make them an inner sect disciple at your discretion, and Lin instructed. No problem. I love organizing trials for people. A gentle smile appeared on Bai Ling's face, but a chill ran down everyone's spine for some reason, and Lin cleared his throat. Let's tally up the total wealth of the sect first. It was Xiao Zhe's turn to take the stage as he was the treasurer of the sect. He cleared his throat before delivering his report. Our sect currently has 1 mystic realm and 1 large spirit stone mine with a total capacity of 150 million spirit stones. The sect currently has 50 million spirit stones in fluid funds, which are mainly used for the daily operation of the sect, including purchasing cultivation resources, expanding our territory, searching for treasures, and things of that nature. Xiao Zhe's report was quite detailed and exemplary. In the past 3 months, the main reward the sect had harvested was that large spirit stone mine. Aside from that, they also had the spirit stones from completing the mission assigned to them by the Heavenly Court, as well as some spirit fruits, precious resources, and materials secured by the outer sect disciples during their expeditions. And Lin was quite satisfied with how things were going. He was already ecstatic that they weren't losing money. After that, it was time for Bai Ling, who was responsible for human resources and education, to deliver her report. All of the core disciples within the sect are cultivating in a systematic manner. The disciple with the highest cultivation base is Bei Lian, who recently progressed to the soul formation final stage, while the disciples with the lowest cultivation bases are Chu Ming and Zhou Yu, who have only recently reached the first stage Dao body. For some reason, Bai Ling was not ashamed in the slightest at how low the cultivation bases of her disciples were, but instead, she was a little smug about it. And Lin was curious. Aren't you worried about their rates of progression? Bai Ling's brows perked up slightly. What's the point of cultivating if they aren't well-grounded in fundamental knowledge? Knowledge is power, and I'll be showing all of you exactly what that means in the not-too-distant future. And Lin had no response to this. By the way, when are we going to recruit people to the Blood Pavilion? Bryce has been on his own for a long time, Bai Ling inquired. However, Bryce himself didn't seem to be very bothered by this. That's all right, you don't have to be concerned about me. I'm fine as I am basking under the sun every day and just being a carefree tree person. But you're not a plant, you're a blood tribe cultivator. And Lin reminded him. A melancholy expression appeared on Bryce's face. If it were possible, I would rather be a plant. And Lin. What the hell was going on with Bryce? Why did it look like he was an old man about to go into retirement? No. And Lin refused to have such a lazy pavilion lord in his 4-9 immortal sect. He flicked a drop of blood toward Bryce. Bryce was just minding his own business with a tranquil expression when his eyes suddenly lit up with green light. He stuck his tongue out and swallowed the drop of blood before his body began to tremble violently. So good. I feel so satisfied, as if my entire body has been elevated to a higher level of existence. Bryce's moans erupted throughout the entire meeting room. Everyone stared speechlessly at the tree person going into orgasm mode. Lu Qianhuan turned to Enlin with an expression of displeasure. Can't you wait until no one's around before you start making tree people do strange things? A sheepish smile appeared on Enlin's face. He didn't think that Bryce would have such a strong reaction to his blood. Fuck it. Becoming a tree and going into retirement is stupid. I want to be a blood tribe mighty figure with dreams and ambitions. Bryce turned to Enlin with scorching light in his eyes. I'm willing to lay down my life for the sect leader, Enlin. Why did it feel like things had gone and developed in another direction? It's to lay down your life for the sect, not me, Enlin corrected. That's right. I'm willing to lay down my life for the sect. Bryce roared before turning his scorching eyes upon Enlin again. He continued to stare at Enlin with unbridled passion and yearning, and there was even resin flowing from his mouth. Enlin? Ahem, let's just leave the Blood Pavilion alone for now. We can work on developing the Blood Pavilion after the return of the 3 Blood Tribe Holy Disciples. Enlin was getting a little uncomfortable from Bryce's scorching gaze as he continued. Bryce will be responsible for constructing a cultivation ground for the Blood Tribe mighty figures. One that can facilitate the cultivations of 10 return to void stage mighty figures and 100 soul formation stage cultivators. Gasp. Everyone's heart surged with excitement upon hearing this. This was going to be an extremely fearsome hidden force. Its unveiling would undoubtedly create a massive stir across the entire continent. Yes, sect leader. Bryce was full of vigor as he accepted his new role. And Lin's expression sharpened as he looked around at the people gathered in the room. Next, I have a very important announcement to make. We are officially beginning trials for our Divine Mirror Enforcement team. I'm going to let the Pavilion Lord of the Spirit Pavilion, as well as the team leader of the Divine Mirror Enforcement team, Tina, take over from here. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes upon Tina with anticipation. The Divine Mirror world was a world contained in Tina's eyes. In a way, it could be said that this was a world that had successfully fused with Tina. She was the god of creation who had absolute power. This was a secret known only to Enlin as well as an exclusive group of people that he trusted the most. Everyone present was a part of this group, and they would naturally all make diligent efforts to keep this a secret. The force with the most potential within the 4-9 Immortal sect was probably the Divine Mirror world. Tina cleared her throat before delivering her report. Our ambassador in the Divine Mirror world, Wei Ji, has already broadcasted the situation in our world to everyone in the Divine Mirror world. Up to this point in time, there are a total of 650 spirit nurturing stage and 42 soul formation stage living beings who are willing to come to our world in order to carry out missions. Everyone let loose cries of surprise upon hearing this. This was already an extremely powerful force that could act as the foundation of their 4-9 immortal sect. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. The God's realm created by God of Creation Tina was simply irresistible to the living beings of the Divine Mirror world. Do you want the high-rank cultivation methods and treasures within God's realm? Then come to battle on the Tai Chu continent. Your achievement points will make all your wishes come true. Even though this world was rife with the dangers of the unknown, many powerful beings were still willing to take the risk. A smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. That's great. With these powerful beings at our disposal, we can really start to set things in motion. Even though the sect had many outer sect disciples, they were still somewhat lacking in terms of overall strength. With this formidable group of powerful beings among their ranks, they could now truly match up in terms of overall strength with the 9 Imperials within the Kingdom of the 9 States. How can we ensure that these people would be loyal to us? Lu Qianhuan asked. This was a very pragmatic question. Everyone had different agendas, and the living beings within the Divine Mirror world were no different. There's no issue there. As soon as any of them enters the God's realm, I will place a punishment seal upon them and make them swear non-disclosure and loyalty vows. As soon as they do anything to betray our 4-9 immortal sect, the seals on their bodies would be triggered. Tina replied as she handed a folder to Bai Ling, big sister Bai. This is the calculation algorithm for their achievement scores. When you assign them missions, just reward them according to the method elaborated in the folder. Bai Ling's expression darkened slightly. Why do I have to take care of things like this? Tina stuck her tiny little tongue out before settling on Enlin's shoulder and tugging on his hair affectionately. I have to stay by Giant Enlin's side. Bai Ling pursed her lips, but she didn't offer any objections. All right, little Na will set everything in motion. Enlin concluded the discussions on this matter. After that, there were some miscellaneous things to be taken care of. One of the particularly noteworthy ones to Enlin was that a small island wanted to negotiate collaboration with the 4-9 immortal sect. Spring Male. This name seems familiar. Enlin's brows furrowed in deep thought before his eyes suddenly lit up, and he came to a decision. We'll accept this collaboration. The marine products of the East Sea are a very valuable resource. But sect leader, the Dragon Court already have their eyes set on that island. Xiaoze cautioned. A dismissive expression appeared on Enlin's face. Don't forget who's boss right now. Does the Dragon Court dare to fight with us for the island? The 4-9 immortal sect is taking over, and there's nothing they can do about it. Xiaoze. No one had any objections to Enlin's decision. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. This was the tombkeeper of the Winter Dragon Tomb, Spring Male. He had once given Xiaolin a pill refinement inheritance, so Enlin decided to do him a favor. This meeting stretched for about 4 hours. The next morning, everyone gathered at the largest Dao plaza in the sect. They were all looking up at Tina with anxiety on their faces. In contrast, Tina herself was quite calm and collected as she ate one spirit fruit after another to replenish her energy. Her eyes flashed with a white light that seemed to be both realistic and illusory at the same time, as if they encompassed an entire world, but also as if they contained nothing at all. She made a hand seal before separating her hands, upon which a white halo appeared over her palms. Passageway between the two worlds. Open. Spatial energy fluctuations instantly enshrouded all living beings within God's realm. In the next instant, several hundred figures appeared in a dense bunch on the spacious Dao Plaza. They were all from different tribes and races, and all of them possessed powerful auras. Lu Qianhuan and the white-scaled wolf god's mouths gaped open in astonishment as they stared at the scene unfolding before their eyes. Even though they were somewhat mentally prepared, they were still completely stunned. Not only were there humans among them, But there were also cultivators from the Spirit Fish Clan, the Heavenly Turtle Tribe, the Dragon Tribe, the Stone Tribe, the Dark Wing Tribe, the Holy Martial Clan, the Snake Spirit Clan, the Vermilion Bird Tribe, the True Demon Tribe. Representatives of all of the most powerful tribes on the Taichu continent could be seen here. Is the divine mirror world that badass? How could there be so many powerful beings from all these different tribes? Lu Qianhuan felt as if her outlook on this world had been completely flipped on its head. Bai Ling nodded to second this sentiment. She had seen many mystic realms and small worlds, but this was the first time she had seen such a diverse range of living beings from a single small world. There was a true demon at the forefront of the group, and he half knelt to the ground with an excited expression. Wei Ji and all of the divine mirror warriors pay their respects to Goddess Tina. Swish, swish, swish. All of the cultivators, regardless of what tribes they were from or what cultivation bases they possessed, half knelt to the ground before yelling in unison. We pay our respects to Goddess Tina. In their hearts, Tina was the highest life form in their world and was worthy of their respect and reverence. And Lin was a little surprised upon seeing this. It had to be said that Wei Ji had done a very good job of commanding respect from all of these divine mirror world powerful beings. As for the rest of the higher-ups in the 4-9 Immortal sect, their jaws had already plummeted to the ground. When had they ever seen such an intimidating lineup? To think that the adorable little Tina, who was constantly fluttering around in Lin, could command such respect and worship from such a powerful group of living beings. All rise. Tina's voice cooled as a majestic sense appeared in her emerald eyes. A goddess should have the poise of a goddess, and Tina was trying her best to fit the role. All of the divine mirror world powerful beings stood up before appraising this world with nervous, yet curious eyes. This was the first time they had ever come to the Taichu continent, and they were greatly excited upon seeing the glorious sect around them and sensing the abundance of vital energy in the air. Tina flew over to Bai Ling. Let me introduce you to Bai Ling. She is a member of God's entourage, and she will be responsible for assigning you your missions. All you have to do is to complete the missions. You will have an opportunity once every half a year to go to God's realm and exchange your achievement points for rewards. Of course, if you're not doing a very good job, I can substitute you at any time. All of the powerful beings pledged their eternal loyalty to their goddess. The Spirit Pavilion just received a massive boost. The white-scaled wolf god muttered to himself. Humph. The Spirit Pavilion will pale into insignificance when the 3 holy disciples of the Blood Tribe return. Bryce was unconvinced. He was full of vigor and was eager to develop the new Blood Tribe for the sake of Lin's blood. Tui. For the sake of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Follow Bai Ling's instructions, and your goddess will be with you. Tina left a parting sentence before leaving everything to Bai Ling. All of the powerful beings were full of drive and enthusiasm as they pledged their loyalty to their goddess once again. No one knew what Wei Ji had told them, but all of them were like the most fervent missionaries, pledging their loyalty to Tina at every possible opportunity. Bai Ling rolled her eyes. Little Na had become a god of creation, while she had somehow ended up as one of God's entourage. Sigh. I guess it's not a bad thing to keep myself busy. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she shot a glance at Lin before making her way toward the divine mirror world powerful beings and assigning them their missions. Tina, why aren't there any representatives from the Void Spirit tribe here? Lin asked. He had already begun to refer to the spirit-engulfing beasts as the Void Spirit tribe as there was hardly any difference anyway. Tina sat on Lin's shoulder and swung her tiny little legs around as she replied with a sympathetic expression. No one wants to work with them. They've always been the antagonists of the divine mirror world, and even though they're highly intelligent life forms now, all of the other 10 tribes are still very hostile toward them. No one wants to get close to or interact with them. And Lin blushed upon hearing this. It seemed like they might have been at fault for this. He offered words of consolation, more so to himself than anyone else. That's all right. I'm sure the other tribes will slowly give them a chance over time. The Taichu continent has existed for countless years. Are there any tribes who are friendly with the Void Spirit tribe? Tina asked. And Lin, He racked his brain and considered every tribe he knew before coming to a tragic conclusion. It seems like there really are no creatures who like the Void Spirit tribe. They're simply too weird. They were always trying to suck away people's souls, and they constantly acted as if they were insane. Other than members of their own tribe, no creatures could develop a liking for them. Our Divine Mirror World's Void Spirit tribe has some dark history as well, so it really would be quite difficult to give them redemption. Tina heaved a forlorn sigh. Why don't we let Wei Ji have a go? And Lin felt like this true demon was quite talented. Tina turned toward Lin with curiosity. How? You can just let him promote the fact that the Void Spirit tribe only exists as a trial to the other 10 tribes. They don't epitomize evil. Instead, they exist to urge the other 10 tribes to constantly improve. And Lin suggested, Tina, that seems very far-fetched. And Lin replied with a serious expression, trust me, as long as Wei Ji is the one spreading the message, the entire world will believe the story, no matter how far-fetched it is. Tina felt like Lin had a point in that Wei Ji really did have a special way of convincing others to share his beliefs. As such, she immediately snapped her fingers. All right, I'll get Wei Ji on the case. The fact that Void Spirit tribe was being shunned by the other 10 tribes was a very big problem. If things continued like this Void Spirit tribe was most likely going to follow in the footsteps of the Taichu continent's Void Spirit tribe. The reason why they were so intent on redeeming the Void Spirit tribe was that they existed in the form of spirit bodies, and as such they could carry out many special missions. For example, they had many natural advantages in areas such as tracking and exploration, searching for spirit stone mines, passing through some special barriers, and even looking for naturally formed mystic realms. As such, they were a tribe that could be very useful. The living beings of the Taichu continent also knew this, but it was very difficult to cooperate with them due to their aforementioned volatile traits. And Lin and Tina wanted to try and make use of the Void Spirit tribe in the Divine Mirror World. Let's go to the Divine Mirror World and visit the Void Spirit tribe, and Lin suggested. Sure. Tina nodded obediently as a white light flashed past her eyes. Spatial energy fluctuations instantly enshrouded Lin and Tina. Following a rush of dizziness, Lin arrived at a place where vital energy surged in waves. This is... Lin looked around in astonishment at his surroundings. The land around him was completely bleak and desolate with the exception of some twisted plants that looked like seaweed waving their tendrils in the air. The sky was a disconcerting myriad of colors, and an eerie sound caught somewhere between weeping and crazed laughter erupted in the air around them. Why did the Void Spirit tribe choose to live in such a hideous place? And Lin's expression darkened. A flawlessly beautiful woman pouted as she stood beside him. How would I know? The Void Spirit tribe had a lot of fun transforming their habitat into this ghastly state. Perhaps the aesthetic standards of spirit bodies are different from ours. And Lin considered this for a moment and felt like Tina might have a point there. Woolalala woolalala? A Void Spirit tribe living being with an extremely large head and a bulbous belly made its way toward them from a distance while humming an extremely brainwashing tune. Let's go interview this hideous big-headed freak. And Lin's eyes lit up. Hey, how could you talk about the adorable Void Spirit tribe member like that? Tina was displeased. You think that thing is adorable? And Lin was in shock as he pointed to the spirit body in the distance, which appeared to be a nightmarish spin-off of an upside-down light bulb. Tina. All right, maybe not. This was a fatty spirit body. Not only did it have a bulbous stomach, but its head was also extremely large. Hence, it appeared that there were no issues with the title of hideous big-headed freak that Lin had given it. It was still skipping along and singing its brainwashing Walala Walala song, and it really could not be considered to be adorable by any stretch of one's imagination. And Lin flew toward the fatso. Greetings, my friend from the Void Spirit tribe. Wow! What a succulent soul. I'm taking it. And Lin hadn't even had a chance to finish his sentence before the fatso's eyes lit up. It transformed into a bolt of blue lightning that hurtled toward Lin. At the same time, it opened its massive mouth in an attempt to bite down upon Lin with its saw-like teeth. Lin, What was the deal with this fatso attacking completely out of the blue? And Lin unleashed his divine sense. Boom! An extremely terrifying divine might descended, making Lin appear as if he were an enraged god appraising the world under his feet. Ah! Spare me. Please don't kill me. The fatso let loose a screech of fear before sprawling to the ground, where it lay while trembling uncontrollably. Void Spirit Tribe cultivators did like to feast on souls, but that didn't mean they were suicidal. In the face of such a powerful being, the fatso could only sprawl to the ground in fear. Don't be scared. I'm not here to kill you. And Lin withdrew the power of his divine sense before a benevolent smile appeared on his face. What is your name? The fatso replied, Chu Nima. And Lin's eyes widened in rage as he delivered an almighty slap. Slap! Ah! The fatso wailed in anguish. It almost perished to that one strike alone. And Lin was completely enraged. I'm asking you a question, and you dare to insult me? The fatso was on the verge of tears. Chu Nima is my... slap. And Lin delivered another monstrous slap before the fatso even had a chance to explain. This is your last chance to give me an answer. I will kill you if you continue to insult me. Chu Nima. And Lin was very angry. The spirit body before him was a spirit nurturing stage powerful being of the Void Spirit Tribe and was an ideal being to conduct an interview on. However, he didn't think that it would be this arrogant and uncouth. Was the entire Void Spirit Tribe this abominable? Chu Nima took a moment to formulate its words before explaining its name to Lin. And Lin finally understood what it was saying, and he grumbled with a disgruntled expression. Why would you pick a name that would evoke animosity like this? Chu Nima was very depressed. It was just about to apologize again when Lin gave it another backhand across the face. And Lin cleared his throat. Mr. Chu Nima, I was just passing by this place and developed a strong interest in your Void Spirit Tribe. Can I interview you? Chu Nima was extremely dejected. Could he refuse? Clearly not. Senior, I, Chu Nima, would be happy to accept your interview. It would be my honor. Chu Nima replied with an earnest and joyful expression. And Lin's lips twitched. Even after learning about the context behind Chu Nima's name, he was still struck by an inexplicable urge to slap him. Why would Chu Nima's parents give their child a name like this? Were they worried that their child would live for too long? However, even though Lin didn't like the name, he couldn't exactly ask Chu Nima to change it, so he could only bear with it for now. Thus, their interview commenced under a rather bizarre atmosphere. Then, what would you like to ask, Senior? A fawning smile appeared on Chu Nima's face as he floated around Lin. Lin thought for a moment before asking, Are you happy? Chu Nima faltered for a moment before replying, My surname is Chu. I know it must be hard for the Void Spirit Tribe to not be accepted by the other living beings of this world. Just the thought of it must be a source of constant distress for you. And Lin heaved a sympathetic sigh. Huh? Distress? Why would we want to be accepted by the living beings of this world? Aren't they all just food for us? Do you seek acknowledgement from the food you eat? Chu Nima was perplexed. And Lin, Tina, what the fuck? This guy wasn't even on the same wavelength. And Lin tried to change his tactic as he adopted a meaningful and heartfelt demeanor. We're all highly intelligent living beings of this world, so we should learn to love and cooperate with one another. Right? Chu Nima stared at Lin with confusion on his face, as if he was mulling something over. That's right. We should all love one another and create a beautiful world together. Chu Nima raised his chubby arms and nodded in agreement. And Lin? So fucking fake. I need to hear the truth. If you lie to me, I will kill you. You really think there is no need for the Void Spirit Tribe to improve its relationship with the rest of the highly intelligent beings of this world? Crushing killing intent erupted from Lin's body as he spoke. I have a device that can detect whether you're lying or not, so I hope you can be honest, even if it's just for your own sake. Chu Nima was forced to the brink of tears by this terrifying killing intent. This was clearly a human mighty figure who was far more powerful than him. What the fuck was he supposed to say? If he lied, he would be killed. but if he told the truth, it looked like he would be killed anyway. This was a question with no right answer. I really do believe that there is no need to establish a good relationship with food. Chu Nima shot a glance at Enlin before continuing after discovering that Enlin didn't seem to be angry. Even though we are highly intelligent life forms, just like the other 10 tribes, we have had the mission of eating all of the highly intelligent beings of this world ever since we came into existence. This is a mantra passed down by our ancestors and something we live by to this very day. We have to make sure to continue this honorable tradition. Furthermore, unlike the other 10 tribes, we're spirit bodies, which indicates that we are not the same. Our mission is quite plain and simple, and that is to exterminate the other 10 tribes. Chu Nima delivered an impassioned speech, and Lin and Tina looked at each other. It appeared this predicament was more difficult to resolve than they had thought. This was a clash of ideologies, and Lin had to change their outlook first. Chu Nima, times are different now, and your outlook on this world needs to change. And Lin spoke in a sincere and earnest manner. You've all also evolved to become different from what you were in the past. Perhaps this evolution was a sign from the heavens. What sign? Chu Nima was confused. A sign that is telling you to abandon your old identities and turn over a new leaf. A sign that you should embrace this world. Tina answered in an extremely pleasant voice. Chu Nima turned toward Tina. And who are you? You said that's a sign from God and I have to believe you? Who do you think you are to be able to represent God? Tina gritted her teeth with rage. Is this hideous big-headed freak sick of living? I'm the fucking god of creation, and you're asking who I think I am? And Lin was also shocked. Ignorance really does breed bravery. To think this spirit body is talking to a god of creation like this. And Lin was wondering what he would think if he knew Tina's identity. And Lin placed a hand on Tina's arm to prevent her from flaring up in rage before changing the subject with a smile. Then, what do you think about God's spokesperson and Lin rallying up the powerful beings of this world to conquer another world? Why has your void spirit tribe not heeded the call of God's spokesperson? Chu Nima spread his arms with a justified expression. We have to settle our internal problems before branching out to other things. We will exterminate all of the other highly intelligent beings of this world before heeding the call of God's spokesperson and Lin. And Lin's expression darkened upon hearing this. What bullshit logic. If the Void Spirit tribe really did succeed in exterminating all of the other highly intelligent beings of this world, then their army would be gone. What if the god of this world were to demand that you coexist peacefully with the other 10 tribes and send your forces to conquer another world? And Lin asked. Chu Nima's expression faltered upon hearing this. He was clearly not prepared for such a question. A look of conflict appeared on his face as he gripped onto his head. We must obey God's will, but in doing so, we will be bringing dishonor to our ancestors. It's so hard to choose. Chu Nima gripped onto his head, and his blue body expanded and contracted over and over again, as if he was on the brink of collapse. Hey, don't get so tense. I'm just asking a hypothetical question. And Lin immediately consoled the big-headed fatso before him. What do? Do I obey God's decree, or do I inherit the will of my ancestors? Chu Nima half knelt onto the ground, and it was as if his brain had short-circuited. Tina spoke to Enlin in a low voice. I initially programmed the Void Spirit tribe to exterminate the other highly intelligent beings of this world. So inputting a contrasting command is placing them in an impossible predicament. If I try to force this ideal upon the Void Spirit tribe, it could destroy this entire race. And Lin nodded. It looks like we can only leave it to Wei Ji to change their minds. Tina nodded in agreement. We'll have to let him brainwash the Void Spirit tribe. Aside from brainwashing, they couldn't think of any other way to change the ideology that had been deeply rooted in the minds of the Void Spirit tribe cultivators. And Lin patted Chu Nima's shoulder and injected his divine intent into his body in order to calm him down. Chu Nima, I understand your thought process now, and the interview has come to an end. That's it. That's right. And Lin nodded. Chu Nima's body trembled. Did he just refer to all of the other living creatures of this world as food in front of a human? Chu Nima immediately broke down in tears. Senior, what I just said don't represent my real thoughts. I was just… And Lin patted Chu Nima's shoulder again with a smile. You don't need to say anything. I know what you want to say. Now all you have to do is stick to your ideals. Perhaps you will meet someone in the not-too-distant future who will change your life. When that time comes, you can make your decision then. This? Chu Nima stared blankly at the white-robed man before him. He suddenly felt as if the man before him was impossibly profound, as if he were some mighty figure who had transcended above this world and could even predict the future. That's right, he had to be an extraordinary man to be able to say something like this. And Lin held onto Tina's hand, and they flew into the air before disappearing from heaven and earth. The hideous big-headed freak, Chu Nima, was rooted to the spot as he stared in the direction that Lin had departed toward, and Lin was quite satisfied as he left. He felt like his performance just then was exemplary. He came and went like the wind and had definitely left a deep impression on Chu Nima's heart with his profound display. Sigh. This issue with the Void Spirit tribe is a really troublesome one. Tina's brows furrowed as she heaved a forlorn sigh. That's all right, we have plenty of time to rectify these issues. And Lin wasn't really all that concerned. A thought suddenly occurred to him. By the way, little Na, how are the other tribes doing? Tina thought to herself for a moment before replying. All of the tribes are developing as normal. The Holy Martial Clan cultivators are still perfecting their battle techniques. The Dragon Tribe cultivators are still looking for treasures all over the world. The Vermilion Bird Tribe cultivators are just as free-spirited as ever. The only thing is, there has been some conflict within the human race. What conflict? And Lin asked. The human race has established 5 countries, and all of them are divided based on their inclinations toward cultivation or science. This has resulted in widespread conflict and debate among the human race, Tina explained. That's the main difference between humans and other tribes, and Lin said with a smile. If this were any of the other tribes, they would definitely choose to pour forth all of their resources into cultivation without a second thought, as that would allow them to progress in their cultivation. Was there anything better than making oneself more powerful? However, humans were different. They were aware of how important scientific research was. By pouring more resources into science, even though they wouldn't be able to directly benefit themselves, they could benefit the entire human race. Let them worry about that themselves. I don't think we should interfere with this process. And Lin smiled. Tina nodded. I'm really eager to see the human civilization of this world become as prosperous as the human civilization on Giant and Lin's home planet. It would be very fun to visit here when that time comes. It won't be too far into the future. If we're lucky, it might only take a decade before you see the flourishing human civilization on Earth being replicated here. And Lin said with a smile. Tina pouted upon hearing this. 10 years is a long time. Even if I accelerate the flow of time, it will still take a long time. Just be patient. And Lin patted Tina's head and said, Let's go visit the human territory. Tina held onto Lin's hand and stepped forward. The space around them instantly transformed. Not even a second had passed before the two of them arrived in the air above the most prosperous capital city of the human race. And Lin looked down at the city sprawled out below him and clicked his tongue in wonder. What a flourishing city! Down below, there were skyscrapers in dense bunches and what seemed to be an endless flow of vehicles. Even though most of the buildings were constructed from steel beams and concrete, there were some skyscrapers several hundred meters tall that were constructed from spirit bones, as well as dazzling lights that were shining at their peaks. The vehicles below were all hybrid cars that ran on both vital energy and heat energy in order to facilitate maximum efficiency. Here, the mortals and cultivators coexisted in harmony. Some of them had even become good friends. All of them followed the decree of Adam and Eve, which stated that all living beings below God were equal and that cultivators were prohibited from harming mortals for no reason. There were also similar decrees in the Kingdom of the 9 States, but cultivators still didn't want to interact with mortals. Even when they did encounter one another, the cultivators would always adopt a haughty mannerism, as if they were superior beings. However, the situation was completely different here. Many cultivators were truly friends with the mortals here, and they dined and chatted with one another, went to clubs with one another, and played games with one another. Even though they pursued different things, that didn't mean that their lives ran in parallel lines. It looks pretty good here, but why do I feel like the cultivators are a bit lazy? And Lin was a little dumbfounded. Why did the cultivators here engage in so many recreational activities? Didn't they need to cultivate? He unleashed his divine sense to enshroud this whole city, upon which he discovered that there were a total of over 50,000 cultivators in this city, but there was only one soul formation stage cultivator among them. Why are there so few strong cultivators here? And Lin was a little perplexed. All of the human cultivators that had been recruited to the 4-9 Immortal sect consisted exclusively of spirit-nurturing stage cultivators. In terms of overall strength among the cultivators, there seemed to be a little bit too much of a disparity between the human race and the other highly intelligent tribes. Perhaps it's because there are too many fun things to play with, which has drawn them away from cultivation. Tina was a little embarrassed and stuck out her tongue, and Lin was a little concerned. Is that really okay? It should be fine, Tina replied, and Lin's expression darkened. Little Na, you're a god of creation. Shouldn't you be more firm and convincing? Don't worry so much. I don't think there are any substantial issues here. Tina clearly didn't know whether this was okay or not, but it wasn't like she could just prohibit the human cultivators from engaging in other recreational activities. After exploring the divine mirror world, the two of them returned to the Taichu continent. And Lin spoke to Wei Ji as God spokesperson and assigned him a new mission. Wei Ji accepted the mission with unbridled drive and enthusiasm. In all honesty, as long as he was doing something for Goddess Tina, he would have zero objections. If all of the powerful beings from the divine mirror world were devout worshippers, then Wei Ji was their undisputed leader and the most devout and fervent worshipper of the lot. If he didn't have that sort of passion and enthusiasm, how was he going to convince others? This was like some of the more advanced scam artists. Before scamming others, they had to make sure they believed their own lies in order to create the most realistic and convincing scam. These two were actually the same thing. The only difference here was that Wei Ji had a god of creation as a backer. When night fell, and Lin returned to his living quarters, he was strolling along a bluestone path when he noticed a black shadow sitting on a rock. Even in the darkness, it was impossible to miss this black figure, as it had a pair of extremely bright eyes, so bright that it seemed as if they were literally glowing. And Lin made his way toward the black shadow before patting it on the shoulder. "What you doin', Xiao Cho, thinking about life?" That's right, it was none other than Xiao Cho who was sitting on the rock. And Lin would often see Xiao Cho sitting on a rock and staring blankly into thin air. But he had never seen Xiao Cho sitting on a rock and looking up into the starry night sky with such a sullen expression. His freckled nose was slightly wrinkled, and his crooked mouth pouted slightly as if he was feeling aggrieved and distressed at the same time. And Lin looked at Xiao Cho's peculiar features. Even though a master really shouldn't find his beast pet ugly, he still couldn't help but avert his gaze. He looked up into the night sky as his eyes watered. "Big brother and I got dumped?" Perhaps it was because there was finally someone extending concern toward him, but tears suddenly welled up in Xiao Cho's eyes as he spoke in a teary voice. Gasp! And Lin's eyes widened at this massive bombshell. He turned toward Xiao Cho with a stunned expression before silently averting his gaze again. Ahem. Xiao Cho, do you want to talk about it? When was Xiao Cho in a relationship? And Lin seriously had no idea, and he only found out about it after he had been dumped. With this in mind, and Lin blushed with embarrassment. He felt that, as Xiao Cho's master, he had failed him. Xiao Cho looked up at the starry night sky with undisguised sorrow and pain in his eyes. This is what happened. Big brother, and back when I was still a little monkey at the Myriad Mountain domain, I wasn't as ugly as I am now. In fact, I was a little cute monkey back then. Xiao Cho began his story. Is it the same as your miniature form? Xiao Cho faltered for a moment before nodding, and Lin understood what he meant now. Xiao Cho was actually ugly back then as well, but he was too small, so it wasn't obvious. This was just like how basically all humans were adorable as babies. but their true colors would shine through once they grew older. What happened next? And Lin asked. Xiaoqiu continued. One day, I was picking fruit at a mountain when a Black Panther mutant beast attacked me. At that time, I was too young and was no match for the Black Panther, and I soon had grievous wounds inflicted upon me. Just when I thought I was going to be eaten by the Black Panther, a white figure suddenly appeared, and Lin's expression stirred slightly. He knew that the female protagonist of the story was about to make her appearance. A reminiscent expression appeared on Xiaoqiu's face. She was so beautiful and holy. She had 6 pristine, white tails and eyes as bright as stars, and she swallowed the Black Panther whole. And Lin, why did that last part not match with the image he had in mind? And Lin forced himself to focus his attention back on the story. And then, how did you fall in love with each other? Fall in love? Xiaoqiu blinked. Why would I fall in love with her? And Lin, in that case, why are you talking about her? A smile appeared on Xiaoqiu's face. Because she is the mother of the little white fox that I love. And Lin's mouth gaped open. That was his fucking mother-in-law? He had thought that this was a story of the beauty saving the beast, but it was instead a beauty saving her son-in-law. Why did this not match the image he had in mind? What happened after that? And Lin had to calm his emotions once again before asking. Xiaoqiu continued. The little white fox's mother, by Muyu, took me to her home in order to tend to my injuries, and she also asked me if I had seen a blue ice flower that was burning with flames. The reason she had appeared there was to find that peculiar blue ice flower. I didn't know anything about it, and as I was recovering from my injuries, I became friends with the little white fox, Bai Yao. Bai Yao was very curious about everything in the Myriad Mountain domain, and she was constantly asking me questions. She was the daughter of my savior, so I was quite happy to tell her everything she wanted to know. Perhaps that was when my fate became intertwined with hers. She was very clever and kind, and I would often pick fruits with her in the forests. Whenever she found some fruits, she would always give half to me, and she was stronger than me, so she would protect me whenever we encountered wild beasts. I swore an oath then, that when I grew up and became stronger, I would protect her. Xiaoqiu sighed with emotion as he looked up at the starry night sky. He felt as if he could still see her face in the sky. And Lin smacked his lips. Sounds like you two were meant to be. His interest had been piqued, and he was quite curious about how Bai Yao and Xiaoqiu had fallen in love with one another, as well as what they had been through to make Xiaoqiu so sad. After that, Xiaoqiu heaved a long sigh and continued. Her mother found the flaming blue ice flower, and she departed from the Myriad Mountain domain with Bai Yao. That was the last time I ever saw her. And Lin's eyes widened. What? Did you miss some details? Is that it? That's right. That's roughly how things went. Xiaoqiu nodded as an ugly smile appeared on his face. How about it? Wasn't that an extremely pure and touching love story? And Lin, pure? Touching? Was that a fucking love story you just told? That was a completely pointless story. For God's sake, why did this not match the image he had in mind? Even though Lin was grumbling furiously in his heart, he still adopted a gentle expression as he spoke with a soft voice. So you and Bai Yao fell in love with one another? Did you do anything to help them find the flaming blue ice flower? Did you do something special with her to take your relationship to the next level? How did you verify each other's love? A disconsolate expression appeared on Xiaoqiu's face. The flaming blue ice flower was clearly no ordinary object. How was I supposed to help in finding such a special object? And Lin nodded upon hearing this. This was the most realistic development. After all, not everyone's life was riddled with opportunities like his own. My love with Bai Yao was the simplest and purest type of relationship. As for how we established our relationship, she gave me a handful of her fox hair before she left, and I gave her a handful of my monkey hair. With the hair that we had exchanged, we would be able to detect one another's presence as long as we are within a radius of 5 kilometers from each other. Doesn't that count as tokens of our love for each other? Our love was so subdued, and we fought our feelings for one another until it was all too late. Tears fell from Xiao's bulb-like eyes, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. This was a subdued love? What the hell was Xiao thinking? Was there even love there at all? It didn't look like it. Wasn't Xiao just inventing everything in his head? Maybe the little white fox only saw him as a good friend? And Lin was feeling a little sympathetic toward Xiao. Never would he have thought that Xiao was such a delusional monkey. To be honest, he should have discovered this earlier. After all, Xiao seemed to have invented many things in his head back when he had first encountered Xiao and taken him as a beast pet. Could be said that Xiao was a very sensitive monkey. And Lin didn't dare to visualize Xiao's love story anymore. He felt like none of his visualizations had been accurate. He was curious about the outcome of this story. What happened then? Did anything happen between you two? Xiao. After that, Bai Yao went back to her home in the creation realm, and I haven't seen her since. And Lin. So nothing ever happened between them? And why couldn't Xiao just forget her and find a good female monkey? Why did he have to fixate himself on this fox? Xiao continued. I became an elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect, and as the 4-9 Immortal sect grew more renowned, more and more people began to hear about me, including Bai Yao. And Lin's eyes lit up. Was she finally moved by how successful Xiao was and was willing to give him a chance? What happened next? After that, Bai Yao sent me a letter, saying that she was going to marry the Black Fox Prince of the Fox tribe, and she was hoping that I could attend her wedding. Tears fell from Xiao's eyes again as he spoke, and Lin's mouth gaped open. What the fuck? Why was everything completely different from how he had envisioned it to be? However, it made sense when one thought about it. Xiao's first love was getting married to someone else, so it made sense for him to be sad. However, and Lin didn't think it was worth it. What was the point of crying over the white fox when she might have never even seen him as a love interest? However, he couldn't say this to Xiao. Xiao most likely wouldn't believe him anyway. Even if he did believe in Lin, he would probably just be sadder. Wouldn't it be more of a psychological blow to realize the fact that you were a stupid cunt who loved someone who had never even loved you? It's all right, Xiao. You may have lost a fox, but you have an entire forest. And Lin offered words of consolation. But I don't like forests, Xiao retorted firmly. And Lin, I've already decided to go to the creation realm tomorrow to attend Bai Yao's wedding. Xiao took a deep breath as a determined expression appeared on his face. And Lin faltered for a moment before nodding his head with difficulty. That's not a bad idea. Go give them your blessings and say goodbye to your past. Only then can you look toward the future. Who said I was going to give them my blessings? Bai Yao must have been forced into the wedding. I'm going to go and save her. Battle intent surged from Xiao's body as he abruptly stood up. And Lin. This was completely different from what he had in mind, and Lin was starting to feel quite critical of himself. He had communicated far too little with Xiao and couldn't even follow his logic anymore. If things continued like this, wasn't he going to end up tearing a happy couple apart? Bai Yao had clearly only seen Xiao as a friend, and she might well be more than willing to marry the Black Fox Prince. If Xiao went to stop their wedding, only to discover the harsh truth, wasn't he going to break down right there and then? Most importantly, wasn't he going to be slaughtered by a fox tribe mighty figure? No. He had to stop him. And Lin turned toward Xiao to find that he had sat back down on his rock, and he was staring into the starry night sky with his bulb-like eyes. In that instant, and Lin felt a profound sense of loneliness and desolation. He felt like Xiao had carefully stacked up these emotional skyscrapers, and he really didn't want to be the one to knock them down. In the end, and Lin swallowed the words he was about to utter. A long silence ensued. Xiao, have you really decided that you're going to the creation realm tomorrow? I've made up my mind, big brother and I want to apply for some leave. Your application has been granted, and I'm coming with you. And Lin added. Huh. Xiao faltered slightly, and he turned his gaze from the starry night sky toward Lin with astonishment on his face. And Lin smiled. I'm your brother. How can I not come with you when you're trying to crash a wedding? Xiao's heart jolted, and he stared blankly at Lin as tears welled up in his eyes again. Thank you, big brother. And Xiao spread open his arms and gave Lin a huge bear hug. I thought you would scold me. I really didn't think that you would be so supportive. Xiao became more and more excited as he spoke, and tears began to roll down his face again. If scolding him worked, then Lin would have done so instead of participating in this mess. All right, you're an adult now, so dry your tears. And Lin patted Xiao's back in consolation. Under the moonlight, the two of them held each other in a serene embrace. This was a peaceful night. The next day, Lin made his way out of his room after a good night's rest. He had already taken care of everything. Xiao was going to crash a wedding, and the sect leader was going to accompany him. Xiao Zhe would remain at the sect in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Tina chose to accompany Lin and further broaden her horizons on their trip together. Dabai had also come to the 4-9 Immortal sect after hearing about what Xiao Zhe had done. He initially planned to visit Xiao Zhe, but after hearing about what Xiao was going to do, he immediately made a vehement request to come along. How could he miss out on something so exciting? And Lin felt like it would make him look better if he had Dabai as his mount, so he agreed. The Hall of Creation was located in the southwestern region of the Taichu continent. At the same time, it was located to the northwest of the southern Heavenly Wing Nation. The Kingdom of the 9 States and the Hall of Creation were quite friendly with one another, so Lin and the others could travel straight into the core region of the Hall of Creation via a teleportation spell formation. Thus, Lin, Tina, Xiao and Dabai embarked on a journey toward the west. Whoosh! After a dizzying bout of teleportation, the 4 of them arrived at one of 10 main cities of the creation realm, Qinghu City. That was the destination for their journey to the west. The number 1 main city of the creation realm was obviously Creation City. This was also the main base for the Hall of Creation. However, Lin and the others arrived directly at Qinghu City. This was for no reason other than the fact that the Fox tribe was based here. Lin and the others emerged from the teleportation spell formation of Qinghu City. Lin took a deep breath. A satisfying sensation immediately spread throughout his entire body. I feel good. He exhaled loudly while feeling satisfied. Dabai's nose was quite sensitive, and he was too busy inhaling through his nose to even speak. Tina also wore an entranced expression. This is such a marvelous feeling. It feels like even the air here is sweet. Tina was not exaggerating things. The air here really did have a magnificent sweetness to it. Xiao sighed with emotion. It's often said that the creation realm is one of the most heavenly places on the continent. It looks like this land is indeed worthy of this title. Lin, Dabai, and Tina all nodded in agreement. After inhaling a lungful of air, the air would flow to other parts of their body and clear out the meridians as if it were giving a full-body massage. This was a place blessed by the heavens. It was a place where almost anything could be granted high-level intelligence, such as all types of animals, plants, even rocks, fire, water, lightning, and things like that could be given sentience, wills, and intelligence. They currently felt like even the air they were breathing in was about to have intelligence bestowed upon it. That's right, this was a realm where everything could be granted intelligence. This was the creation realm. The Fox tribe was already quite an intelligent tribe, and they flourished in the creation realm before slowly becoming one of the 10 most powerful forces in the creation realm and occupying an entire city, Qinghu City. The first thing Lin and the others did upon arriving at Qinghu City was to inhale as if their lives depended on it. The second thing they did was to look around with wide eyes at all of the living beings moving around on the streets. Holy Mother of God! This place is heaven! Lin exclaimed in shock and amazement. Dabai was cursing himself for not being born with a few more sets of eyes. He wagged his tongue as his face glowed with excitement. Heaven! This is most definitely a heaven on earth. There was one seductive woman after another traversing through the streets. Their breasts were temptatious and voluptuous, and their waists were as thin as frail wickers. Their legs were long and gorgeous, and their fox tails seemed to be able to suck the souls from the onlooker's body, perfectly complementing their vibrant, colorful clothing. Lin and Dabai felt as if they had suddenly fallen into paradise, and they didn't even want to blink. Xiao was completely unmoved. He loved the adorable and enticing little white fox. Tina rolled her eyes with scorn. Perverts! A white fox walking past noticed Lin and Debai's scorching gazes, and she chuckled lightly as she puffed out her voluptuous chest and winked seductively before letting loose a moan that made Lin and Debai's bones melt. Gasp! And Lin was filled with awe and admiration. Debai appeared as if he had received a heavy blow as blood slowly trickled from his nose. The white fox stuck out her dainty little tongue and gave them another seductive smile before walking away like a victorious general. What a weapon of mass destruction! I have well and truly been defeated, woof! Debai conceded his loss. Xiao, isn't your Bai Yao a white fox as well? Is she also that powerful? And Lin asked. Xiao harumphed coldly. How can you compare my Bai Yao to those shameless sluts? Her fur is as white as snow. Her eyes are bright and gorgeous. And her figure is absolutely flawless. She is the epitome of perfection. And Lin rolled his eyes. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. He shouldn't have asked Xiao such a stupid question. Giant and Lin, we should focus on the important matters at hand. Tina was greatly embarrassed by the sight of the drool trickling from Lin's mouth and the blood dripping from Debai's nostrils. All she wanted to do was to get away from this place as soon as possible. And Lin immediately refused with a stern expression. No, we've only just arrived. So I suggest we stay here and survey the situation first. We need to get a good look at everyone here and identify possible hazards before making our next step. That is the safest way to proceed. Debai raised a paw in agreement. Big brother and is so wise. I wholeheartedly agree. Woof! Tina, Xiao, you two just want to drool over more women, don't you? Tina crossed her arms angrily. And Lin immediately replied with a straight face. Please don't doubt my diligence to my work. I'm only here to observe the fox tribe. Only by understanding our enemies can we defeat our enemies. Woof! Debai chimed in. Xiao felt like this was quite reasonable. All right, this is my first time coming here as well, so I'll make some observations too. And Lin and Debai were elated to have Xiao's support. Tina heaved a resigned sigh and fluttered over to Lin's side in order to sit on his shoulder as she usually did. However, she quickly flew away silently with a disdainful expression at the sight of Lin staring at the vixens on the street. Most of the living beings walking on the streets were members of the fox tribe. The fox tribe was a tribe that yearned for human beauty, so their aesthetic standards were almost identical to humans. All of them normally had two forms, one of which was a fox form while the other was a human form, and among the two, most of them preferred their human forms. As such, most of the passers-by appeared in their human forms. The men of the fox tribe were mostly quite handsome, and the vast majority of women from the fox tribe were seductive vixens. Of course, there were some who had purer and more innocent forms, but they were by far the minority. The fox tribe was quite an open tribe, so most of them were also quite scantily dressed. Look at that ass. I mean that tail. It's so plump and perky. We have to be on our guard. She might be hiding a weapon of mass destruction under all that fur. Big brother and look at that red fox. What a vicious chest. We have to pay extra attention to vixens like her in case she's concealing dangerous weapons in that ravine-like cleavage. Woof! Gasp! You're right. Debai! We really do have to be on our guard. The two of them looked around with glowing excitement in their eyes, pointing out potentially dangerous vixens to one another. Xiao didn't know what they were excited about. Were they attracted to large backsides and chests? The little white fox's fox form was the most beautiful. Even from a human's aesthetic standards, wasn't Tina the most beautiful and flawless one here? Why were Lin and Debai so interested in all of these vixens instead? Xiao was completely perplexed. After a while, Xiao finally couldn't help but ask, Big brother are these vixens really all that good looking? Why do I feel like none of them are as beautiful as little Na? Tina was almost moved to the point of tears upon hearing this. God had finally smiled down upon her and bestowed upon her a companion who wasn't blind. There was a flawlessly beautiful fairy right here, but these horny perverts were looking at vixens instead. To her surprise, And Lin and Bai shook their heads in unison as wicked smiles appeared on their faces. You don't understand, Xiaoqiu. To determine whether someone is beautiful or not, you have to take into account both the outward appearance and the disposition. And Lin elaborated with a serious expression. Tina pouted as she placed her hands on her hips. Are you saying I have a crappy disposition? No, little Na, your disposition is impeccable. However, and Lin's words took a turn here as he said, your disposition is one that is too holy to be encroached upon. You're flawlessly beautiful, like a perfect work of art. But the beauty of the vixens here, And Lin suddenly began to chuckle. Bai finished his sentence. The beauty of these vixens is the impossibly seductive type. It's the type that screams, please mount me. Woof! Tina's face convulsed upon hearing this. Xiaoqiu thought about it for a few seconds before coming to a sudden realization. So, you're staying here to look at all of the beauties after all. And Lin. Bai. Crap, they had been found out, and Lin and Bai were infuriated. They were trying to instill within Xiaoqiu the correct beauty standards, only for him to see through their covers. Ahem. We've completed our observation, and will now be traveling deeper into Qing, whose city in search of more information. And Lin coughed a little awkwardly. Thus, the four of them began to explore Qinghu City. The buildings in Qinghu City were quite antiquated, and most of them were wooden houses that reflected the beauty and serenity of nature. There were many shops and stalls along the streets, and they sold all types of wares including spirit fruits and even spirit beast eggs. And Lin had seen a vast array of treasures before, so he only scanned his eyes through the wares being sold on the streets before getting bored and focusing his eyes on all of the vixens on the street again. He felt like he had made the right decision to come here. After all, he was very happy to be able to see so many beauties. He was very happy to be able to help Xiaoqiu. Perhaps it was because he was rather handsome, but after only walking for a short while, there had already been 10 vixens aiming seductive winks at him, one of which had even stuck out her dainty little tongue at him. How stimulating! There was danger everywhere. Bai was quite displeased. Why are all of the vixens looking at you? Are they looking down on me? Woof! A smug smile appeared on Lin's face. It's because I'm more handsome, more powerful, more rich, more outstanding, and more perfect than you. Bai. The fox tribe yearned for human beauty, so a handsome man like Lin was obviously going to attract a lot of attention. Aside from all of the specialty stalls along the streets, there were also a few brothels. The brothels were very easy to spot as there were always some sexy vixens standing outside. They enthusiastically latched onto prospective customers before unleashing a wave of irresistible seduction. Many of the men passing by simply couldn't resist the temptation and were escorted into the brothels with blushes on their faces. Bai had completely gone off the boil and made a libido-driven rush for the nearest brothel, only to be held back by Lin. Are you insane? Xiaoqiu and Little Na are still here. And Lin scolded. We can split up. I'm willing to put myself in danger for the team and explore that sinister place. Woof! Bai's eyes were glued to the seductive vixens outside the brothel as he spoke. And Lin? He couldn't be bothered wasting any more words with Bai, so he dragged the horny dog behind him. There were also some male brothels with handsome gigolos outside, who were putting on all sorts of poses. Even though they didn't say anything, their actions conveyed much more than they could through words. Some women, as well as men, couldn't resist the urge to enter. Each of the gigolos looked to be quite a high-caliber man, so they had to give them a taste. And Lin and Bai were not interested in gigolos, and they hurriedly walked away with goosebumps all over their bodies. All in all, the prostitution industry flourished here. Many members of the human race, the Dragon Tribe, the Light Wing Clan, the Dark Wing Tribe, and other tribes with humanoid forms flocked to this place for some fox meat. Hence, this was one of the most important industries in Qinghu City. While he was enjoying the scenery, and Lin was also unleashing his divine sense to detect the cultivation bases of the fox tribe cultivators present. He had used his divine sense to scan over 10,000 fox tribe cultivators, among which there were already 7 soul formation stage powerful beings. This was quite a terrifying proportion. Could this be because of the wedding that was about to take place? Within a spirit fruit shop, and Lin and the others sat around a table as they indulged in all sorts of delectable fruits. All of the fruits grown here in the Fox tribe territory had a peculiar taste, which was very easy to get addicted to. Normal living beings would be completely unable to stop eating once they started, and there were many who had become bankrupt in order to fuel their fruit addictions. This was another important industry in Qinghu City. Even though these fruits were renowned for being addictive, many living beings were still unable to repress their curiosity and went down the path of no return. There was never a lack of people like those in this world. Some people thought that they weren't this type of person, only to realize how wrong they had been after falling into the abyss. And Lin was also unable to stop as he devoured one fruit after another. It was simply too delicious. The juices were like a pair of hands stimulating and teasing his tongue, giving him a feeling of immense satisfaction that he didn't want to end. Right at this moment, a conversation from nearby made him falter in his fruit-devouring frenzy. "Have you heard that the young master of the Black Saber sect also received an invitation to the wedding? I'm so envious. I really want to go to the Fox Prince's wedding too." "You? Stop daydreaming. You won't receive an invitation. You won't be able to attend unless you're the servant or entourage of a famous figure." The Fox Prince's wedding? Upon hearing this, and Lin immediately figured out who they were talking about. However, they didn't get any invitations. What should they do? If the security around the wedding was quite lax, perhaps they could sneak in without anyone noticing. But if the wedding was really secure, then there was going to be some risk of being discovered if they tried to sneak in. It would be best if they had invitation letters and could attend the wedding without having to resort to sneaking in. Should they steal an invitation? And Lin's eyes lit up. He actually didn't want Xiao Chou to crash the wedding, as he would be walking to his own death. The Fox tribe was not a small, insignificant tribe. Even though they had no Dao integration stage super mighty figures, they had a total of 6 return to void final stage mighty figures in their ranks. It would be next to impossible for Lin's group to defeat such a formidable lineup. And Lin had also tried to persuade Xiao Chou to let go in euphemistic ways and to attend this wedding as a gesture of farewell to his past. In order to not hurt Xiao Chou, he didn't point out the fact that Bai Yao most likely didn't even love him. He tried to go in a roundabout way in order to convince him that time would change many things, including feelings. In the mortal world, a long-distance relationship has a 90% chance of failing within the first 2 years. You and Bai Yao have been apart for close to 100 years. Do you really think her feelings wouldn't have diminished? What if she switched romantic interests? No, my Bai Yao is different. Bai Yao must have been forced into this wedding. That's right, Xiao Chou completely refused to listen to reason. He stubbornly held on to the belief that everything was as he thought it was. However, Xiao Chou had also agreed that for safety purposes, he would restrain himself from doing anything rash. He would simply assess the situation calmly and act according to the situation. At this moment, the foxes nearby began to talk again. "Hey, I'm not sure if you know this, but apparently Princess Bai Yao doesn't want to marry young Master Chan Nan. There might be some hidden circumstances surrounding this wedding," a fox said in a low voice. Xiao Chou's eyes lit up, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. Holy fuck! Was everything really as Xiao Chou imagined it to be? Bai Yao had been forced into this wedding? Hee, you're always spouting conspiracy theories. Don't you ever get tired of those? Princess Bai Yao is the most beautiful woman among the younger generation of our fox tribe, as well as the brightest jewel among the white foxes. Young Master Chun Nan is the only son of the Black Fox Emperor and the most powerful cultivator among the younger black foxes. On top of that, he is peerlessly handsome and supremely talented. They are a match made in heaven. What unforeseen circumstances could there be? Is an ugly bastard like you going to crash their wedding and state an objection? The other fox scoffed at the idea. Xiao Chou's bright eyes began to dim. The other fox was enraged. How am I ugly? I'm just average in terms of looks. That monkey on the other table is really ugly. Heh. Do you think I'll believe you? The other fox turned around, and his eyes gradually widened as he drew a sharp intake of breath. Gasp! He really is ugly. And Lin stood up before making his way toward the two foxes with a cold smile. Would you like to repeat that? What? I'm just stating the truth. One of the foxes was just about to stand up against Lin, only to be held back by his companion, who was shaking his head as a gesture to tell him not to stir up trouble. The male fox swallowed his words and glowered at Lin. And Lin chuckled coldly. Do you think you'll be fine if you don't say anything? I'll still beat the crap out of you anyway. He swung his fists as he spoke. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. The heavy impact of fists on the bodies was accompanied by the anguished wails of the two foxes. Their brawl had even alerted the boss of the spirit fruit shop. And Lin threw a bag of spirit stones at the boss. I was just getting to know these two brothers from the fox tribe. Their fruits are on me. The two bruised and battered foxes almost threw up mouthfuls of blood. Who the fuck is your brother? We don't need your charity. Even though they were fuming internally, they forced smiles onto their faces in fear of copping another beating from Lin. That's right. Our human brother was just extending a physical greeting toward us. And Lin nodded with satisfaction before leaving the fruit shop with Xiaoqiu. After making their way out of the fruit shop, Xiaoqiu heaved a faint sigh. Big brother, and you don't have to do that for me. It's not like they said anything wrong. This is not the first time I've been called ugly, so they're only speaking the truth. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. Only I'm allowed to call you ugly. Anyone else who does so will cop a beating from me. Xiaoqiu hesitated momentarily before speaking again. Little Na and Dabai also called me ugly in the past. Little Na, Dabai. And Lin's chest constricted upon hearing this. That was different, okay? He paused for a moment before explaining. I taught them a lesson not just because they called you ugly, but because they called you ugly while discussing Bai Yao's wedding. Xiaoqiu's expression faltered, and tears began to shimmer in his eyes. There was a clear difference between the two scenarios. Who would want to be used as a negative example when others were discussing the woman they loved? Even if Xiaoqiu was used to being called ugly and didn't take it to heart anymore, those words in those circumstances were still hurtful. That was most likely the reason why Lin had given those two foxes a pummeling. Xiaoqiu was extremely touched, and Lin could even detect when he was emotionally down and stood up for him. What had he done to deserve such a good brother? Walking along on the streets, there were occasionally some living beings who would turn their eyes upon Xiaoqiu, upon which expressions of shock would appear on their faces before they averted their eyes. Xiaoqiu heaved a faint sigh. He had already become accustomed to other people calling him ugly, but now that he was on his way to see Bai Yao, he was starting to feel self-conscious again. He didn't care what other people thought, but what if Bai Yao also denounced him for his looks? His storage ring flashed, and a mask appeared in his hand. This was a high-rank spirit tool, the Azure Battle Arhat mask, upon which was carved a furious, domineering expression. This was a present that Su Xiaolan gave Xiaoqiu. This mask allowed its wearer to unleash the power stored within it for a short time. This was quite a pragmatic high-rank spirit tool. Xiaoqiu silently put on the mask and transformed from ugly Xiaoqiu to domineering Xiaoqiu. And Lin, Tina, and Dabai all noticed what he was doing, but none of them said anything. They really didn't have the right to tell Xiaoqiu what to wear. The four of them continued on toward the center of the city. And Lin was still pondering the conversation he had overheard between those two foxes. Was Bai Yao being forced into this wedding or not? If she really was being forced, then he had to change his strategy. After walking for a short while, a grandiose crystal imperial palace appeared before everyone. This palace was surrounded by high walls, and white was its predominant color. There were palaces within that stretched as far as the eyes could see, with scenic hills and streams interspersed between them. All of the palaces had crystalline roofs that reflected the sun and glittered with colorful radiance. And Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. We're here. This is the palace of the White Fox tribe. And Lin had actually thought of a decent plan. In order to ascertain whether Bai Yao was being forced into the wedding or not, the best way to do so would be to observe her in secret. They could then observe what her emotional state was like prior to her wedding ceremony. If she was filled with elation and joy, then this was most likely a wedding forged on the basis of mutual love. But if she was extremely distressed and distraught the entire time, then there was a good chance that she had been forced into the marriage. After hearing Lin's plan, Xiao engaged in a bout of intense internal conflict before nodding with difficulty and agreeing to this course of action. Even though he was very confident in Bai Yao's feelings toward him, it was still important to verify these things. At the very least, he needed to have Lin, Tina, and Bai convinced, as this would be of vital importance to the rest of the operation. A white light flashed through Lin's eyes. Immediately after, a massive spell formation appeared before his eyes. This was the defensive and enemy detection spell formation of the White Fox Palace. He flicked a finger toward a certain spot on the spell formation, upon which a hole appeared in it. "Let's go in." Riding on Bai's back, Lin led the way in through the hole in the spell formation with Tina and Xiao bringing up the rear. Tina unleashed a divine technique to conceal everyone's presence and body. This was one of the divine techniques she had invented in the divine mirror world, and it was of a ridiculously high level. Just this concealment spell technique would allow them to completely avoid detection from Return to Void Final Stage Mighty Figures. There were a total of 6 Return to Void Final Stage Mighty Figures in the Fox tribe. Among the 6, 2 of them were white foxes. Those 2 white fox mighty figures wouldn't be bored enough to constantly patrol the Imperial Palace for intruders, right? Hence, from a theoretical perspective, Lin and the others were actually quite safe despite the fact that they had infiltrated the Imperial Palace. Thus, Lin and the others stroll surreptitiously through the Imperial Palace. They were doing things surreptitiously, as they were all under Tina's concealment technique. But in reality, they were basically just taking a casual stroll out in the open through the Imperial Palace. Big Brother I didn't think that the scenery within the Imperial Palace would be so beautiful. Woof! Bai's nostrils widened as drool rolled down his chin. Lin's nostrils had also widened, and he nodded in agreement. "This is some of the most beautiful scenery I've ever seen." Tina pouted in displeasure. "You're already at the Imperial Palace, and you're still fooling around." "That's right." Bai and Lin were looking around with scorching eyes at the women around them. All of them wore extremely enticing dresses with low-cut cleavage that revealed half of their voluptuous snowy melons, below which were pairs of miniskirts that exposed large sections of their sexy long legs. "I love these dresses. I have to find the designer of these dresses and give them a 5-star review." And Lin continued to chuckle with zero sense of moral principle. "Then I'm going to give these beautiful vixens 5-star reviews." Woof! Bai wore a wicked smile on his face as he looked at the seductive vixens around him with wide eyes. Tina gritted her teeth. She really wanted to withdraw her concealment spell technique and kick these 2 horny perverts out to their deaths. If it weren't for the fact that it would ruin Xiao's plan, she would really go through with it. Xiao pulled out a handful of pristine, white fur. This was the souvenir Bai Yao had given him prior to her departure. The very same souvenir that Xiao regarded as a token of love. This should allow him to detect her presence as long as she was within a radius of 5 kilometers. Back when they were about to be separated, Xiao had also given Bai Yao a handful of his monkey hair. However, his presence had been completely concealed by Tina, so there was no way for Bai Yao to detect his location. Lin followed Xiao deeper into the Imperial Palace. After a while, Xiao's footsteps suddenly faltered as an expression of elation appeared on his face. "I can feel it. I can detect her location. She didn't lie to me." And Lin rolled his eyes. There was no point in lying about something like that. "She's in the northeastern direction." Xiao rushed eagerly toward that direction, and Lin and the others jogged along behind him. They passed through a cluster of small palaces, as well as a few intricate and elegant courtyards, before arriving at a place where the scenery looked like it had been pulled straight out of a piece of artwork. There was a garden with all types of flowers. At the end of the garden there was a miniature mountain. At the summit of the mountain there was a small house. "She's in there." Xiao swallowed with anxiety as he looked up at the small house. Xiao was starting to get more and more nervous now, and his footsteps had slowed down drastically. Bai Yao has been forced into this marriage. so she must be extremely grief-stricken right now. I simply can't bear to see her in that much pain. Xiao Chou muttered to himself as he walked. His footsteps suddenly faltered, and he turned toward Enlin with excitement on his face. I'm such an idiot. Why do I have to wait until her wedding to take her away with me? We can take her right now. There will be mighty figures present at the wedding, so it will be difficult to take her away then. As such, this is the perfect opportunity to do so. Dabai stuck his tongue out. Isn't it much more exciting to crash a wedding? Isn't that the whole point? Xiao Chou, you've finally thought about it yourself. And Lin patted Xiao Chou's shoulder with a smile. That's exactly what I was thinking too. If Bai Yao really is being forced into this wedding, we can take her away with us right now. Xiao Chou turned toward Enlin with gratitude in his eyes. He took a deep breath to muster up his courage before advancing toward the small house again. Outside the house, a few figures appeared on the branches of a large tree. From this location, they could see through the window of the small house. I feel like this is a little dodgy. Xiao Chou was a little concerned. How can this be referred to as dodgy? We're here to save the little white fox. And Lin spoke with a justified expression. Thus, everyone waited patiently on the tree and silently observed. They were waiting for Bai Yao to appear. They didn't have to wait long before they heard someone singing. This was a very cheerful song, which was quite vibrant and pleasing to the ear. It's her. That's her voice, and she's the one singing. I've heard her sing this song in the past. Xiao Chou's voice was trembling with excitement. Dabai's brows furrowed. If this is Bai Yao singing, then why is she singing such a joyful song? Xiao Chou's body stiffened as if he had just had a bucket of cold water poured onto his head. At that moment, a window was opened. A set of exquisitely beautiful features appeared before everyone. This was a woman in a flowing white dress with her hands folded one on top of the other on the windowsill. She laid her intricate chin on the back of her hand, and her smile was as vibrant and enchanting as a spring breeze. Her smile had the perfect mix of seduction and purity, and the two combined to give off a unique, bewitching charm. Even after seeing so many beauties, and Lin and Dabai were stunned for a moment. Xiao Chou was staring at the woman in front of the windowsill, seemingly entranced. The woman looked into the distance with a smile on her face, and her eyes rippled with anticipation. There are still 6 days left. I'm really looking forward to it. Atop a nearby tree. She's Bai Yao, and she's just as beautiful as ever. And her smile is so full of joy. Xiao Chou's voice trembled as he spoke. His face was covered by his mask, so no one could see his expression. However, there seemed to be some sort of translucent liquid dripping from the edge of the mask. And Lin, Dabai, and Tina remained silent. Xiao Chou stared silently at the bewitching smile on the woman's face, and it was as if time had stopped for him. Her smile was like a sharp sword stabbing viciously into Xiao Chou's heart. He should be feeling happy for her, but why did his heart ache so profoundly? After looking at her for what seemed like an eternity, "Let's go, big brother," and Xiao Chou spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. He didn't mention taking Bai Yao away with them, nor did he choose to reveal himself to Bai Yao. Perhaps Xiao Chou had already made a decision. A very logical decision. And Lin heaved a faint sigh. Relationships couldn't be forced. A one-sided love like this was destined to end in tragedy, and he couldn't do anything about it. Perhaps this was all for the best. The plan to crash the wedding wouldn't eventuate, and he would silently go, just as he had silently come. It would be as if he had never made this trip at all. And Lin was a little concerned as he looked at Xiao Chou's dejected figure. Xiao Chou's heart might be bleeding now, but there would always come a day when his wounds would be healed by the passage of time. The mutual love in his mind was nothing but a misunderstanding. This was something that he would gradually come to terms with. Even though the process would be quite a cruel and painful one, it was the only way these emotions could be resolved. At a certain fruit shop in Qinghu City, Xiao Chou began to gorge himself on fruits. The fruits of Qinghu City were not cheap. Even though many people developed addictions to them, this was the first time the surrounding foxes had seen someone binge on fruits like this. All of them turned their eyes upon Xianxia, and they were first shocked by his horrendous table manners, before being aghast at his ugly face. The members of the fox tribe all yearned for beauty, so their human forms were all quite beautiful and handsome. As such, most of them had never seen a creature so hideous before. Holy fuck! What an ugly monkey! My God! That face is going to appear in my nightmares. To think something like this could exist in this world. I don't even feel like eating now. All of the foxes around them began to discuss among themselves in subdued voices. However, their words were obviously unable to escape Enlin's ears, and he immediately stood up. To his surprise, Xianxia laid a hand on his arm. You don't have to. It's all right. I'm already used to it. An ugly smile appeared on Xiaoqiao's crooked lips. Enlin didn't want to let things go like this, but he finally sat back down upon seeing Xiaoqiao's beseeching gaze. Xianxia continued on his binging spree, and he shed tears as he ate. Slow down, you're going to choke at this rate. Get me another 1,000 green fox fruits. Enlin yelled as he casually tossed 50,000 spirit stones onto the counter. Gasp! Each and every one of the fox onlookers drew a sharp intake of breath. They were afraid of eating themselves into bankruptcy. However, the people on that table were instead concerned about choking on green fox fruits and tossed out 50,000 spirit stones without even looking. This was a super tycoon. The boss of the fruit shop accepted the money gleefully before bringing out the requested fruits. Green fox fruits were soon piled up on the table like a small mountain. A peculiar and addictive aroma wafted through the air. Xianxia continued to gorge on fruits. She had given me a few green fox fruits back when we met at the Myriad Mountain Domain, and I really liked them. She told me that if I was to come to Qinghu City, we could eat green fox fruits to our heart's content. Xiaoqiao's emotions gradually settled, perhaps because he was reminiscing about the past. She gave me a bag of green fox fruit seeds and told me that they could be planted to grow into green fox fruit trees. I tried that, but none of the seeds would sprout seedlings. We had made an agreement that we would see each other again. I knew that there was a large gap between us, so I worked really hard to cultivate and catch up to her. I finally reached the soul formation stage and became an elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Just when I had worked up the confidence and courage to see her, Xianxia began to choke up with sobs again. I had always thought that being with her was the most glorious feeling in this world. We didn't even do much. All we did was talk about the most mundane things, play together, hunt together, catch fish together. But we were happy. She even asked me whether I would be averse to having a fox as my Tao partner. Xianxia swallowed the fruit in his mouth. I didn't know what she meant at that time. I felt like I had already fallen for her then. Even though we didn't do anything special together, I really did like her and always wanted to be with her. Xianxia looked at the green fox fruit in his hand and was momentarily dazed as he immersed himself in his recollections. After a while, his tears began to flow again. Xianxia was quite a sensitive monkey with slight delusional tendencies. It was just a pity that his delusional tendencies had led down a path to heartbreak. Enlin heaved a faint sigh. Sometimes things simply aren't meant to be. It's simply the heavens telling you that this was not the right one for you, and that someone better is out there waiting for you. Xianxia nodded before chomping on more green fox fruits. Keep eating. Eat all of these fruits and forget her by the time you're finished. Enlin encouraged. Xianxia nodded again as he gorged on green fox fruits. Enlin, Dabai, and Tina also ate with him. Soon, all 1,000 green fox fruits had been devoured. I'm so full, woof. Dabai patted his bulging stomach with an expression of contentment. Tina smacked her lips as if she hadn't had enough and wanted to eat more. With her advanced cultivation base, she was naturally able to resist the temptation of these fruits, but she didn't want to. They were simply too delicious. Enlin turned to Xianxia, and he heaved a sigh of relief to find that the grief on Xiaoqiao's face seemed to have been eased. Let's go back, Xianxia. Bai Yao is pursuing her own happiness, and you should start thinking about a new relationship as well. Enlin encouraged. Yeah, Big Brother Cho. With your cultivation base and your position in the 4-9 Immortal sect, you can easily get a harem of beautiful female monkeys, woof. Dabai slammed the table with his paw. Dabai's words brought a hint of an ugly smile to Xiao Chao's face. Tina immediately chimed in. That's right. After leaving this tree, there is an entire forest waiting for you. Besides, you're not alone because you have us with you. Tears began to well up again upon hearing these words of encouragement. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I'm so lucky to have met all of you. A smile appeared on Enlin's face. Xiao Chou had finally shaken off the pain of his unrequited love. Xiao Chou continued, however, I'm still going to attend Bai Yao's wedding. I have to confirm with my own eyes that she's entering a happy marriage. Enlin, Dabai, Tina, why the fuck would he do that? It would just be piling more abuse on himself. It looked like Xiao Chou's fixation on Bai Yao was worse than they thought. And Lin decided to respect Xiao Chou's decision. Since Xiao Chou had decided to attend Bai Yao's wedding and witness her happiest moment with his own two eyes, then the only thing Lin and the others could do was to accompany him. They were no longer going to abduct the bride. After all, everything was a misunderstanding. Xiao Chou was only going to attend the wedding for some closure, so that he could let go of his fixation and unresolved emotions. And Lin decided to settle at Qinghu City and wait for the day of the wedding. Days passed by one after the other. Qinghu City gradually became more and more lively. This was a wedding between a princess of the White Fox tribe and a prince of the Black Fox tribe. It was like a fairy tale wedding between the prince and princess and was something everyone admired and yearned for. This was a grand occasion for the creation realm, and living beings from every tribe gathered at Qinghu City. There were even some representatives from nearby sects who had come here to attend the wedding and offer their congratulations. Their wedding was an eagerly anticipated spectacle. On the night before the wedding, fireworks blossomed in the sky, lighting up the night with their vibrant colors. And Lin invented an excuse to placate Tina before taking Xiao Chou and Dabai to the Holy Land for all men. The seductive Fox House. This was heaven on earth in a sense. At the very center of the seductive Fox House was a beautiful blue stage in the form of a lotus flower. There was a group of scantily dressed seductive vixens dancing on the stage. These vixens had reached the pinnacle of the art of seduction, and each and every one of their movements had the blood of the male onlookers surging within their bodies. Within a booth, which was located at a prime location to enjoy the view on stage, a man and a dog were completely entranced by the dancing vixens on the stage, and there were a few sexy vixens attending to their needs within the booth, sidling up to the two of them with their voluptuous bodies. There was also a monkey wearing a mask, which was quite a unique spectacle in this place. Even though he was also looking at the dancing vixens on the stage, his mind was completely adrift, and he seemed to be completely disinterested with everything happening around him. Xiao Chou, you have to learn to enjoy the moment. Why are you engrossed in your thoughts? Look at all those gorgeous foxes on stage and the exquisite performance they're putting on. Are you not interested at all? And Lin tried to lift the spirits of the dejected Xiao Chou. Exactly. Look at all of these big sisters around us. They're so kind and thoughtful, and their bodies are so voluptuous and enticing. How could you just shun them like this, big brother Chou? Woof! Dabai also chimed in. His right paw was placed around a delectable vixen's waist. However, Xiao Chou was like a monkey carved out of stone, who remained completely emotionless at the sight of the seductive vixens dancing on the stage. And Lin had identified him as the main target, and he was currently surrounded by a throng of vixens. There were innocent and adorable little sisters, shy and petite lolis, sexy and seductive big sisters, as well as aggressive and daring milfs. All of them flocked around Xiao Chou, unleashing all of their seductive techniques to try and appease him. The tycoon cultivator beside them told them that anyone who could successfully seduce this monkey would receive 50,000 spirit stones. For the vixens of the seductive Fox House, this was a huge amount of money. Come on, brother monkey, have a drink. Do you want some fruit? I'll feed you. Open wide. Embrace me, brother monkey. Why are you wearing a mask, brother monkey? Even though you look really awesome with the mask on, we all really want to see what you look like. Xiao Chou heaved a resigned sigh upon hearing this. I'm afraid I'd startle all of you if I take off my mask. A red fox with a pair of impressive melons was unconvinced. Impossible. Brother Monkey's impressive physique already gets a 9 out of 10 from me, so we won't be startled no matter what you look like. We've already fallen in love with your body, and we'll learn to love your face too. Exactly. Take off the mask, Brother Monkey. A bunch of vixens chimed in with excitement. In order to gain access to a man's heart, they had to take off his mask, both physically and figuratively. They were all experts in seduction, so they were quite familiar with this mantra. They were professionals in the industry and had seen all types of customers. He was worried his appearance would startle them? What a joke! Xiaoqiu paused momentarily before finally conceding to the peer pressure. All right, I agree to take off my mask. But why don't we play a game first? All of the vixens were excited upon hearing about a game being proposed. Sure. I love to play games. What game do you want to play? I won't be able to play if it's something too naughty. I can only strip off one item of clothing at a time as a punishment for losing the game. A faint smile appeared on Xiaoqiu's face. I'll take off my mask, and I'll spend the night with anyone who can take the initiative to kiss me. Gasp. Each and every one of the vixens drew a sharp intake of breath. This was a 50,000 spirit stone opportunity. The atmosphere instantly exploded as all of the vixens jostled for the ideal position to kiss Xiaoqiu first. They would lose this opportunity if they were too slow. Me, Brother Monkey. I want to kiss you. Stop pushing. This spot is mine. Hey, I had that spot first. Xiaoqiu looked at the vixens before him as he slowly took off his mask. A shocking set of features was revealed to all of the vixens. The atmosphere instantly fell deathly silent. All of the vixens' mouths gaped open while their breathing speed faltered. Those eyes, that nose, that mouth, that face. How terrifying. An ugly smile appeared on Xiaoqiu's face. Who wants to kiss me? All of the vixens shuddered upon hearing this. Ah! Some of the vixens were already screeching from fear. There were even some who had collapsed to the ground as their legs had given out from under them. All of the vixens that were scrambling for a chance to kiss Xiaoqiu instantly dispersed and fled the scene. The fox tribe was a tribe that yearned for beauty, and Xiaoqiu's face was simply too much of a visual shock to them. All of them had completely shit themselves at the thought of kissing Xiaoqiu, and all of them fled for their lives. They had been professionally trained to be accepting of their customers, no matter how ugly they were. But this was on a whole new level. In the end, only a red-tailed vixen remained behind. She was staring blankly at Xiaoqiu and did not run away. Her mental fortitude was the strongest among the group of vixens, and she had managed to repress the urge to flee the scene. She was currently engaged in a fierce internal conflict. To kiss or not to kiss? All she had to do was to close her eyes and peck him on the lips for 50,000 spirit stones. Xiaoqiu smiled politely at the only vixen that remained. Gasp! The vixen's body shuddered at the sight of that impossibly hideous smile, and her eyes slowly glazed over as she fainted and collapsed to the ground. All of the vixens within the booth had been defeated by Xiaoqiu, and the entire booth fell completely silent. Enlin? Dubai. Xiaoqiu smiled to himself before silently putting the mask on his face again.